In love with me, I'm feeling it. Shaggy for daddy. Two more. Okay. Out to before you go let me know, I go let you know you be my future. Send me what's the dying my too much enche mu pepe send me an hypocrite assassin hypocrite so in the name of pepe or him and na who of tia see na watch you for take it easy with your I don't care me boomenia what tia see your body na repete me better ne jeje too much ebe ya with that forget it oh pepe ne wo pepe ebe chemu pepe so bobo kania anybody me drop ya and if I be a lodge you go be my agia oh pepe ne wo pepe ebe chemu pepe oh pepe oh pepe ne wo pepe ebe chemu pepe oh pepe yedi akoni abe ejume mu bia yegi epe komede ya kokonte sene ya yesu chicha na bodo o pepe ya chano pepe ye dino pepe o pepe o pepe nene o pepe ebe chemu pepe o pepe o do me na me so me dowo isike so I was am fa ho my love dey your custody where you they belong to me we be the best couple everything a double you go be my Mrs. Waddle. I can't focus but forget you will be. I will be there my hustle level. I know you love me and I'm doing the same. It's time for vacation, so jump on a plane. If I no put a ring on it, who we go blame? My love for you be real and never be game. Forget 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 pepe oh pepe DJ Breezy wa for them too much.
Okay, hey, is anybody here? Hi guys, how you doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Okay, so I guess hey, is anybody here? Wait 1 second. Hi guys, how you doing? Okay. Hopefully there's no more playback. But yeah, I guess my sound is working. So welcome guys, thanks for being here. Today the topic is, basically I found it very interesting that everyone is complaining about what's going on in the Ukraine when there have been worse things happening in a lot of these Gulf countries. And these have been happening for a long time. You know what I mean? This is nothing new. Ever since, from what I can personally remember, the first bad story I heard of a lot of these migrant workers in the Gulf countries was around 2012, 2013. So, and I wanted to also put this preface, right? A lot of people are getting this situation confused with the situation that's happening in, I guess, Libya or Tunisia, but those situations are different. They're not the same. Okay, the situations that are going on in Libya is mostly people are trying to cross on the hopes of getting to, the Mediterranean, on the hopes of getting to Italy, and in their journey, a lot of them are getting stuck in Libya. And yes, they are stuck in detention centers. They are stuck as actual slaves in some cases. That's different from what I'm talking about. Like, they're similar cases, but it's not the same thing. So I would hope that we can compartmentalize those two issues as two separate issues, because they are two separate issues. Because I feel like once you say, oh, both of those issues are the same, you're kind of not really giving respect enough to one issue. Like, you're kind of muddying the waters. And I've noticed that happens a lot, because we're going to be here talking about like Kuwait, we're going to be here talking about Oman, we're going to be talking about Lebanon, we're going to be talking about Yemen, and then you'll have people be like, Libya. No. That's a different situation, okay? The domestic worker situation is different from the migrants that are going on boats or attempting to go on boats. I feel bad for both situations, right? But I'm just saying, let's not do that, because I've noticed a lot of people do that. And then when they do that, it's like they take away the uniqueness from this situation, because they paint it all as one thing when it's different. And I know I did a horrible job explaining that, but if you're watching the playback, hopefully that will make sense. Okay? Hopefully small um that small breakdown will make sense. So anyways, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you guys are. Thank you, Mo, for being here. Do you have any thoughts and opinions on this? It's really sad, man. It is really sad. This is really bad. And I will be playing lots of videos, so don't worry, guys. Like, if I'm doing a horrible job explaining this, you guys will see a lot of videos from a lot of different Africans from different countries, different regions. You'll see what they're going through. We're also going to show some articles, some clips. Oh, let me say this in the beginning if I forget to say it later on in the stream. I tried to find actual figures. I tried to find actual charts. I tried to find actual numbers of the percentages of how many Africans are going through this, but it's very difficult because, number one, I'm saying African because I'm literally talking about more than one country, right? If I was talking about, let's say, the Ethiopians that were going through this, it would be easier for me to just find Ethiopian statistics. If I was just talking about the Nigerians that were going through this, it'll be easy for me to find Nigerians, right? But I'm talking about a whole bunch of Africans, so that makes it difficult because let me even share my screen to show you guys what I'm talking about. I have so many screens open. This is just annoying. Okay. All right. I think I found the screen right now. But basically what I was trying to say, right, is in a lot of these studies, right, they just group a whole bunch of Africans together. So they'll do like a percentage of, let's say, African migrants in Lebanon, for instance, right? And that takes into account every African, regardless of their nationality, regardless of their religion, regardless of their education status, regardless of a whole bunch of things. And most importantly, I think in this case, regardless of their gender and regardless of their profession. So if I'm here talking about advocacy for African domestic workers, and yes, I'm being biased, mostly women, but yes, African domestic workers, if I'm speaking about advocacy for African domestic workers, but then all the figures that I'm seeing are just numbers of African workers who are there, period, then it doesn't actually show the sample group of who I'm talking about. So I tried to do that and it was really difficult. So I was unable so basically I was unsuccessful in doing that, but let me just show this small thing right now. So it's saying the number of Africans, and this is just UAE, so this is just one country, even, right? Like, not even encompassing the whole Gulf, but just put this into context. The number of African residents in the UAE is lower than some other expat communities. Of the 9.5 million people in the country, Emiratis make up about 11% of the entire population, Indians 27.5%, Pakistanis 12.7%. Official country-based statistics are not often made public, which is a huge problem, right? And the data that is provided is often broken down by region and not nationality. So that makes things really, really complicated, because even if we're like, okay, let's do advocacy just for this women from this country, how is it possible when those numbers are not up to date and they are not broken down by nationality? They're broken down by region. Well, I guess I kind of answered my question. I guess regions should come up together and do their own advocacy for things like this. But let's be honest here. Is that a priority? No. Okay. We're just being honest. That's not a priority for regional politics. But, anyways, the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs estimates that there are 3.6 million migrants from African countries in 2019 in the UAE. This number represents approximately 6.7% of the total population, and it underestimates the overall numbers of sub-Saharan African migrants. Other notable expat communities in UAE include Bangladeshi, Iranians, Philippines, Egyptians, Nepalese, Sri Lankans, and Chinese. Migration to the Gulf region, and especially the GCC states, has been on the increase in the past 2 decades. Nigerian migration from African countries to the Middle Eastern is increasing. So this was a little bit of what they said in 2019, and I will be coming back to this in a bit, right? But let me, I guess, first start off with the first instance or the first case of this. And before I go any further, I guess I should just say hi, because you guys are here. It's Sunday. You guys have better things to do than being here. So thank you for being here. Hi Mo, hi Stoic One. MK Cody is saying, complain, complain, complain. When shall Africans stand up instead of tribal talking and finger pointing at others? Laughing stock of the world. When one issue is highlighted, they come with the next problem. Who cares about Ukrainians or Arabs? Increase your African community. Live, die, goodbye. Yeah, tough pill to swallow. But I mean, I want you to kind of explain what you mean though in the comment section. Like, I kind of just want you to explain that frame of thought. But anyways, good morning. How are you doing? Libya is all about ransom. I don't know why. That word ransom makes me laugh, Mo, because when I think of the word ransom, when I think of the word ransom, I'm going to hell for this, guys. I'm going to hell for this. But when I think of the word ransom, I think of diasporans going back home and then the villagers knowing that they have money, so they kidnap them and they say, hey, I'm holding you for ransom. That's what. Okay, let me be serious. I'm sorry, guys. Let me be serious. Libya is a lawless country. They recently kidnapped 10 Egyptians for. Yeah, I heard that ever since their president died, who Gaddafi, like that state has just been so disorganized, and it's really horrible. But it begs the question, are people that ignorant to know that Libya is not good anymore? Because people are still going there. Like, people are still taking their chances. People are still thinking that, oh, okay, I know so many people went through so many hardships, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen to me. So it's like, at this point, we know the Libyans that are doing this are horrible. The Libyans that are doing this anarchy stuff are really bad people, but people are still going there. You know, people are, that's the thing. They're still taking their chances, and they're like, okay, well, if it means I'm going to Italy, it's worth it. What? Anyway, I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. But hey, Stoic One, 9 to 5 happy life. 9 to 5 happy life. I mean, I get what you're saying, but like, if it goes too deep, and if there's any hatred in here, you might have to like not watch the stream, because this is a very sensitive and serious topic. It's hard for me to speak about this. It's hard for us to have this conversation. I'm not trying to have this conversation to get anyone's sympathy or anyone's pity. This is an advocacy live stream, okay? Let me make this clear if I haven't made it clear. This is an advocacy live stream. This is not a, oh, I'm just sitting here and complaining about. No, no, no. This is about bringing awareness. This is about, and I'll say this also a little bit later into the stream. Some of the videos that I'm going to be showing today are videos of people who I've actually spoken to in private. A lot of these women, I've literally spoken to them in private. I've gotten their emails. Some of them I've been to their live streams. Like, these are human beings to me. Like, this is not just, for some people, these are just news articles and then they're going to read it and move on to the next day. For someone like me, I actually hear about this from people. Like, I actually have conversations with them about these type of things. So it hits close to home to me in a different way. It's more personal to me. Do you understand what I mean? I don't think you understand what I mean. But anyway, let me continue to go. Supergirl, nice to see ya. Yes, Supergirl, please remind them, like, this is a very serious topic. I would rather not have the xenophobia, my country's better than your country talk today, because this is like a very serious matter. Like, this is a serious issue. Like, if people cannot come together and put their differences aside to just really talk about this and to really see how they can get more involved to help, or more involved to care, or more involved to share these type of organizations, these type of issues, then I mean, you can just click off the stream. Like, to be honest, like, you could, this is not about, okay, my country is so much better than yours. No, no, no. This is about, I'm talking about Africans in general. So it could be people from your country that are going through this too. Maybe I haven't covered it because I can't cover every single country, but you never know. Maybe there is somebody from your country that's actually going through this. So yeah, anyway. Oh, okay. So Mo is saying that I'm from Djibouti. We have 3,000 or 30. Wow, I can read, guys. I promise you I can read. That is 30,000. Anyways, the Gulf countries treat Sudanese the worst. I have seen it. I'm gonna have to maybe have you come on here and share about that a bit later, because, and from what I've seen in my studies, right? I don't know why. I guess looking at the map, because maybe some people are just really like, again, I don't want to sound like I'm insulting people, but some people's education, I don't know how far they went, in their education studies. So when I'm speaking about the Gulf countries, I'm mostly I'm mostly speaking about, the Middle East, right? Like the Middle East area, like that area that touches like East Africa, like Northeast Africa, but not really. Let me show you guys a picture of where exactly I'm talking about. Because the first question I had, right, and to Mo, Queen Elysia, and tribal African. The first question I had was, why is it that when I was doing these studies, I mostly saw like Eastern and Northern Africans there? I was really ignorant to that. I was like, how come it's mostly them there? But then after really taking into account and looking into the world map, it actually makes sense why a lot of them would be there, because it's close to their region, right? Yeah, so when I'm talking about Gulf countries, this is where I'm talking about. I'm talking about Saudi, UAE, the Dubai that everyone goes on Instagram and says it's such a great place. I'm talking about Qatar, Kuwait, Oman. I'm talking about Jordan, talking about Lebanon. I'm talking about Yemen. That's basically what I'm talking about. And I guess I'll find a better. Okay, yeah, this map I guess is better to explain. I hope you guys can see that, but this map is basically what I'm talking about, right? So I was asking, why are there so many Sudanese? Why are there so many Kenyans? Why are there so many Ethiopians, especially in that area? And then after really taking a look, oh, you see how close it is? Okay, this kind of makes sense. And then if you tie it to also the historical aspects of what happened with some parts of Africa and um, Yemen and Jordan and Oman, and the trade that happened, the East African slave trade especially, it also makes sense why that connection is also still there. So yeah, but let me get back let me get back to topic. Somalis can't work in a household in the Gulf countries. Really? Why can't they do that? I don't understand why Nigerian would go to a Gulf country. Um, that's and by the way, hi Stoic One. The reason why a Nigerian would go to a Gulf country is the same reason why Nigerians travel, and it's just for opportunities, right? It's for economic reasons, a whole bunch of reasons. But I do understand what you mean. Like knowing what I'm exposed to right now, knowing the climate of what I'm going through right now, I understand. But I give the Africans who left, like, let's say 10, 15 years ago, I try to give them more of a benefit of the doubt than today. Because back in the days, like social media was prevalent, but it wasn't as accessible as it is today. So I tried to give some of them the benefit of the doubt, but the newer age Africans that are doing this, I feel less sorry for them. But anyways, my first time learning about the Hairu boy, my first time learning about the domestic workers being abused was the video of the Ethiopian lady falling off the balcony. Yeah, we'll be watching that video. Hi, Joyce Box. How are you doing? Nice to see you. All the way from, is it San Diego? Nice to see you. I have seen terrible videos of how Africans are treated in Arab countries. Yeah, and I was speaking to Dr. K Polymath. We had a couple of conversations about this, and he said that in some of these Arabic countries, I think he was speaking about Yemen, if I'm not mistaken. It could have been another one, but I think he meant Yemen. Slavery was outlawed about 20 years ago. Like slavery was outlawed in the 90s. So it's like, if you're going to a country where literally, you know, slavery wasn't outlawed that long ago, it's still part of the cultural system. Because in the 90s, I mean, a lot of these people who are hiring these maids are older people anyway, right? So they would have grown up in the society where a lot of these human right abuses were acceptable, or at least not challenged. So it's kind of more cultural. So I understand it. I don't condone it, but I can understand why they still keep this system going, because culturally it was supported by the government not long ago, right? And the horrible part of what Dr. K said is that some of these Arabs actually still see uh the blacks, for a better term, I'll just say the blacks, right? Okay, let me just say Africans then, not the blacks. They still see some of the Africans as slaves. So that's not something that has gone away from the psyche or from some of the mentality, right? And again, I'm not saying all Arabs are bad. Okay. So if you are happening to watch this stream and you're Arabic, I'm not saying F you, like I'm not saying you evil, but I'm saying that your country isn't doing anything about this either. So that's kind of interesting. Anyway, Gaddafi was a dictator. I don't even anyways, you guys are very interesting because you have some Africans that say that they love Gaddafi, that he was great, that he was trying to unite people. And then you have some other Africans that say, oh no, he was an Arab supremacist. Oh no, he didn't like black people. So it's very confusing when it comes to the whole Gaddafi conversation. One thing I will say is I know some people are going to hate me for saying this, but Gaddafi did have Pan African elements. He did have Pan African initiatives that he was working on. Say whatever you want to say. He was putting in more Pan African projects than some of these, let's say, full black, Bantu, Nilotic, blah, blah, blah presidents that are currently ruling today. Gaddafi did more than some of these full black presidents that are president today. Like we just need to be honest about that. We just need to be honest about that. I'm just saying. But anyway, that's why I don't really like getting into the Gaddafi thing, because it's just one of these days I'll get into it, but not today. Anyways, hi 86 Leo, how you doing? African Melia joined the program. Could you go heavily into why and how African people are looked down upon by Gulf countries? Please provide some historical context as well. This is important. Yes, I would hope that maybe Dr. Kai Polymath, I don't know if he's here, but if he is here, I would hope that he can actually come on and explain that, because since he is East African, he knows a bit more about that better than I do. All I can basically explain is that due to the East African slave trade, I believe, and the connections that some of these Arab countries have to that part of Africa, is a lot of these Arabics still see Africans as slave. Not all of them, but some of them do. That's basically my understanding from it. And I know there's more to the historical context, but I'm not really too sure about that. But yes, thank you for calling. Thank you for being here. Hi, Josie Gold. You guys are saying Dubai sucks, but all of no, let me not say all, most of these African entertainers are going to Dubai and posting pictures on Instagram. But it seems some North Sudanese and Western Asian are Arab worshippers. Yes, they are. Arabs have the worst type of racist towards black. This is sad but true. Okay, you guys once the people are here talking about racism in America, like, I'm not gonna take away the racism that happened in America, but it's like, at least racism in America is talked about and it's dealt with, and at least there are cases that go to court about it. Even if the cases are rigged, even if the cases are not fair, at least they get to the part where they go to court. Okay, at least they get to the part where it's televised. At least they get to the part where there's some type of like advocacy. There's something being spoken about it. But the racism that happens in Arab countries is like it's like an open secret that nobody cares about. It is so sad. And I was speaking to some people and I was asking, I was like, but why don't we do more advocacy? Why don't we do more about it? And then the person was like, technically, the West can't do anything about it. And the West isn't going to do anything on behalf of Africa about this. That's just number one, right? Secondly, a lot of these Arab Gulf countries, they don't bend down to the West anyways. Like they don't really have the best relationship with the West anyways. So, the US, Canada, blah, 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 coming and saying, you guys need to stop doing this. The UN, NATO, all these international organizations coming out and saying, hey, you need to stop doing this. Like it's not in their interest to do that. Like just honestly speaking, right? Like it's not. So well, I hope that things get better and I hope that this war doesn't escalate. That's all I can say. Yes, yes. During the slave trade that happened in the Middle East, didn't they castrate a lot of the men or something? Yeah, they castrated a lot of the men. They took the women as concubines, so they, took women as sexual slaves and whatever, but they got rid of the men. They basically castrated them so they couldn't reproduce. So yeah, that explains why there is black DNA in a lot of these countries, and it's just very, very interesting. But anyways, let me just continue saying hi to you guys and let me actually start the show. So again, thank you for being here. Hi, Crenshaw Grinder. Hi, Tribal African. Hi, US Freedom. Hi, Socialite. And anyone else who's coming here later. How are you doing? Hi, 4K African Walker. Hi, Mans. And Live in Wisdom. Anyways, to anyone else who's coming here, let me just start off with the first clip after talking for forever. So we'll quickly watch this. I know I'll probably get copyright and that's fine, but I don't want the video to be removed. So let me play. Okay, let me just play this one. I think this is BBC. Fair use, fair use.
مشان الشغالة المحطوط على الانترنت عندك
للأمانة الشهادة لله ما أساسها زينة ولو تقعدتها الساعة 5 الفجر ما تكشف نفسها وزينة.
فينا نشوفها؟
In the Gulf, women employed as domestic workers are being sold online via apps approved and provided by Google and Apple. It's been called an online slave market. Our BBC News Arabic team posed as a husband and wife looking to buy a domestic worker in Kuwait.
Ready?
Yes. An app called For Sale is used to buy and sell domestic workers alongside cars and TVs.
فينا احنا اثنين نحكي.
قل له أنا وزوجتي على التليفون معك هلا.
The BBC team spoke to 57 users of For Sale who were selling their domestic workers online for thousands of pounds. Most women had no knowledge they were being advertised online and then sold.
عندها فكرة إن هي حتنتقل على مكان ثاني أو ما عندها مانع بالموضوع؟
لا
ما قلت لها؟
ما عندها مشكلة. واحدة جاية تشتغل.
App users were violating national and international law on modern slavery, human trafficking and forced labour by selling these women. They were also denying domestic workers their basic human rights.
إجازة بتاخد إجازة؟
لا إحنا ككويتيين ما نخلي صراحة إحنا مجرمين.
أوكي. بالنسبة للموبايل وهيك؟
لا انسى موضوع الموبايل هذا ما أعتقد إنه يعني هذا من النوع اللي مو متعلم فاهمني؟
يعني ما بدها تتكلم مع أهلها مثلا إذا بتتكلم مع أهلها أو كذا؟
يمكن مع أهلها تعطيكم مرة في الشهر.
والقانون إيش بقول طيب؟
القانون احنا ما نمشي على
It's not the only app being used to sell women online. The BBC found hundreds of domestic workers for sale on Saudi app Haraj and Facebook-owned Instagram. The undercover team arranged to meet with some of the sellers in person. One of them, who told us he was a policeman, urged our team to break the law by confiscating the domestic worker's passport and denying her any time off.
شو بسوي بالمرور شرطة والنعم
جواز ما تعطيه انت كفيلها ليش تعطيه الجواز ما يصير
والله ما بعرف انا مستغرب انا بالنسبه لي بستغرب يعني هيك
الجواز تخش عندك تجوري
اوكي
حق طباخ حق تنظيف حق كل شيء
هيدا نحط الإعلان من ساعة.
A new ad appears on For Sale. An African domestic worker for $3,800 US.
ألو مرحبا. هلا. كيفك شكرا. عم بتصل فيك بخصوص العاملة الأفريقية على فور سيل.
ايه انا شعران صوت حلال وشوشة ما تطلب شيء وآدمية.
Okay. I think I forgot that I do have to pause it in between a little bit, else they'll say I'm stealing their content. So yeah, you guys see what's going on. You guys see what's going on. They have these apps where they could, basically sell people. And this is the interesting part of it, right? Like, at least over here, you can hire a maid. Like maids, janitors, cleaners, you could hire people to come clean your house. You could hire people to come and do whatever, but you still have to pay them a livable wage, number one. And I mean, if they are living with you, they still have rights. Like, there's still things that have to be done. It doesn't mean that, okay, someone's living with you, you could take away their passport, they have to work every day and they don't have breaks. Like, it's just very, very interesting how, in some of these countries things can happen, because even back home we have maids, like we have servants, we have house girls, we have house boys, but the maids and servants back home don't get treated. It's very rare. Okay, I'm not gonna say they don't, but it's very rare that they get treated to that level. You know what I mean? It's very rare that they're going to, jump off a building and nobody knows what happened. It's very rare that they're gonna be sick and then the house mother is not gonna take them to the hospital. Like, yes, some of these house mothers are evil. Okay, some of these house mothers really are not taking care of the house girls and the house boys, but there is advocacy, there is a cultural shaming, like there's something that happens. But in this case, it's just very interesting how, there's no rights. Not in all countries, but in most of these Gulf countries, it seems to be that way.
في مجال شوفها أتعرف عليه أنا وزوجي هون، هو هلأ حدي عم نتصل فيكي.
حياكم الله.
شكرا.
The undercover team get ready to meet the seller.
First exit.
Nothing could prepare them for what happens next.
انت وجه الاسئله انا اسف.
اي لا انا بدي اتعرف عليها. هلو. مرحبا.
الله يسلمك. الله يسلمك.
تمام، وانت؟ هاي.
والله العظيم ما تعرف الزعل. شوفي هذا بابا هذا ماما. اسمها اسمها عربي لانها مسلمه.
من غانا ولا من بنين؟
انا انسى من كذا ما غانا غينا مدري شنو.
من وين؟
ها؟
غينيا. اوكي.
كل الناس تبي الخدم.
اكيد.
بس قدر الامكان نبي لها بيت خفيف.
قد ايه عمرك؟
شوفي ماما، هذه ماما هذا بابا.
قد ايه عمرك؟
اقول لكم الصدق، اتركوا الاوراق، اقول لكم الصدق يعني عشان ترى عمرها 16.
We're shocked to find this woman offering to sell us a child. The young girl seems withdrawn and confused.
كلمة ويا ماما.
Je vais te parler en français. Tu as quel âge? Combien? 16 ans.
مسكينه حسيت انا شوي هيك she was enthused شوي.
No, that does raise a good question. I think Live in Wisdom did make a good point. Why is it that you have some Africans saying that, these are their cousins, like these are their brothers, but it's like, I mean, when you go to that country, you're not getting the brother or the cousin treatment. You're getting the, what is it, the abid, anyways, you're getting that treatment. You know, you're getting the Baraya treatment. You're not getting the this is my cousin, this is my brother. You're not getting that. You're getting the oh, you think you're me, but you're not me. So it's just funny how some Africans cape for these people. It's just so funny. But anyways, let me continue.
By employing a domestic worker under the age of 21, this woman is breaking Kuwaiti law and could face up to 6 months in prison. We showed our footage to Amila Bula, the UN Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery.
This is the quintessential example of modern slavery. Here we see a child being sold and traded like chattel, like a piece of property. What they are doing is illegal. It is not only in violation of national Kuwaiti law, it is a violation of international human rights law and labor standards. So if Google, Apple, Facebook, or any other companies are hosting apps like these, they have to be held accountable. What they are doing is promoting an online slave market.
Google, Apple, and Facebook all claim that they prohibit modern slavery and human trafficking on their platforms. But we found thousands of domestic workers being illegally sold through hashtags used on Instagram and other apps provided by Google and Apple. The online slave market would not be possible without the system of employment used across the Gulf known as kafala, where a domestic worker's visa is tied to their employer or sponsor. Under this system, the domestic worker cannot quit their job or leave the country without their sponsor's permission. Kuwait has some of the strongest laws to prevent sponsors from abusing this system, but apps like For Sale, Haraj, and Instagram enable employers to sell the sponsorship of these workers to other employers for a profit, creating an unregulated black market that leaves women more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation.
That's the problem with that kind of system, is that the employer thinking that they own already the worker, but
Yeah. So if anyone in the comment section can briefly explain what the kafala system means, that would be great. From what I'm seeing, it basically means that once the person buys you, like once your employer buys you, they actually do own you. They have too much of a say on certain things, because I've heard stories of some of these owners taking the women's passports. Like, what job do you work that somebody can take your passport? You know what I mean? What job, like, what, how is this legal? You know what I mean? Like, I don't really understand that. What is the kafala system and how does that tie into this? I don't understand that. If somebody wants to briefly, in 2 sentences, explain that, that would be great. And I mean, if somebody could do that right now so that I can read it, that would be great. But yes, from my studies, I saw it was mostly Sudanese and Ethiopians that were there. I'm seeing some like other handfuls, maybe like thousands of Africans, but the overwhelmingly amount was actually Sudanese and Ethiopians that are over there for a better life. In terms of Africans, as we saw in the first slide that I showed, it's mostly, I think, South Asians, so Indians and Chinese that are there, period. But if we're talking about Africans, the most Africans are the Ethiopians and the Sudanese and those Africans. So Abid means servant. Abid, okay, Abid, this means servant, and Abid means slave. There's a difference, okay? Okay, they do the same thing to migrant workers. Like, yeah, but I'm just like, how do they just take their passport? I know why they take their passport, but I'm like, how is that? I guess that's just allowed in the country, and that's really bad. So what happens with if you disagree with kafala? You can't disagree with kafala, else you can't work there. Now, I will say this, right? I know that I'm speaking a lot about the countries that do this as well, but guess what? These countries actually do get help from a lot of the agents. Okay, think about it, right? How did they recruit these women? How did they recruit these men? They recruit these women and men through agencies, working agencies. That's how they know that this happens. So the agencies are on this too. There have been many reports that when these workers complain about their conditions, when they complain about what's going on in these Arab countries, the agents who are usually from their own country. So let's say if I'm speaking about a Kenyan, right? A Kenyan goes to Lebanon, she's mistreated, and then she complains to she can't complain obviously to the family that she's working to. So she complains to the Kenyan agency that sent her there. Well, the Kenyan agency is just gonna say, "Oh, I'm sorry about that, but there's not really much that we can do." So yeah, the agents are on it too. The agents are also getting their cut, and they're not as innocent as some people want to. Kafala is even for doctors. My sister, what is kafala? Does someone? Guys, I really just don't want to Google it right now. So can someone just really explain what that means? Employment agencies are taking passports and these employment agencies are owned. Exactly. Okay, so I guess no one has a definition for kafala. So I'll be waiting on that a bit later. Let me just continue the video.
It shouldn't be the situation. It's only the service, but not the totality of the person.
Together we are stronger.
Anna Bunda is the founder of Sandigan, an NGO which campaigns for the welfare and rights of domestic workers in Kuwait. Following Anne's advice, we show our video of the underage girl to Kuwaiti authorities to see if they can help find her.
ضد القانون. لا يجوز له أصلاً أنه هو يتنازل عن العمل. المفروض كان واجب من صاحبة العمل هذه ما تتداول بهذه الطريقة. أي واحد يتعامل بالمسترجع احنا قاعدين يعني نوقع عليهم العقوبات. احنا هذا الفيديو راح نبتدي نبحث عنه يعني.
10 days later, they managed to find the girl, who we are calling Fatu. She'd been sold to another employer. They take her to the government-run shelter for domestic workers, where she's interviewed by a government official. She admits to being underage and is deported back to Guinea. Fatu is one of hundreds of underage girls trafficked each year from Guinea, West Africa. She's now living with an adopted family in Conakry, the capital city. Fatu says she worked for 3 different households in her 9 months in Kuwait, but was only paid 2 months' salary. She didn't want to show her face on camera, but she wants her story to be heard. Fatu is looking forward to starting school again and rebuilding her life in Guinea. But there are still thousands of domestic workers being bought and sold on Instagram, Haraj, and other apps available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. The policeman and the woman who tried to sell us Fatu did not provide us with a statement, and no legal action has been taken against them. The Kuwaiti government declined to comment further on Fatu's case. Following our investigation, For Sale, the app which was used to sell Fatu, removed its domestic workers section and said,
The allegations are appalling and ones that For Sale completely condemns.
Facebook, which owns Instagram, told us,
"We do not allow content or behaviour on Instagram that may lead to human exploitation."
Haraj, the commodity app used in Saudi Arabia, did not provide us with a statement. Both Google and Apple told the BBC that this type of behaviour has no place on their application stores, and that they are working with app developers to better prevent illegal activity like this on their platforms.
Okay, very, very interesting. So she came from a country that is Muslim, and you go to another Muslim country, and dang. I mean, obviously that doesn't represent all of Islam, but you guys know what I mean. I thought that, she would get the Islam hookup, like, okay, we're from the same religion, so we get the same religion hookup. Nope. They don't see it that way. At least not all of them. So kafala is like a guarantee or a sponsor. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, Supergirl. Kafala means to guarantee or to take care of in Arabic. The system is only applicable in the following countries: Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Emirates. That's very, very interesting. I didn't know that the UAE still had kafala. I thought that they were the more advanced out of these Gulf countries. But anyways, in the documentary, you guys saw that situation was happening in Kuwait. Kuwait apparently is working on their situation. And from the research, the small research I was able to do, I did note that Bahrain and Kuwait and actually the UAE are better than some of these other countries. I heard that Saudi Arabia is the worst to go and do work. I don't know too much about Qatar. Saudi Arabia and Lebanon seem to be some of the worst places to go and do this type of work because the organizations, the institutions are really not there to protect anybody, right? But yeah, guys, thank you for being here. Thanks for participating. This is a very serious topic, so I really just want us to okay, kafala is so according to them, right? According to the according to the employers, the employers, because they're using the kafala system, they have the right to impose all of these on these maids. Because last time I checked, like a housemaid they just need to take care of the house. Like, who cares about their working status? Like, who cares about, I don't know where they get this sense of entitlement. Okay, like, you're feeding me, but you're not feeding me for free. I'm still working for you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still working for you and you're paying me a wage. So I don't really understand the entitlement in the kafala system. Maybe I just don't fully understand it. And that's completely fine because I don't want to understand it, quite frankly, right? So the worker is reliant upon the employee to be responsible for their visa. Oh, okay. So the employees pay for their visas. That's why they feel entitled like this. And I guess the agents in this case, or the middlemen, get a cut from the sale, which is why the agents are not saying anything about it, or they're not really that bothered because they're also getting paid on the backhand through this slavery system, essentially. And in some of these videos, we've heard, or I only played one, but we're going to hear some more in these videos that a lot of these women, and sometimes men, but mostly women, they're not even getting their fair wages. So think about it, right? If you are hired to work at a house and you have to work every day, let's say you don't get breaks, you have to work every day, 12, 14 hours. How much are you really getting paid? And we've heard of instances of women saying, okay, well, even in this video, you guys heard it. She was supposed to get 9 months of pay, but she got 2 months salary. That is serious exploitation. Like, that is not cool, And yes, and tribal African, thank you. You did raise a point that I was going to speak about a bit later on. This is very, very sad because women are supposed to be protected. Women are supposed to be taken care of, and these women are already vulnerable, right? You're already vulnerable as a woman as a woman traveling. You know, like forget traveling to another country. As a woman, you're already vulnerable, period. Like when you leave your house, you're vulnerable. So imagine these women being vulnerable in someone else's country. They don't understand the language. These people don't care about them. It's a very, very, this is a terrible situation. Like if we're being 100%, this is hopeless. This is very, very hopeless. It's not good. And I want to be more mature in this video and not go after the victims because that would be very tone deaf. So I'm not going to go after the victims because that just doesn't make any sense and I can't go after them. But it is really, really sad because what type of desperation must you really be feeling that you're going to sign up for something like this? Now, I know some aspects these women are not educated, or these women were not educated prior. So maybe the agents lied to them about what they were going to do in those other countries. But I mean, it's the fact that when they get there and they can't leave, like some of them realize the situation that they're in, but they can't leave because they have a contract and they have to commit to the contract. It's like these people clearly don't have the resources. Like something is really, really wrong here, right? To even agree to be doing something like this and to be experiencing this and to feel so hopeless. It's just really bad. So I'm gonna go ahead and play another. This is, guys, this is really sad. I'm sorry, but this is a really, really sad video for me because like I said, I've been speaking to people who are going through this personally. In fact, let me see if I could find the live stream. There was a woman who did a live stream. I don't know if she's still live right now, but I was in her live stream. I'm subscribed to her channel and she's Ugandan. And she was just talking about how a lot of women are running away from their jobs. Okay, she stopped streaming like 20 or 30 minutes ago. But let me just play a little bit of what she was saying. Oh, and I apologize in advance. The video quality is going to be very, very bad. This is due to a multiple of reasons. Number one, I have like a billion applications open because I have so many resources on this that are open in the background. And number two, like the video quality that she took is kind of already bad anyways. So just try to pay attention to what she's saying, okay? Like I know you first worlders and oh, the video is not clear, the sound is not clear. Like, okay, please just take the content and forget about the video quality for right now. So I'm gonna play this a bit. Oh, if you guys want to subscribe to the channel, I'm gonna put the link down. But this is her name, Merciful21. And she's in where she's Saudi Arabia. So let me just play this.
For the love. I love you so much. So much. You see? For real, for today's network, I cannot manage. So I'm just saying hello to everyone. I'm just going to make a video and I will upload it. Thank you so much for the love. See you maybe tomorrow or next day tomorrow. Or tomorrow but what? But I promise I'm going to make a video. This is our bosses are just taking us for granted, and that's why we are just running out of the houses. And I'm a victim. I've ever done it because of some issues that are forcing us to run out. Yeah, those some bosses keep bragging how they are rich and they can, yes, they are taking us for granted. So housemates, sometimes we are taken for granted, and that's why we keep running out of the houses. I'm one of them. This is the second house. So what took me out of the first house? It's what I'm coming up with in the video. Today's network is poor for sure, so you will just forgive me. I will have to make a video and upload it. I promise you that. Otherwise, thank you so much. Be blessed and good night. Deborah, hello. Hey, Deborah. Thank you so much for coming. Hey, dear Deborah. I'm good, dear. How are you, Deborah? I'm all right. We are fine. Please, what's your email, sister? YouTube recommended this video. Oh, oh, thank you so much. It's Diamhachumase 2019. What I say? I saw your title, and so they sometimes keep on chopping our salaries. Narongoletish, my dear girls. This is running out. It's what but is the network clear? Should I continue? Because I wanted to just make a video, and it's like my network is not clear. And why? Our bosses sometimes they take us for granted. A housemaid is someone who keeps your house, who manages your house, but at times we are taken for granted, and we end up leaving your houses. Some housemaids are not given the salary as it is supposed to be in maybe in their contracts or what. So they sometimes keep on chopping our salaries. Narongoletish, my dear girls, these days are running out of the houses. So yeah, they are too much. They are too much, and at times I support them because sometimes sometimes these people they scare us, you know. Some girls are rescuing their lives. If you let something bad word out of your mouth, you cannot let me to keep my life there. I have to do so because you've said maybe you're going to chop off my head, and I'm like, what am I doing here? And it has ever been. Some girls are like, you know, why should I keep in such scaring house, or why should I keep with someone? Why should I be in a house where I'm not safe? So you better run out. But I'm not supporting you girls to run out of the houses, though I've ever done it, and this house I'm good, I'm well. But I'm not like supporting you. But what I'm saying these days, the number of girls that are running out of the houses are increasing. Salaries are being chopped off. You break a glass, you break a cup, they will chop your salary. So, like if you break something in the house, it is an accident that has happened, and we cannot control such accidents. So if you break it today and next week another thing has broken, so they keep chopping your money, yet we are always paid less. By the way, the salary is little. Little, as you can hear the word little. It is too little. Some people can't bear that. If you keep on chopping, everyone can break anything. It can happen at any time. It is something that can happen that we cannot control. But then if you keep chopping off my little I'm sweating for, then why am I keeping it? Why am I staying in there? Some girls are, even those girls who are outside are like, do you know they are telling us to run because there is money there? There is. And that's why maybe some girls are also going on bandwagon, on pressure, on, you know, because they want much. But then what is forcing me out of this house as such a things, maybe you're chopping off the salary, I will run and go look for that. Because there are girls there out who are making money seriously. And they tell you, I've done this out of, you know, I've done this, I've built houses. They are working outside sincerely.
Okay, guys, and just to put things into perspective, the salary that people are talking about is nothing. Okay, guys, it's nothing. And I'm not just saying that because I'm entitled. I mean, guys, I'm telling you, I've spoken. Maybe some of you guys are new to this. I've actually spoken to people in the background about how much they're making. This is not $1,000 a month. This is like $400, $500 a month. Sometimes it's not even every month. The salaries that they're even going there to get is not even astronomical to even be dealing with abuse. Now, yes, I'm not saying that if they were getting paid $3,000, then abuse would be okay. But I'm also saying that the justification that some people are saying that, okay, well, they're getting paid peanuts. Do you get what I mean? But yeah, this live was pretty long, so I'm gonna try to just fast forward a little bit, but she's really speaking some facts here.
But then if I'm forced, I will be forced out of the house if they keep chopping the salary, or if they keep not paying well my salary. Sometimes we are supposed to be paid at the end of the month. But even some months we are not paid. So that one has also caused so many ladies to run out. We have friends out there. Today she's going to tell you, do you know what? I'm going out. The next time you call her, you don't find her phone. She will call you on another line that I'm no longer there because they refuse to give me my salary. Now 3 months, 4 months. I know there are some bosses who are on this live stream. More so my bosses and my former bosses. I'm quite sure they are watching me. So if you take us for granted, to those who are hoping to become bosses, or to those who are bosses, most especially if you know you have a housemaid in your house, more so in Gulf countries. And I'm telling them, even my bosses are watching me, I know. They are here on this live stream. We are going to run out if you don't pay us our money. Well, every month we need our salary. And stop chopping our salary. We break a glass, you want to chop. We break a cup, you want to chop. We don't break them intentionally. It is an accident that has happened. You're holding something maybe with the soap and it breaks down. Your salary is going to be chopped off. That's unfair. There are girls there out who are calling us. They are calling us to go and join them. And they are making money, good money, not in a bad way. They are like, and they have enough time. Hey, Priska. Hello, dear. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. You are welcome, dear. Yeah, girls are there. We're calling us. And they are here taking us for granted, for real. We were promised in the contracts. By the way, this thing can make me, it pisses me off, by the way. These people, they don't want even to look into these contracts that we are always given when we are coming. When you tell them we have the contract, they are like, they don't want to know. For real. They don't want to know that we have the contracts. And even if we tell them that we have the contracts, they don't want to look into them. So this thing also pisses me off. And it is one of the reasons as to why I ran out of the first house. Because you tell them that, but the contract says, that is your contract. You signed it and that's all for me. I got you out from the office and I gave them money. I did what. They don't want to know. So if you cannot follow my contract, for real, it says I'm supposed to be given decent quarters where we can sleep decently. You give us some like food, and some girls are given leftovers. Yet the contract is saying we are supposed to be given food, but not leftovers. Yes, we fine. It's food, but it is leftovers. Some people, they give their housemates leftovers, but you are the one who has prepared food. You've prepared each and everything. Instead of giving you fresh food, but they give you leftovers. Yet you've been cooking, you've been doing each and everything, and you will eat last. So what's that? Won't your housemaid run out of the house sincerely? A housemaid is a person who wakes up early, but sleeps even at last. But when it comes to pay her salary, it's like a
Okay, so she was talking about the contract. She was talking about the inhumane. Oh, guys, sometimes when I laugh, it's because I think of other things and maybe I get nervous. It's not because I'm laughing at the situation. But anyways, yeah. So she's talking about the inhumaneness, gosh, I don't even know the word. She's talking about the unfairness of it all, right? She's talking about the contracts, right? Contracts are legal documents that are supposed to be taken seriously, but clearly nobody's checking these contracts. These contracts are basically garbage. because they don't stand firm. She made some really good points. You know, the maids are the ones that have to get up before everybody else because, you know, the house needs to be cleaned. You know, when nobody is awake, that's the best time to do cleaning is when nobody is there, right? If anyone here cleans, you know what I mean. The best time for you to clean is when people are not around. So a lot of them have to clean early when either nobody is there or when people are at work. They have to wake up before everybody else because they have to make the breakfast, they have to take care of the baby. They're working overtime, like super overtime. Do you get what I mean? This is really, really bad. And on top of working super overtime, you're not getting paid properly or on time. How is this fair? You, you guys don't even understand how difficult it is to speak about this because I want to scream, I want to cry, I want to do all of these things, but these women have so much strength. That's all I can say. But yeah, you guys can see this live is really long. I'll post the link if you guys want to watch it later. But let me just see if she talks about anything else.
So that is one thing. Do we sisters connect you must have all each other phone numbers? Some girls are scared. How? Do we sisters connect you must have all each other? I'm not getting you, dear Deborah. As in, what are you saying? As in, do we connect each other like other housemaids who are outside or where? Yeah, we have we have friends. Sometimes we move with our bosses. We find they are like other girls and other friends. Then we start exchanging numbers. That's how we connect. Yes, we find them. At times when you go outside and you find your fellow housemaid, of course you notice this is a fellow housemaid. Whatever, like my games is very my games. Okay. We have some, even those ones who ran out of the houses, we have their numbers. We have their numbers. So they are the ones pushing us to go out. So if you don't treat me well, my dear Baba, my dear boss, my dear madam, I'm going to escape. So we have connection. That's why we are saying girls, the number of girls who are going out of these houses, it is increasing. Because at times you take us for granted. You think we are supposed to keep here. But we are also we also want to take a step ahead. We are not rugs. The rugs that you come and you keep stepping on, you know. Even you break a glass and they chop your money. For sure, there are things that are really, they are even small. I can't run out of the house because I've broken the glass. But when you keep chopping my money because I've broken a glass, yet you can also break it. You can also break it. My dear boss, you can also break that glass. But why do you keep chopping a housemaid's salary? So I'm going to be forced to take a decision for this housemaid who ran out of another house and went outside, and she's making good money and too much. So I'm going to be forced, because you keep chopping, I'm going to be forced to run out. Not only the salary, you will get what you want. At least it won't be 100%, but 80% you will get it. You try the offices and yeah, you keep trying. At least I'm dozing. Nakasendwa Rosemary, you're dozing. I'm boring. That means, isn't it? Am I boring?
Guys, please don't answer her question. No answers needed. But yeah, later on into the stream, she was talking about, because some of us were asking her, especially me, like I was trying to act brand new, but I was also trying to get some information for her. So we were asking, okay, so how about the advocacy? You know, how about the organizations? How about the embassy? And she was basically saying none of these institutions are really all that effective, because at the end of the day, you are in their country, right? So even if there's like an organization of, let's say, Ugandans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Ethiopians, or just Africans in general, it's still the organization of Africans in general that have to abide by the laws of those of those countries, right? And let's be honest here, a lot of people in those countries don't even treat like their own people all that good. Like the human rights abuses in a lot of these countries are really bad anyways. So it's really, really hard to even get any work or advocacy done. It's very, very difficult. But let me go to the 50-minute mark because yeah.
A shagara to a kadama, a housemaid, call it what you want. But disconnecting us, taking our phones, those things. By the way, it was even one of the things as to why I left his house. I'm supposed to be given the Wi-Fi, but since he refused to read my contract, yet I'll never forget, by the way. Monthly salary. SK, monthly salary, I don't know for the ones from India. It depends. 1,900, 800 riyals, you know? So it depends, by the way. They are good people. Your contract might say you're going to come and work for, I'm just giving an example, maybe for $20. It's an example, I'm not so sure. You're going to come and work for $20. Yes, fine. You will come and work for $20. But remember, some houses, they are too good. Just within 1 week, they will notice that you are a hardworking person and they will increase your salary. So maybe they increase your salary to $25, you know? So not all people are the same. So if you're saying monthly salary, it depends, my dear. It depends maybe from your country. It depends. Sometimes you might reach here and maybe you go to another level of the salary. So I can't say it is this amount of money for real. But in Africa, just know it is just little. And even sometimes they don't want even to pay us in time, you know. Those are the things that are letting us out, by the way. And who have got problems at the offices, or those ones who have got problems maybe in the houses. No, your chance is not my chance. My blessing is not your blessing. You have your own blessings. So you can try. You must talk to your boss. If things fails, if you at all fail, you've all failed in that house and your boss has refused even to listen, at least you try the office. The office, sometimes they solve everything. Not everything, but they can at least try. Go sleep, darling. Hey, SK, I can't sleep. You're tired, I'm boring. Eh? I've started boring you. You want to go and sleep or I go and sleep? Go sleep, darling. Or I go and sleep, eh? SK is wow. Hello, SK. SK. I was serious. Nothing was like stopping me. Your blood, my blood. No. Same blood. Same blood, but can't.
Okay. All right. I think I'll just pause that there for now. But anyways, yes, there's a whole, how long is this video? 1 hour, 54 minutes. If you guys want to watch it, you guys can go ahead and watch it. Let me add the link to that video just so that you guys can do that. I'm gonna add the link in the in the general chat right now, right? So this is just one instance of what's going on. And guys, you know what's interesting? This is actually the mild case of what we're talking about. Like, this is not the extreme case that Mo said in the beginning of the stream that Eriri Boy and a couple of people mentioned. This is just a mild case of mistreatment. The serious cases of mistreatment, it happens, but no one has done anything about it. We're talking about the S attempts. We're talking about people falling off the balconies, and people saying that, oh, this maid fell off the balcony by herself, but you can clearly tell the maid was pushed off the balcony. But it's like, hey, what can be done? Do you get what I mean? And I get it. Like, I agree with Top Ranking TV. I definitely agree with you. Like, we really shouldn't be going there. We don't need to be going there, but the problem is we are going there. And now the question is what to do about this. You know, I don't know. It's hard when it comes to women, especially a lot of these women in these videos, you could tell that, and I don't want to sound elitist. Some people are going to say I'm sounding elitist by this statement, but you could tell some of these women in these videos are not I'm not talking even about money, okay? I'm just talking about education. Like, they're not the most educated. Some of them are not even adequately educated. So it's like really looking at their backgrounds, you could tell it's not really the best of the best that's going to a lot of these Arab Gulf countries anyways. Ooh, can I say that? Okay, I said it. So I guess I should own up to it. It's not really the best of the best that are going to these Arab countries anyways. So it's like, what do they really have to offer? Anyway, and they're still human beings. Don't get me wrong. Yes, they're still human beings. They shouldn't be treated like this. But then when you really put yourself in their situation and you really deep a lot of their backgrounds, a lot of them are doing this because of need. There's something seriously wrong that is pushing them there. Okay, because these are not the people that are taking their chances and going to the UK, right? These are not the people that are taking their chances and going to Canada. These are the people that are taking their chances to go to Kuwait, to go to Lebanon, to go to Yemen. Shout outs to H Block, because H Block shared recently a post of this right here. Now, this is not, I don't think this is the same case of what we're talking about, but this relates to what we're talking about. But I don't think this is the same case. So let's see here. Yemen, I guess that's the name of their tribe, expel Ethiopian migrants. So they expelled thousands of Ethiopian migrants from northern Yemen using COVID-19 as a pretext, massacring dozens and forcing them to the Saudi Arabia border. Ethiopian migrants told Human Rights Watch that after they spent days stranded without food and water, Saudi officials allowed hundreds to enter the country, but then arbitrarily detained them in unsanitary and abusive facilities without the ability to legally change the detention or eventual deportation to Ethiopia. Hundreds of others, including children, may still be stranded in the mountains of border regions. Okay, am I still showing the same page? Okay, I am. Anyways, Human Rights interviewed 19 Ethiopian migrants, including 13 men, 4 women, and 2 girls. Yeah. So anyways, inhumane treatment. I think there was another one I wanted to show. So let me show that one right now real quick. I think this was the one. Okay, yeah, this is the one. Scores die in migrant detention center. Fire. Scores of This sounds very like medieval times, you know what I mean? I haven't really heard of this happening in the world in a long time. So it's just very interesting that this happens to people. And I would play the video, but I think YouTube will take it down if I play it. So you know what? I'll just post the link if anyone wants to see that, because I think this is kind of graphic. So I don't think I'll be able to play it. But the link is there if anyone wants to see that later. Okay. Okay, so this is a reminder of the dangers migrants face in war-torn Yemen. Refugee and migrant rights researcher at Human Rights Watch, the Houthi authorities need to be held to those hold responsible to account and stop holding migrants in asylum detention facilities where their lives and well-being are at risk. The international organization, IOM, said that an estimated at least 6,000 migrants are held in detention across Yemen. And guess what happens also with these type of situations and cases? These migrants are obviously vulnerable and susceptible to things like trafficking, any type of trafficking, obviously, organ harvesting, all of this. Because you're already seen as an animal, right? You're already seen as a cattle. There's already not a lot of protection. So if you're already being treated like that, there's obviously going to be other things that happen in the background that nobody will really care about anyways, right? So those cases have been happening as well. Tribal African is saying who goes to Yemen. Apparently Yemen is the spot. I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why. But Tribal African, do you think that people, because this is the thing, right? Last time people were asking, why do people go to Ukraine? Why are people going to Ukraine? I think, and why are people going to Italy, right? I think some people forget, and you lucky if you've never had to think about things like this, but let me explain it from a different aspect, right? A lot of people use the passage of one country to get to another country. Okay. So let's say I want to go to the UK, but going to the UK is not easy. Well, I know with Brexit, maybe things have changed now, but back in the days, if I wanted to go to the UK, but I couldn't get to the UK, well, I would just need to go to a certain European country and then eventually get to the UK. So I'm not saying this is the justification for all of them, but I know some of them, they're going to Yemen as a stepping stone to get to somewhere else. Their end goal is not to be in Yemen. But I don't know, maybe that's it. Maybe that answers the question. They also, okay. Yemenis, no, not to try that with Somalis. Habesha need to fight back. They say every black man. Okay, anyways, I guess you guys are talking to yourself. So let me go ahead and play actually, before I play another source, let me go ahead and also show another report, I think. So this was another situation with an Ethiopian woman who went to one of these countries. I forgot which one. Or maybe this is the wrong source, but anyways, let me just read it anyways. International labor migration is one of the most salient features of the modern globalized world. However, the phenomenon has its roots in some earlier periods of human history. Africa, traditionally ascending continent of all types of migrants, voluntary or forced. The study examines issues through the mounting phenomenon of migration of single independent women in search of better economic, social, political conditions across the borders of their home countries. Now, you can argue that a lot of these women that are leaving are getting economic benefits, but that's pretty much just about it. I mean, they are getting economic benefits, but they're not getting any protection. So they're not getting any social betterness because the best social atmosphere was in their home country. The best political atmosphere for them would have been in their own country. So it's just really, really interesting. But anyways, in the past, African women migrants were only spouses or dependent family members. But as modernity has swept throughout African societies with rising unemployment rates, this is evidence everywhere in Africa that women labor migration is a growing phenomenon. So yes, back in the days, it would be more culturally acceptable for the man to go out and make money, you know, for the man to, this is why a lot of our grandfathers or older people, you hear a lot of these migration stories of, oh, the man came here first, he did whatever he did, then he brought his wife over here. But as things are changing, as modernity is sweeping across, you know, the whole world, you're seeing more African women now by themselves actually traveling in order to make money, in order to be the bread makers. In one of these other reports, it wasn't an African woman, I believe it was a Filipina, so a Filipino woman. She was the one who actually left her family in order to make money, and her husband was left back home. So her leaving to go to Saudi Arabia in order to be a maid and make money was her being the breadwinner for back home. But I don't think I can find that video right now. Maybe some of you guys have seen the video. What ended up happening though is she was treated so bad. This Filipino woman was treated so bad in that household. She was obviously abused sexually multiple times. There was nothing that she could do. Long story short, she ended up committing the S word. She hung herself, right? So she left her family, she left her husband in order to go to Saudi Arabia, in order to make money so that they could survive. And in the end, what she experienced was much worse than she experienced in her own home country, number one. And number two, she couldn't deal with whatever was going on. She took her life. She left her husband and her family. It's just a very, very interesting aspect. And again, I believe there was someone in the comment section, shout outs to you, who rose, I think it was Tribal African, who was raising really, really good points that these are some of our most vulnerable people that are going through this and experiencing this. Like, this is sick. This is sick. This is a weakness. Anyways, you know what? These people tried to make me pay. First and foremost, I'm in Canada, so the US dollar is higher. They wanted me to pay $47 for this article and for some other articles. So, you know, I wasn't going to do it. I would have paid $2 or $3 for it, but for this whole subscription, I didn't pay it. So that's why I'm only reading the introduction part. Else I would have, you know, I would have gone deeper. But anyways, this work also explores these issues further, focusing on the experience of Ethiopian women migrants to Kuwait within Gulf Corporation Center, an area with a shared socioeconomic background. In addition to numerous difficulties already facing labor migrants, Ethiopian women suffered greater degrees of gender-based violence, underpayment, and trafficking, to mention an only few aspects of human rights violations. The situation could be attributed to the fact that most of these women fall under the category of unskilled and or illiterate migrants. And that is true because, you know, if you ever trying to apply to go to a visa to a certain country, they want to know about you. Like, what qualifications do you have? How much money do you have? If evidently, right, if you're going somewhere to be a domestic worker, if you're going somewhere to be a housemaid, you really don't have to be skilled. You don't really have to be educated either. You really don't even have to understand the language of the country that you're going to be quite honest. So yes, that is correct. A lot of these women that are going there fall under the category of unskilled and illiterate migrants, and that that makes the situation even more heartbreaking because they're already seen as the lowest of the low. They're already seen as unimportant. They're already seen as, oh, it's not a big deal. This is just a house worker. This is just a maid. This is just a whatever. And they're a woman too, right? They're women too, which is often in a lot of these countries and many countries, but especially in the Gulf countries, women are seen as the weaker gender. So it's just a lot of injustices that are I'm sorry. There's just a lot of injustices that are happening with this, right? Okay, so I think I'm done with this one right here. This is really emotional. So let me move on to another video source of another case. Let me just try to find it here. I know I'm missing some aspects of this, and I'm sorry, guys, but this is such a huge and big topic with like so many different aspects and so many different things and resources to look at. So I know I'm probably missing some aspects of this, but I really am trying. I really am trying here. So let me see. I wanted to play this other video. We played the BBC one. We played the Uganda lady one. There was this particular one that I wanted you guys to see. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, let me just play the Ethiopian lady one then for right now until I find the other video. I don't think this video is in English, which I probably should have found a video in English, but just watch the title. Just watch the title.
እንደዚህ ወንድሞች ማለትን ባላችሁበት ያለ ህዝነት አይለያችሁ። የተጨነቃችሁ በሙሉ እኔ አልሐምዱሊላህ ሰላም ነኝ፣ አልሐምዱሊላህ ደህና ነኝ። የተጨነቃችሁ ይኸው ያወራኋችሁ ነው። አልሐምዱሊላህ እንግዲህ ያው እኔ ለምሳሌ ለማትረፍ ነው። ሴትያ ያው ሽንት ቤት አስገብታ ልትገለኝ ስትል ነው። ከሽንት ቤት ማንም ሳያቀኝ ዛገለኝ ያቁራሽ ነበር ምትልኝ እዛ ከማለት ብዬ ያው ለምሳሌ ለማትረፍ ብዬ ነው ያው ከስዋተኛ ፎቶ ማለት ነው። አላህ ይጠብቃችሁ እና እንግዲህ ምን ይሰማል አላህ አልሐምዱሊላህ ባላችሁበት በጣም በዱዓችሁ አትርሱ። ያኔ ዋና ዱዓ ነው። በዱዓችሁ አትርሱ ነው የምለው። እኔ ምንም አቅም የለኝም።
Okay. So yeah. So I mean, yeah, clearly I don't really understand what she said, but looking at her condition, that no. This is not this no. And she survived. She survived. She's even lucky that she was able to survive this type of situation. Many like her in this situation were not able to survive. And looking at this woman right now, right? This was in 2017. I don't have an update of what happened to her. Like, okay, if you want to see what happened to her, you can do that on your own time. But I'm assuming that she's still suffering from what happened now, still in 2022, that her condition is not really back to normal. You know, even the physical pain, the traumatic pain, she's not back to normal. And I wonder what she's doing right now. I wonder where she is right now. I wonder if she got the help. If anyone is Ethiopian and it knows what happened in this situation, if you want to put an update, that would be great. But yeah, this is not acceptable. This is really, really, this is bad. And we're 2022, right? Again, the first instances that I heard of this happening was in 2012, 2013. I'm sure this happened in like 2007, 2006. But even from my instance of being introduced to this in 2012, 2013, it's about 9 years later, and I don't know what really has been done about it, you know? I can't give you any facts. I can't give you any evidence, any videos that these situations have been dealt with, unfortunately. Let's look at another one over here. This is just a quick article or a news report. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. but right here. So this is the Dubai, this is the Dubai that people are going there, going on vacation, taking Instagram pictures. But anyway, this reads, the UAE government tortured me because of my skin color. I was one of 800 Black African migrant workers rounded up, abused, and deported. Okay, so in the early hours of 24 June, I was sleeping in my room in Abu Dhabi when the police burst through the door. I lived in segregated accommodation with dozens of other people like myself, Black African migrants who work in the service sector in the UAE. The police forced entry to our apartments. They used stun guns and beat and shackled our hands and feet. My arrest was part of a wider effort to detain 800 Black Africans. The experience of others is equally disturbing. Female workers reported that they were harassed during their arrests and accused of prostitutions. The jailer said Emirati authorities intended to clean the streets of Abu Dhabi of Black Africans. Men and women, some of them were pregnant, were chained for weeks. We were denied medical, obviously, attention, obviously legal representation, and beaten while being questioned. I will always remember the laughs of the guards as they abused us. After 38 days detention, I was put on a commercial flight back to Uganda with nothing but my phone and the prison uniform on my back. To this day, I have never been charged, but I will never go back. There is a clear hierarchy of citizens in the UAE. Of the country's 10 million population, just 1 million are permanent residents. Yes, I've heard you guys speak about that many, many times. It's very, very difficult to get citizenship in UAE. And is that due to the reason that they're so good to their own citizens? They're so rich that they want like the benefits to go to, citizens of their country and not domestic workers, because it's a very open secret that we all know that. I'm not saying everybody in UAE is rich, but a lot of the Emiratis, they're kind of lazy. Like a lot of the work that's done in the country is by foreign migrant workers. So is that their form of protectionism? I guess so. But this is just really bad. This is not good. Okay. So there's a clear hierarchy. These locals typically hold the best paid and most secure jobs, obviously, with nice houses and cars. I can't be mad at that. No, I'm not mad at locals getting the best of their country. I'm not mad at that at all. Europeans come next in terms of preference, then migrant workers from other predominantly white countries. Asian workers are next, and finally, Black Africans. Wow. That's interesting, isn't it? So, of course, the locals will be treated the best. Of course, Europeans will be treated good, I guess. But then it's just very interesting how the Asian workers come before the Black Africans. Not shocked, not surprised, but it's just very, because you don't really hear about it that much. At least in my end, I never really heard about it spoken in this context. So it is kind of interesting to me, right? Anyways, the UNE on paper has recently engaged in labor reforms to grant greater protection to migrants within the kafala system, through which employers sponsors workers' visas. Okay, thank you, Lady Anti-Socialite, and I believe Stoic One and Live in Wisdom. I guess I should have just read this prior to doing the stream, but anyway. So yeah, the kafala system is the system which employers sponsor workers' visas. Okay. But in my experience, these protections do not apply to those of us at the bottom of the heap, aka the Black Africans. We are frequently employed in physically demanding roles with low salaries. We are made to live in segregated accommodation, segregated accommodation, and suffer discrimination in most aspects of our daily lives. After being illegally deported, many of our jobs were re-advertised, but Black applicants would not be accepted. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out when they get to the point. The UAE has violated its international human rights. Obviously, I mean, can anybody really do anything against the UAE? I mean, the UN can't do anything about this. This article later goes on to say that the UN launched a full investigation into this. Yeah, you launched an investigation. After concluding your investigation, what happens? You know what I mean? It's like when they use that political jargon of we're looking into it, we're doing an investigation, we're looking on our end, we're researching. But it's like UN can't do anything about this. US is not gonna do anything about this. Anyway, the international why I don't know why it keeps like moving forward. The international community cannot ignore the abuse of people simply trying to live their lives, but they are ignoring the abuse of people simply trying to live their lives in the UAE. After a year that has seen international outcry at racial inequalities in the West, it's now time to wake up to the racism in the Gulf. I agree. It is time now to wake up to the racism in the Gulf, and we need to act on this. We don't just need to say it's time for the international community to get involved. They're not going to get involved unless this is what I think, and maybe some of you guys have other opinions. Unless these Africans actually pay the international community to get involved, or unless they just stop going there, I really don't think that I'm sorry, I don't really think that there's anything that can be done about this. I mean, does anyone have any solutions or suggestions on how? I don't know. Right? Now, this person also says, I'm also calling on our respective governments to do more to protect and represent. That is true, yes. As we work abroad to be able to communicate back to our home countries, I have contacted the Ugandan. I've contacted the Ugandan government. Guys, the reason why I'm laughing when this person is saying I've contacted the Ugandan government is because I remember contacting the Ghanaian government about an issue that I thought was important, and this government just ignored me. Like, this government is so corrupt, they just ignored me. They're just like, okay, are you gonna pay us? So it's like this person saying I'm contacting the Ugandan government. The Ugandan government does not care. Okay, they don't care. Okay, as the UAE increasingly sees the African continent as key trade partner, our government should see this as an opportunity to assert migrant rights in the UAE. Why have our governments not done that? There is a dire need to bring justice to the victims and ensure the 100 still illegally detained. Okay, anyways. All right, so I'll just end that over here right now. But let me see what you guys are saying. It should be prohibited to go to those countries. Agreed. I mean, but why are people going to those countries, period? Because people are here talking about money, money, money. I mean, $400 a month? Is that how much you're worth? $800 a month? Anyways, I would like somebody, if there's a East or North African or whatever Horn African here, why is it that the Gulf countries see Black people as slaves? Can we have the historical context of that? I'm still not clear on that. Can someone just summarize that in 1 or 2 sentences? Why the Arab countries see a lot of Black Africans as slaves? Why is that? Can someone just make sense of that for me? Because I just need to know that. I just need to know that. Okay. So, next video source, this will be from because so far we've been getting a lot of East African flavor, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia. Let's get some West African flavor up in here, right? So let me find a West African source of what they also have been going through. I will be fast forwarding this video too because it's already 2 hours and this is getting kind of long. So let me see here. Okay, yeah, let me just play this real quick.
Back to the channel. So in today's video, before we start, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Make sure to like this video, watch my other videos, and make sure to leave your thoughts down in the comment section and share this video.
Okay, sorry, I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Let me try once more.
I want to take you to...
Okay, let me try again.
To the channel. So in today's video,
Ah man, the video doesn't want to play. Okay, no problem. Let me play it again with a different screen then. Just give me one moment, okay? I'm just trying to pull it up on my end. Yeah, guys, sorry about that. I tried to play the video from the computer, but it's not playing. So now I have to go to YouTube to actually play the video. So I have to find the video and then play it. So just give me a minute. I have to search it and find it and do all of that. But yes, talk amongst yourselves in the comment section. I'm here. I'm just trying to find the video. Sorry. And thank you for Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. He says, I've been to the worker camps in Abu Dhabi. And what did you see when you went to the worker camps? Because from some of the videos that I see online is that there's a lot of like Indians and blah 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 over there, but and I don't think I could play that video right now because I don't want to conflate too many different like topics in one because I'm mostly speaking about the domestic workers. But in the case of what you're talking about, right? I remember even seeing some of, and go back to Africa. I think he also did a video on this. He was speaking to some Africans who also experienced this. They were living in really bad conditions. Like, it's one thing to live in a house with 6 to 7 people that you guys all know each other and you guys are roommates, but to actually live in a house to 6 to 7 people and you guys are all domestic workers because you guys literally cannot afford to pay the rent. This is just listen, I'm too lazy for all of that, okay? I don't like hard work like that. Like, I don't know how people are doing this. I don't know how people are I don't know why people are subjecting themselves to like horrible treatments only because of a little bit of money. Like, this is bad. This is really bad. But then you want to say you want to be treated better, but you're not demanding better. You're accepting any old trash, any old conditions, right? It's just horrible. Man, this is crazy. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm having a bit of difficulties finding this video. I'm not sure why. Okay, so this is not the video that I wanted to play, but I'm just gonna play this one in the meanwhile because I have to keep going because I'm getting kind of annoyed now. So let me go ahead and play this, and I don't know if it's gonna work, but oh well.
Welcome and welcome back to my YouTube channel.
So let me just share my screen right now.
Before we start, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Make sure to like this video, watch my other videos, and make sure to leave your thought down in the comment section and share this video. So in today's video, I want to take you to the Middle East, especially in Lebanon. Before you go to Lebanon, let me tell you what to expect before you go there. First of all, as a house help, most of us will go there as house help. When you're going, there is nothing like freedom. You're going to be working under the kafala system. If you have no idea of what the kafala system is a kind of system that attach the worker to the employer. You get it? It's like living with your mother, as a child living with your mother. Even a child living with your mother, you have some kind of freedom, some kind of no. This is something that you get attached to the person, that everything that you do, it must be the person must be concerned. You can't do anything without the person's consent. So you're going to work under the kafala system. So moving on to the reason why we are here. The first thing is you have no freedom. When I say you have no freedom, You won't believe this. When you go to Lebanon, I'm going to talk mostly about Lebanon and Jordan because I've been there before. When you go to Lebanon, you have no freedom. You cannot go out. You cannot eat without your boss's consent. You cannot sleep without their consent. You cannot use your phone without, guys, this is like hell. You won't believe it. I have other videos that I made when I was there. This is like hell. Another thing is, you cannot spend your money the way you want. You cannot even get your money in cash. Okay, there are about, let me say, like 2% who receive their money in cash. The moment the month end, you receive your money, you do whatever you want with it. But you can't go out, so you cannot use the money. You have to send it home. That is another issue over there. If you want to buy something, you need to tell your boss, please, I want to buy shoes, I want to buy clothes, please take me out. And if he or she wants, he will take you out. That is the rule there. Another thing is, you must be ready for maltreatment. When you want to go to Lebanon, you have to make up your mind that no matter what, I will stay there. Because while going, you are either going to sign 2 or 3 years contract that you cannot leave the country. And this is part of the kafala system. You cannot leave the country without completing this contract. If you get a good family, in case you are sick or something comes up, you can come back home. But if you get a wicked family, like one I know, guys, you are never gonna come back until you finish your 2 years or 3 years contract. When I say you must be ready for maltreatment, your boss can beat you, can harass you, can rape you. It does happen. I didn't experience something like that though, but it does happen. Can seize your phone, can do whatever he can even kill you. You won't believe this. Most people have died from this. You're still thinking about going there. Anyway, let's keep on with the video. When you think about going to the Middle East, especially Lebanon and Jordan, Saudi Arabia, you won't believe you have no protection. Protection, like, how do I say it? Assuming you're going through something and you go to the police cannot protect you. They will send you back to the hell you came from, I mean your employer's house. This happened to me in Jordan. Let me tell you a little story about this. When I went to Jordan, the moment I got to the country, I went to my agency's office. They seized my phone right from there. I was eating rice for 3 days before my employer came to pick me up. When I went to my employer's house, I was overworking myself. There is no working hours for you. No. I wake up at 10 a.m., sleep at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., sometimes 7 a.m. You won't believe this. I was so exhausted. So there was this day she was leaving for a party. I just want to cut everything short. I have a video about that. I'll leave it in the description. There was this day the woman was leaving for a party with the kids. I did everything she asked me to do. I finished everything, so I was there just lying on my bed. She came home and was like, "Why are you sleeping?" I said, "No, I'm not sleeping. I'm just lying here waiting for you. I finished everything that you told me to do." And she was so angry. "Why am I sleeping?" She was like, "I'll kill you. You don't deserve to be alive. I have to cut off your head. I have to throw you from the balcony." Guys, I was so scared. And she was talking very boldly and she was like very furious. I don't know what I did wrong. So I was there and she went in there and brought all my stuff and she threw it on me. She threw it at me, all my clothes. She was like, "Leave my house, you cannot stay in this house again." So the moment she threw the clothes at me and opened the door, I went out to hide in a certain uncompleted house. It was around 11 p.m. Yeah, so I was in the uncompleted house. I made calls and those things. Later that night, I came out of the house, uncompleted house, and went to the lorries, the roadside to catch a taxi. I didn't have any money on me. I was barefooted. I just told the taxi I want to go to the nearest police station. The taxi took me to the police station, and I just came off the car without paying. I went to the police station and told them what has happened. The only thing they could ask me was, do you have your employer's number? I said yes. I gave them the number, and they called my employer to come and take me home. Can you believe that? Someone came to you to ask for help, and you sent the person back home. So guys, when I say you have no protection in these countries, believe me, you have no protection. The next thing is you have no peace. No peace. If they want you to work from 6 to 6, you have to work from 6 to 6. If they want you to work from 6 till 12 a.m. midnight, you have to, because you have nothing to say. There is no police to protect you. There is no law. If you even make them angry, they will take you to the embassy. I mean, not the embassy, your agency, and the agency will even beat you up. You won't believe this. You know, this thing happened to me. We went to the agency. You know, there is this small room that a group of 9 girls were sleeping there. There is no space to sit. So you just sit, someone will come and sit on your lap. If you stand up to go and pee, another person will come and sit. It's just like prisons. So guys, if I say don't go, don't go. I have a lot of videos about this. You can check in the description. I'll leave them in the description. So please, if after watching this video and you still want to go, just be ready for your death. Be prepared for anything if you really want to go, because people go there and never come back. I was on the free flight for all Ghanaians in Lebanon, and you know, people were paralyzed. You know, during the explosion, people died. People were paralyzed, and nobody heard about them because they are not important in that country. You won't believe this. You get paralyzed, you can die, anything can happen to you. You're not even a human being. You are an animal to them. So please think twice. Think twice before leaving this country to that hell. Thank you very much for watching.
So there you have it. Whew, yeah. During the end of the video, she raised a very good point. You guys remember the whole I forgot, wait, was this last year? The Beirut explosion, and everybody was talking about, oh, pray for Lebanon, pray for Lebanon. But she was like, oh, the people that were stuck there, the people that were caught up in the explosion, like nobody prayed for them, right? They didn't get, it seems like they didn't obviously get the best medical treatment. Nothing really happened to them. They were just left there and stuck to their own resources. So, but let me see what some of you guys are saying here. That is very true. That is true. That is so true. I don't know how to solve that problem, to be honest. Like, somebody was saying that the remedy to solve this is that these horrible events keep happening so that people can actually wake up and realize how serious it is. And I know it might sound kind of hopeless, but I'm starting to agree with that. mind frame, because just trying to speak to somebody about why they should stop doing this, why they should stop treating them nice, they don't want to hear it. No, they don't want to hear it. I don't know about East Africa, but I know I don't think Nigeria has it, but I know for sure Ghana, and I think Ivory Coast, if I'm not mistaken, has a pretty significant Lebanese community. So it's just really, really interesting to see how the tables are not turning. It's very, very interesting to know that the Lebanese own so many food chains, they own so many things in Ghana, but Ghanaians in Lebanon ain't really doing anything. So very, very interesting aspect. And I agree with you. Like, if more Ghanaians were to speak out about this, then the Ghanaians, especially the Ghanaians who never left Ghana, would be like, oh no, you're just being racist. You're just no, you can't say that. Why would you do that? They didn't deserve this. They're our family. They're Ghanaians now. It's like, okay. But in some of these countries, they call you Abid or Abid. Sorry, I'm getting the term wrong, but you guys know what I mean. They call you Abid. And that's completely fine, So, anyways, let me play 2 more clips and then I'll open up the stream if anyone wants to join. Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, thank you. I think he did a donation, and so did Shumanga. So let's see if we could get one more donation before we open up the lines. Okay, let's see if we could do one more. From someone who hasn't already donated already in the stream. I don't really want to be redundant because we already talked about the agency, but I'll just play like maybe 2 minutes of this clip really quick because she kind of talks about it a little bit here.
So check him out. I will put details right on the screen and go again check on the comment section. I will pin all the details about the agency name, his contacts and everything there. Check him out. If you are in Kenya, give him a call. If you are in other countries, just message him WhatsApp and he will respond right away. I have an okay from him, so I'm very, very sure that he's gonna help you guys. And another thing, there is the other post I posted last. I know that the lady didn't respond to other people because he had only 5 visas by that time and they were given out all, but they are still on arranging if they will find another opportunities for those who haven't get one from. I will update you all. So just be patient, right? Because right now things are a bit tough because many companies they want if you've been given a visa, they want you to come and pay quarantine because right now there is quarantine fee. You have to pay them by yourself, of which it's a bit expensive to most of others. So please just be patient and everything is going to be alright. Today it's very, very hot outside, but I had to do this so fast so that I can help those who think that I really don't want to respond to you. I never thought that it is like this now. Handling my work, everything, and handling a channel is not something that easy. But I'm always here for you guys. If I had that opportunity to respond and have that opportunity.
Okay. I was trying to stop the video, but that was like, so the reason why I was playing that, especially, right? The intention of me playing that was you guys saw that she literally put the name of the agent that was a connection man to get more people. And obviously, more people, especially with YouTube, they're going to keep going. So it's like, some people in here are like, well, maybe they should just stop going there. Maybe they should just stop doing this. Maybe they're making videos literally saying, hey, this is how I got here. Come here too. You know what I mean? And it's interesting because the connection man or the agent is obviously aware of cases where things go wrong in these cases, but they're still going to be an agent. They're still going to be a connection man. They're still going to be in the business of essentially selling or being the middleman of selling their own people. That's the sickness of it all. Okay, so I'm trying to close some of the resources that I already opened. Okay, let me show this other resource here. And I will actually, you know, I normally don't do this, but I will actually once this video uploads, I will actually have all the links of everything that I showed. I'll actually have those links so you guys could read it on your own time as well. So don't worry about it. This is another instance right here. In the video shot outside by an anonymous bystander, a very close to the Ethiopian consulate in Beirut, Lebanon, on February 2012, a 33-year-old Ethiopian female domestic worker was savagely beaten and violently dragged in the Al Mahuz. Dragged by Ali Mahuz, who is the brother of a labor recruiter, into the back seat of a black BMW. While a chorus of men silently watched the unfolding event and no one came to help her or stop the beating and the dragging. Well, to put things into perspective, I mean, if I know many men here, if they saw a woman being beat and dragged, they wouldn't help either. So I kind of get it. But the savagery of it all is just, who deserves to be beaten and dragged? Is, oh my goodness. Especially if you're working. This is not like an actual beef, like an actual personal fight. Like, this is a worker. What could have they done that was so bad that you have to drag them and beat them? Like, this videotaped incident was later aired by the Lebanese Broadcasting Corporation, and the video went viral. Yes, it did. But what happened after the video? Nothing. Okay. The same report report records that after the incident, police arrived at the scene and took Alam to the detention center without arresting any of her tormentors. Of course they won't. Of course they won't. You're the foreigner. You're the one that's seen as a problem. You're the one who has no rights. You're the one who doesn't pay any taxpayer money into the system. Of course they're not going to arrest their own people. Alam was transferred to the Der Shalib Psychiatric Hospital for medical care. Where she hung herself using her bed sheets early in the morning on March 14, 2012. Was there any justice for this woman at all? Who deserves to be treated like this? She was so tormented by this horrible traumatic event that this is the method that she used to help her pain and to help her. It doesn't have to get to this level. It does not have to get to the level where someone has to do this to themselves. A 33-year-old woman who knows if she was married, who knows if she had a family, and even if she didn't, more life to her, that opportunity was taken away from her. Five years later, in a horrifying video of an Ethiopian domestic worker falling down from what media reports, yeah, we saw that. I played that recently. The video appears to have been filmed by the worker's employer inside the apartment with domestic worker dangling outside the window. Rather than yeah, okay. I think I showed the aftermath, like I showed her when she was already in the hospital. But this is basically saying that here in the video, rather than assisting her from falling, the employee was videotaping the incident from inside while the panic worker calls out for her to grab her. But within 12 seconds of the, and I'm obviously not going to play that video for obvious reasons. If you want to see it, you know, you could see that, but I don't want to play, you know, somebody dying. I'd rather not do that right now. But within 12 seconds of the video recording starting, the dangling woman lost her grip and fell from the. Okay, I'm mixing situations, my bad. She survived in this instant, but there was another video I witnessed where I don't think the person survived. So I'm mixing those two instances, my bad, but she did survive, but in any case, she lost her grip and she fell. And the employee, no, sorry, the employer, not the employee. The employer videotaped it. Like, when in real life does someone videotape somebody literally dangling from a balcony? You know, instead of actually at least trying to speak some sense into them or help them get off the balcony. Like, who does this? So another report here shows that there are millions of women that are going through this. Is this the right one? I think so. Oh no, this is not the right one. Okay. Okay, you know what? Whatever. Let me just read this anyways. So I think what I was trying to show here was what are the advocacy groups, what are the organizations doing about this, right? And then this later goes on to basically explain that while governments have taken important steps to build the foundations for a response to human trafficking, particularly with the ratification of treaties and enactment of laws, significant gaps in the implementation of policies and enforcement of laws were noted. Significant gaps remain in accessing justice, combating discrimination, ensuring workers are free to leave or change their employers. The proper functioning and covering of labor laws for vulnerable groups of workers, passport withholding, and lack of rights awareness. One priority is to ensure that victims are not too routinely detained and arrested. Existing support services, particularly victim identification and support services, are in their infancy and need government support to continue to reach the already identified need. So a lot of these organizations and movements are and groups are in their infancy stages. They just started. And to be quite frank, they don't really have a lot of leverage. Like, to be just 100% honest, they don't really have a lot of power. So they are trying, but I think maybe 2 hours prior, when I was trying to speak about this, I was talking about how difficult it is to actually do this because we're talking about different groups of Africans from different regions. And then we're talking about different groups of Africans in different regions that are in different Gulf countries that all have their own sovereign like rules and laws, right? So it's really, really difficult to actually do this because there's just so many different aspects. There's so many different factors to this, you know? If we're talking about this is wrong in Saudi Arabia, well, how do we apply what happened in Saudi Arabia to the UAE or to Yemen or to Lebanon or to Kuwait? And then how do you centralize that enough to actually tackle the communities that this is happening to? Because evidently this is happening to Asians, this is happening to Indians. But if we're speaking about Africans, are we going to then break it down to, let's say, the Ethiopians, the Nigeria? Like, how do you specialize and specify this when you're doing advocacy? That seems to be a big, huge problem as well. And then also, a lot of these countries don't really care about human rights, period. So then it's really, really difficult to imagine getting human rights as a foreigner, like as a domestic worker. It's kind of like you must be dreaming. You know what I mean? It's literally like you must be dreaming. And lastly, I think this is the last paper or PDF resource that we have for today. Not forever, but only for today. It's talking about understanding human trafficking and exploitation of migrant labor in MENA. So migration to MENA offers tremendous opportunity and serious risk for millions of women and men from South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa who travel to the region for employment in the construction, manufacturing, agriculture sectors, and in private homes as housekeepers, gardeners, drivers, caregivers, and nannies. These roles, generally considered unappealing by the local population, contribute to the transmission of billions of dollars in remittances to labor sending countries. So I guess that answers, some people's questions, like, of course it's exploitation. Of course it's, horrible. Of course it's bad. But the justification that a lot of these workers are doing is it contributes to billions of dollars in remittances to their countries. So when I was having a conversation with someone from a particular country about this, right? They were bragging to me about how remittances are so great, remittances are so awesome. And I'm like, yeah, not really. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, remittances are important, but if we're talking about, oh, we go into the UAE because of remittances, stop it. Stop it. Okay. Stop. While remittances are largely used to improve the lives of dependent families in the home country, too often comes a risk of the welfare of the migrant workers. Exactly. Some of whom experience exploitative working and living conditions that may amount to human trafficking, forced labor, death. Anyways, I'm really liking this, so I'm gonna just have the link to this article here in the thing. I could go further, but I've literally spoke for almost 3 hours, so I don't really I don't really want to go deeper into that right now. But I did think that there was one more video. Hold on. And I promise these other videos, I'm not going to play the whole ones because we don't have time for that. So let me see if I can find the video here. Oh, and thank you to, I think, Rwangalese and somebody else donated. Thank you. I'll be showing that in a minute. I'm just trying to load something on my end, like always. Or maybe I don't need to play. I think you guys get the point. I think I've played enough videos that actually show the point. So let me drop the link then. I'll just play this in the background, I guess, because this person, and I'll have her video. I'll have okay, so it's loading, but I'll have okay. Whoa, my bad. Sorry guys. I thought I was talking, my bad. Okay. Let me actually save this one till later when the panelists are on. We can watch that one. But someone was asking me, right? Somebody was asking me how come, oh, when they go to these countries, they cover their hair. Because a lot of these people are not Muslim, right? Like they're just, some of them are even actually Christian, and they're going to these countries. So why did they dress like that? Why did they cover up? And it's like, kafala system, number one. You're going to your owner's home, like your owner, if all the other women in the house, right, are covered up, you as the maid, you're gonna have to be covered up too. Like that's common sense. But I don't know why that was something that so many people were asking. So hopefully that answers that question. And this is, wait, one more. This is one more. Hold on. I'm trying to again, I will link her video here. I'll link her YouTube channel as well. You guys, a lot of these maids that I'm getting this information from, some of them have YouTube channels and they actually speak from their own mouth. So I try to get resources from like articles, but then also firsthand resources as well. So let me quickly.
And you are welcome back to my YouTube channel once again. Hey, if you are new here, my name
Give
is
it
Gina.
a minute
This
to
channel I
load.
create
Give it a
content
minute to load.
about my life as a housemaid in Saudi Arabia. Okay, so if you are new here, don't forget to subscribe and put that notification button on so that anytime Ramadan, after Ramadan, you know, we used to go to farm after Ramadan. Every Ramadan, it's only that this coronavirus came that we don't go there. We couldn't go last year, so every after Ramadan, the day they break the Ramadan, we go to family house. Okay, that's where all the family will gather, and these people, like, it's more than a shelf to them, because even if the family meets or they are a lot of people in the house, they don't care. I'll be do the cooking, everything from A to Z. We were going in the morning. Even one of the sons was saying that I'm really tired, so they should leave me behind so that I can rest and wait for them. But my madam insisted, this woman, she insisted that she will go with me. She is not going to leave me here. So do I have a choice? I don't have anything to say. I dressed up, we went. When we get there in the morning, we prepare. I met Indonesians, I gathered to family. So in the evening around 12, they asked us to go and prepare macaroni jollof and macaroni ahmad. So we were preparing macaroni jollof, and you know, this country, they use some butter in the can. You know, the housemaid people may know what I'm talking about. So the can, it's very big can, okay, like tin tomatoes can, and we need the butter to do the stew for the macaroni. So when we were opening it, you know, going to show my superwoman there, So when we were opening the can, we used a tin cutter to open the can, and when we were opening it, we got to a point that the tin cutter is not cutting it again, and it has left some place that we can't open and we can't leave it to. So I was forcing, and I used knife. Okay, I used knife to cut it like the way the African we use knife to cut it. That's what I was saying. I'm saying that don't come and show your African superwoman in Arab people's house, because if you show your African, if you can show it in Ghana or your country, Africa, okay? Because if you get problem, your families will be there to support you. But here, if you show your African superwoman and you get a problem, please, you'll be like, nobody's going to support you. Nobody's going to be there for you. You will do your work like the way you are doing it normal, okay? So when I was using the knife to cut it, and my hand and the can top, where we have used the tin cutter to cut already, you know, that sharp, when you open the can head, you know, that sharp object, my hand, when I was using the knife, my hand and that can top, it's crashed, okay? It's shy. I don't know how I'll say it in English. Oh, it's shy, okay? Then it crashed. You know, I was using a lot of energy to use the knife to cut it, and it crashed. Then I shouted, I said, I've cut my hand. Then when I see here, it was very white, there was no blood. Then I used my hand to do it like this. The first thing that came into my head is that, how will I work? How will I clean the utensils? How will I do the work? That's the first thing that came into my head, because I know the type of skin I have. Something small, it will be a big whoop. Something small, I'll get a soap, okay? So I was just standing, I don't know what to do. Then the lady came and said, oh, is it true that you have cut yourself? Then I said, yes, a big up to you, okay? You really helped me. And like, we forced at the kitchen, me and her, we tried to stop the blood, but the blood was not stopping. And that girl said, okay, for now, we don't know what we are going to do again. So the girl went to the hall and told them that this is what have happened to me. I have cut myself, and there's a lot of blood coming, so they should come and see whether they will take me to hospital or whatever they will do. And when the girl went in, it's very sad that my madam and the 3 daughters, grown up 3 daughters, four of them, they were sitting at the hall. I swear, nobody attended to me. Nobody even get to the kitchen. That thing, it still pains me. Like the way I'm sacrificing, although I need money, okay, but some works, it's like a sacrifice. I do all these things for them, and they don't appreciate, they don't know how important I am to them. But very soon I will mafia them. The time they need me the most, that will be the time I also quit this job. I don't care. So they couldn't attend to me, and one of the family members, that lady came to me. Oh, she was even crying, because when she see the blood coming in, it wasn't easy. So she went quickly and used some old rag at the kitchen. Then you use it to tie my hand. Then she went and told the mother. She even didn't go to my madam, because I think they know the type of character they have. Because how that you are working, or you came with your shagala or your house help, and there's a problem, you need to attend to, okay, and ask what's the reason why. So the girl went to the mother and told the mother, this is what has happened to me, but there's too much blood coming. Then the mother said, okay, take her to hospital. So that lady took me to hospital. She stand there for more than 30 minutes and they haven't attended to me. And God being so good, they attended to me, they stitch it. And when they stitch it, they give me injection, then they give me drugs.
Okay, so I'm just gonna let it load a little bit because it's like pausing a bit and it's kind of annoying me. But in the meanwhile, I've posted her channel link in the description. By the way, an updates, she's not in I think she was in Saudi. She's not in Saudi anymore. She was there for 4 years for a contract and she left. In fact, a couple of these people that are on YouTube making these videos, I noticed that as soon as their time is up, they leave. But I don't know if that's normal or if that's just because they're on YouTube, so that's why they left. I don't know. But an update is, yeah, she's not in Saudi Arabia anymore. She went back to her country. But yeah, I mean, as one of the ladies was explaining, I think in one of these other videos, the video before this one or maybe one before that, not all of them get to go back to their own country. Like some go back in body bags, some are buried there. So it's like, it's just very interesting. But let me continue. And yeah, if anybody has anything to add, the link is at the top of the video now, so you can click on it.
Drugs, then we came back home. My God, when we came back home, and still this woman didn't ask me like how am I even feeling. Oh my God, some Arabs are very heartless. This woman didn't. So I was saying, if I'm your daughter, aren't you get any, like as a woman, at least if I'm not your daughter, you have to get some feelings for me. Because you have got pregnant before, you know how it feels, someone's daughter. Then this woman didn't say anything to me. When I came, they called me to the hall and they asked me, most of them, they asked me how I'm feeling. For them, they don't even care about me. The only thing they asked me that, did they give me drugs? Will I eat? Then I said, I will not eat. Then I went and sleep. I slept in the next day. This my hand, because of the bandage, my hand has swollen. Because you know the type of sin I have, my hand has swollen. It has swollen, and I called one of my friends in Ghana and I told her this is what has happened to me, and she told me that maybe it's because of the bandage. It's very, they tight it, okay, it's very tight, so maybe that's the reason why it's swelling. So I should remove the bandage again and redo it. Okay, so I remove it and I redo it before the swelling come down small. Maybe I'll show you picture to where maybe some here. Okay, I'll show you. I think I still have a picture of when there was a bandage. Okay, so I did that and it was paining me, too much painful. I don't know why. And in the afternoon, one of the daughters came, why am I still lying down? Meanwhile, I know that the kids have wake up and I need to go and like tied where they slept and pick everything, the blanket and everything. I should go and fold it. Then I said, oh, my hand, just I can't even do anything with my hand. And you were asking me to go and wash bathrooms, to go and fold blankets. Then I started crying. Then I said, my hand is paining me. He said, this thing small that you are lying there, you don't want to go and work. Then the mother also came and he said, when you were doing that thing, who told you to go and do it? You should have taken your time and do it. That's what the woman came and told me. She didn't have any sympathy for me. How am I even feeling? Like that day was my saddest day ever to be with this family. But do I have a choice? I cried the whole day. So one of the grandchildren came and told me that, hey, I should go and sit somewhere and relax because my hand is paining me. I can't fold any blanket, okay? So I should go and find some place and sit and relax. If I'm hungry, I should go and eat and take my medicine. I shouldn't go and do it. The kids have to do it because I'm sick. Then I said I have to, because the way your mother is behaving, I don't want her to bring her craziness on me. That day, the way I cried, I don't want to be emotional. You know, I'm a very emotional person. I don't want to bring it here. Like, I clean. Then the girl asked me to stop. When I was cleaning her, I thought this lady would be saying, maybe, I'm sorry, don't clean it, leave it there. Never. They couldn't. So we spent 3 days there with this my hand. After we left there, we went to party and they were still sending me big things. And the madam, the one who let the daughter send me to hospital, said, why are they doing this to me? Can't they see that my hand is paining me? I have get injury, so at least they have to give me some time for my hand to heal small. But no, I use it to do small. Then the woman really shouted me to go and find some place, because I know the people I'm staying with. When we came to our house, that's where I got to realize that, hey, I have get a problem, or I have cut myself, and it's a big problem for me. When we get here, you know, I cook, I do cleaning, I do ironing. This my hand, because they stick it here, okay, and here too there's a vein here, the vein here, okay.
Okay, so you guys get the point. Basically, she cut herself and she was still expected to work, and luckily she was able to go to a hospital to get treated, but I mean, it wasn't by her boss, it was by a family member. And in some of these women, I really do feel bad for them, because it's like they're one person, but they have to take care of a whole family, because in a lot of these places, it's communal living. So it's you, it's your husband, it's your children, and it could be your parents and either other extended family members, that a couple of maids, in lucky cases, maybe they'll hire more maids for a plural family, or a family is already plural. I mean, like a large family, they'll already hire like more than one maids. But in really sad cases, it's like one maid is supposed to take care of like 7, 8 grown adults for the same pay. But yeah, anyways, thanks guys for being here. Yeah, Mo, did you have anything to add to the topic? Thanks for calling in. Okay. Interesting. So Mo, I don't know if your thing is muted, but if it is, you might want to unmute. Dr. R, did you have anything to add to the stream? Thanks for calling in.
Hi, yes, I would like to add something about this. To be honest, it doesn't really surprise me, and frankly, I don't really care, because this shit's has been going on for decades. And the people know, and the government know, that there are human rights abuses that exist in those countries. This includes governments like the Philippine government, because it brings in billions, since the Philippines has got a big population, an excess population, and the government doesn't care if these women are going to these countries, but making good money, but getting beaten and abused. And you know what's funny? These men are cowardly for letting their women folk be sent to these countries. And I really don't give a damn, to be honest.
What do you mean? Oh, you just feel like, okay, so since they're going there, they should be left to their own devices?
Of course, because why should I care about these Africans who are going to these countries? These countries do not respect Africa, and Africans back in the continent hate each other, and they don't respect themselves. And the government officials who have agreements with these countries know there are human rights abuses. There's the kafala system. And these governments are just thinking about the economy. These politicians care about their pockets than their citizens. And you've got the agents who are also involved, who say that you're going to be living this lifestyle when you travel to this country, blah, blah, blah. But once they get there, the agent has took their money. And once they arrive in that country, they have their passports taken away. The agent's also involved with these people as well in that country.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
I mean, I kind of agree with the stuff that Dr. R says. By the way, thanks for having me. And earlier, yeah, my mic was muted. So the moment I tried to fix that, I accidentally backed out. So I had to kind of join back up again. And yeah, what's up, Dr. R?
I'm good.
Nice. So yeah, my point of view on all of this is, again, people like to, as you said earlier, African Manelian, people like to confuse Libya for the problems of the Gulf. Libya itself is a corrupt country. It's lawless. It has no government. And when you see all these Africans that are trying to escape Africa, they tend to go, especially the Central and West Africans tend to, and the East Africans now, they're trying to, because again, instead of going the route they used to go to escape Africa, which is basically the Gulf of Aden through the Red Sea, which is again a desert plain, and it's a long, treacherous desert. They decided to go through Libya, which was again a big mistake. It's a lawless country. Anybody that gets captured over there, you're gonna be held ransom. Just the other day, I read an article where it said 10 Egyptians got captured and they've been held for ransom. So again, they don't discriminate. Anybody that goes through there, you know what you know what's coming for you. And
no. I also wanted to add. Are you aware of organ harvesting? Because there was a documentary about Yemenis who are basically being sent to places like Egypt, and the Egyptian government is involved. They say they'll get paid money, but they get paid little, and they're taking advantage of these Yemenis of their organs because of corruption in that country. Because it's not just Africans, but organ harvesting is a big business in many countries, in the Balkans, in Ukraine. There's even Ukrainians who are being trafficked. And also, I don't want to go off topic, but Israel is the organ harvesting epicenter, if you know about that.
Yeah, I do. I know what you're talking about. With the Yemenis themselves are not so innocent. Look what they're doing to the Habasha.
But why do the Yemenis and some of them, why do they do that?
I mean, see, the Yemenis, you have to understand something about them. Again, it's a lawless country. Yemeni politics is kind of crazy right now. It's the South versus the North. What's happening in Yemenis is the Shias versus the Sunnis. The South being Shias and like basically a Shia sector of Islam, and the North being the Sunnis. And what's happening? The North is being backed by Saudi, and the South is being backed and given arms by Iran. And Iran is basically has the biggest Shia population. So basically, Iran and Saudi is using Yemen, the country itself, as a proxy war. So they're using the Yemeni people as their own battlefield. And I've basically recently, about Dr. R point, I've recently looked at a documentary about what the Yemeni people are doing to the people that entered their country. I mean, especially what they're doing to the Oromos. What these people are doing is they, as African Millennium also talked about earlier, is how they put in almost 6,000 people in basically in jail facilities, and they're keeping them in there. It's disgusting. I mean, you reap what you sow. That saying still goes there. If you're gonna do that, then make sure it's gonna come back at you. I don't find the the Yemenis, what they're doing. I don't find them innocent. They get what they deserve. If they're gonna do that, then make sure you're willing to pay the price.
But Mo, since you're young here, I think I need to educate you on this. Why are these Ethiopians, these Oromas and these Habashis, why are they fleeing their country in large numbers to go to places like Saudi Arabia or Europe, especially to the Gulf? Because listen up to, because I was in Somalia, a lot of them are transiting through our country and doing cheap labor, and a lot of them are going to this port city just to leave.
You mean Berbera?
Like Berbera, yes. A lot of them are going through.
Yeah, I've been to Berbera, yeah.
Transiting, I've been there as well. Transit through our country just to get to that place, and obviously Yemen is a lawless country, and they want to get to Saudi Arabia. By the end of the day, it's their fault.
Yeah.
You can't blame these people. You can't blame these people.
Yes, but again, you have to understand. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not like again. Ethiopia is not so innocent as well. You see what the problem that's recently been occurring with them about the TPLF versus the Republic Army. Again, Ethiopia has a lot of problems within its country. It's in a civil war right now. So of course you're gonna have people escaping the country and trying to find a better place to go to. But again, in what world would you think Yemen is a better place than Ethiopia? I mean, I think their plan was to get through Saudi. I think their plan was to go through Yemen into Saudi. But again, why would you try to go to Saudi if you know Yemen is a war zone? I mean, there's too many.
The people are not. Again, the people are not educated. They're not educated. The people that are leaving the country.
I mean, you've been to Berbera, so you probably know about how many the large influx of Yemenis in Somaliland. You've probably seen it, Doctor.
Aware.
Yeah, you're probably aware of there's a lot of
Yes, I
Yemenis.
know. There's a lot of Syrians and Yemenis who are refugees. Yes, I've seen them big. I'm aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're escaping civil war, so they're coming to us as well. It's crazy.
No, but the problem is, with Ethiopia. Ethiopia's got the fastest growing economy in Africa. Why are they leaving their country instead of fixing the problems? This applies to any other Africans. This applies to Nigerians. This even applies to Ghanaians. You've got Ghanaians and Nigerians. Ghana is much better than in terms of its economy and standard of, in terms of like life.
Yeah.
Living there, I've never been to Ghana, but I believe that Ghana is better than Lebanon. Lebanon's a small country with a population of 6 million. There's nothing.
See, it's the mindset. It's the mindset.
Let me finish. There's literally nothing in Lebanon. A lot of Lebanese people are going to Brazil, Australia, Italy, America, all over. And the country's basically a shithole, it's collapsed. But then you still have Africans who think it's better to go there than stay in their own country to better. At the end of the day, I blame the government, and the people should blame themselves as well. It's very shocking. Imagine cleaning, I've even heard stories of these Africans cleaning the Arab man's toilet, saying the worst of the worst of the worst. Same with Indians.
Yeah, no.
It's very, very sad.
I was gonna say, it's not just the Ethiopians and the other Africans they treat bad. I grew up in the UAE. I grew up in a city called Sharjah, which is basically close to Abu Dhabi. That's where I was born and grew up. I saw how they treated the Pakistani and the Indians, which was disgusting. I mean, they would lock at least 15 Indians and Pakistani people in one house, or I think it's 2 rooms. They'd put 15 Indians in one room and they put the other 15 in another room. They would lock them in there like animals. They would cage them.
Again, I've never been to UAE. I am very, very aware of what goes on in UAE in these countries. By the way, with those Indians and Pakistanis, once again, with the Africans, if you go on YouTube and see these Indian adverts of advertising in these different parts of India, they'll tell these people, come to UAE, come to UK, just pay like 10,000. So these people will literally sell their parents' houses, their plot of land, their gold, everything, just to go to these countries. They find out there's not much opportunities. They'll get beaten and abused.
In the UAE, I promise you.
Guys, one second. There's other people on the panel as well. And someone has a TV in the background. Do you want to?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute until they turn off the TV. Thank you to Rowan Golis. Thank you to MS Delta Guy. Thank you to Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. Supergirl, thank you. Appreciate it. This is a really hard topic to talk about, and there was a lot. Like, I can do a part 2 or part 3 because I wasn't even like 50% done. But anyways, we're gonna let H Block go ahead. Thank you for calling in. Did you have anything to add to the topic?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Ari Rude Boy, come on, bro. $2, do better, bro. You live in Toronto, come on, dude. And shout outs to MS Delta Guy for showing some love, and also Rwanda Congolese guy, man. Shout out to those guys for showing some love to the channel.
That's easy.
Every Rude Boy, come
I
on.
wasn't expecting that. That means I wasn't expecting that. Thank you. Is that euros? That's 20 euros, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna let the other guy speak first.
Okay. Steven, did you have something to add to the topic?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. What was the topic again?
Stupid. Stupid.
I came a bit late, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Literally, did you read the live stream? Because that's literally what the topic
Uh,
is about. Africans
Africans care about.
basically, yeah, Africans
Uh-huh.
are going to the UAE, they're going to Dubai. You've heard about this, how Africans are being treated bad in the Gulf countries.
Oh yes, yes, yes,
But
yes, yes. It's unfortunate that. But yeah, you said what?
oh no, go ahead.
I said it's unfortunate, but I think it just all stems back to the white is right or anything is better than black kind of thing that has perpetuated the psyche of a lot of Africans. Some people may say it as, oh, they want to see outside the world and want to see outside their borders. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But even if that, because I think a lot of people on the continent have heard stories about their fellow other Africans being treated in the UAE, but yet they'll still go, they'll just be like, so far it won't happen to me kind of thing. It won't happen to experience it, then I can just go there, which is not necessarily not the case. So I think that a lot of folks don't really understand those nuances of other races, of not you. Us Africans being a majority is a good thing or a bad thing. Whether we don't really have like a subconsciousness about race consciousness of how other groups of people see us. I don't know whether it is our advantage or to our detriment, to be honest with you.
Right. No, but I wanted to
Because
ask
if
you.
other races of people understand race or any first, why is it that the people on the continent
Your internet's bugging, bro.
message yet? Or can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I said that it's just unfortunate that a lot of Africans don't really see that race concept. I'm not saying that they should identify with race, but they should have that kind of awareness of how other groups of people view them. And even if they do, they still that I don't care, so far it won't happen to me kind of thing for making them to persist. I don't know whether it is in our advantage or just to our detriment.
It is to our detriment. None of this is to our advantage. And Steven, they're going there for like Steven,
I'm hearing.
$1,000 a month is nothing, right? They're going
Of
there for
course it's
less
not.
than that.
Maybe it's because they just don't want, they just want to escape some certain things, like they want to just, have this
A
naive
lot of these,
vision of how the world is.
I could be mistaken, but these people don't look like refugees, like actual refugees.
No, they're not, no.
So this is
I
just
don't
horrible.
believe so. Whew, I don't know what to even say. Then you have some silly ass people. I don't know whether if it's true. I saw on the news that in Ukraine is going to start war in Africa.
What did you say?
I said that I just heard us about some Nigerians trying to fight for the Ukraine, but how many Ukrainians are trying to fight for Africa? That's
no.
It's just something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. H Block, did you want to say something? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, are we surprised like how we get treated in these countries as Africans? Just look at how we treat each other at home. Like, we don't respect each other. Why do we expect other people to respect us? It doesn't make sense. I blame on African governments, and I blame on African people as a whole. We have to do better. We have to change our culture if we want people to uphold us and treat us equal. The way we treat us, people are looking at us, and saying these people are savages. Why should we treat them better when they treat each other like that? You see what I'm saying? So the problem in those countries, in those Gulf countries, and racism is also bigger issue in the African continent, and it's not just Gulf countries that treat black people that way. It's all over the world. Every single country in the world, like black people always are at the bottom. Even what's like I was watching a video, what's going on in Ukraine, and they were picking other races before black people. Literally, they were picking the Asians, the Indians, the Arabs. They're letting them in the train after the Ukrainians, and the black people were literally the last, like in the
Really?
bottom. Yes, some black girl, Nigerian girl, made a video about that. So like, are we even surprised the way these people are treating us? It's like the way we treating each other. That's the way they're treating us too. So we have to talk about the bigger issue that we have in the continent. But another thing that I want to say is, if you're black, if you're African, you know, racism in the West is bad. Racism in other countries is bad, but racism in the Muslim world is 1,000 times worse. Stop going to these countries. They literally don't look at us as humans at
Shut
all.
the cap.
Mo, I mean, H Block, I have to
That's a
disagree with
lie.
you on that.
Same.
Mo, can I,
Why?
H Block,
Why?
can I say something? Can I say
Go ahead.
something?
Go ahead, bro.
Can I say something? Yeah, listen to me carefully, and everybody in the panel. You know how in the West, how we have political correctness, how they talk about white racism and all of this. I believe that third world racism in countries like Africa, Brazil, India, the Middle East is much, 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 much worse than European racism. You could agree or disagree with me. Do you disagree with me on that, H Block?
No, I agree with you on that 100%, and that's the point I was trying to make. Those countries
No,
in
but
those,
I'm telling you right now, if you go to any country, if you go
huh?
to any country, if you go to any country, there's more racism in places like South Africa, in Jordan, in India. And I've spoken to a lot of people from these countries, and racism in UK or America is nothing. There's more racism. For example, Brazil is a very diverse country, and you would assume there's no racism there. Brazil's a very racist country. It's more racist than America. And you've got black people that are racist to other black people.
Well, you can't talk about racism when you're talking about people of the same race. Maybe some discrimination.
You're not even listening to me. I said that Brazil is a diverse country, multicultural, mixed country. There's more racism in Brazil than in America. I said that.
But you
in
said
the West,
Africa has got more racism to other Africans. So that
well, I'm
can't
talking
be
about third
racism.
world racism. If you go to any country, if you go to Trinidad or if you go to, because I met a lot of people from these countries, and they told me racism is bad in their country. Everyone complains about racism in there. People complain about French racism,
That's
American
true.
racism, white racism.
That's true, because most of those countries have got Europeans and African people together. That's why. Most of those countries, Brazil, Trinidad.
No. Trinidad has got Indian and black and Indian.
Yeah, so different races of people. That's my point. That's just the point I'm trying to say.
And I'm gonna have to disagree with what H Block said about the Muslim. Again, you can't use the word Muslim if you're going to describe a certain amount of people, state their country, because Muslims are not racist. If you're a true Muslim, then you're not racist. You're getting your information modeled up. The whole point of Islam is, what did the Prophet say?
No,
nobody's above anybody.
That's a lie. That's what it says. But
okay, then
culture,
again, you said I'm lying. Where am I lying?
Like, people's culture still surpass their religion. I've been a Muslim. I've tried to be, but I had to leave because the racism that I found in that thing had to come out.
Again, I'm not going to debate you on Islam because that's going to take a whole lot.
So, Mo, are you saying people in Middle East, people that are predominantly Muslim, are not racist? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's just
again. Wait. You can call yourself a Muslim, but you're already breaking the terms of Islam if you're racist. So you can't be a Muslim and be racist. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. Mo, why are you using racism?
And religion are two different
why are you
things,
using
bro.
racism?
If you're going to refer to someone, say that then the Arabs of the Gulf are racist. Say that, but instead you're saying the Muslims.
They happen to be Muslim.
To give a bad image
to
Islam,
and they're racist as fuck.
Oh my gosh!
So what?
This guy.
Like, I don't
again, you're not hearing what I'm saying.
Why you getting confused?
No, you're getting confused. You're getting confused because the teachings of Islam.
That's just a teaching. That's just a teaching.
H-Block, are you Muslim?
Oh, we don't need to. We don't need
H
to
block, are you
get
Muslim?
into. No, we don't need to
Muslim.
get
Hey,
into
Yeah.
Mo, I heard him say some stuff about. He said some
That's what I
Islamophobic
thought.
stuff.
No, that's what I thought. He's a Somali, but he's not Muslim. Let's keep
What
it
does that
that.
have to do with anything, bro?
Because you're not answering. No, wait, bro. Again, this will tell me a lot. Are you Muslim? Yes or no?
More.
It doesn't matter what I am. I'm telling
Islam
the
is a
truth.
Because again,
religion.
you're
A
getting your
lot of
information
Muslims are
muddled up.
racist.
Because
Stop defending people because they Muslim, bro. You
Listen.
idiot.
Let me finish. You're getting things muddled up. You said if all the Muslim countries are racist.
They are 100%.
Islam does not teach people to be racist. Tell me one
I didn't say
context.
anything about Islam. I
You
said
just said Muslim countries.
These people are Muslim.
Again. H block. You're not hearing yourself. You said Muslim countries. What are Muslims to you then?
More. All religion don't teach
Are
people
Muslims
to be
Islam?
racist. There's
Are they
no
part of the
religion.
Islamic religion?
There's no
Bro,
religion that
you
teaches
just
people
doing
to
a
be
nigga
racist.
babble right now, bro. You just babbling
What?
for no reason.
Yeah, that's
what I
you're
said
saying.
was.
What are you talking about?
What I said was Saudis are racist and they're Muslim.
You know, I said Saudis. You
for
said
them
Muslim
being
countries.
Muslim, I didn't say anything about Islam is
I can
racist.
replay the recording for you.
What?
I can literally go on my laptop right now and replay what you said. The Muslim countries are racist.
They are.
I'm just telling you.
I'm saying it right now. You don't have to go back to the court. Muslim countries are racist.
What are you trying to prove?
Hezbollah, can you name me what countries are racist? There's about like what 30 something, 40 something, I don't even know, 50 something Muslim countries. Name those countries.
Saudi, all the Arab countries, they're all racist. All of them.
That's a
Are you
fact.
sure about
Well,
that?
I just want to talk about these people going to this
to play
countries
devil's
now.
advocate, so the Christian countries are racist too.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, bro. I'm having a bad connection.
Let's not talk about
I'll come back.
Muslim. Let's stay to the topic.
Let's talk about religion another time.
I want to ask.
Let's leave about the Muslim. We're not talking about Muslim and things over here. Well, I just want to talk about.
I ask you guys a question.
I just want to talk about this ladies going to this Arab countries to work. Well, I think, as I don't know who said it, was it Mo or Dr. Aro? I think we need to have more pride. You know, we Africans, we need to have pride in ourselves, because I heard one of the videos you play. This lady, she was explaining that if you go into this country, you must accept that they're going to treat you badly. You must accept that you might be raped. You must accept. What on earth? Why do you think it's normal for people to treat you like that just because you want money? I think if you think like that, you just feel so low about yourself, and definitely you've made the other person to think they're more superior than you. And if you make someone think they're superior than you, they're gonna treat you as shit. They're gonna treat you as they like, because you're proving to them that you are nobody. You're begging them. You know, I've seen terrible videos that that goes on this WhatsApp groups, how women have been treated in these Arab countries. It is really, really like disgusting. And for some reason, they still find a reason to still go there. They say, "Oh, this one treated me bad. Maybe this other one is going to treat me good." It's some kind of low esteem thing that I don't know how these people can stop the citizens from going there. And if you go to most of these African countries, they are the Africans themselves that are agents to these people, are selling their own people to these Arab countries. I'm going to say something that is going to like make people really sad. Sometimes if you see how these people behave, you might just think, well, it was really like Africans were the perfect people to be enslaved, because our mentality is still like really, really ancient and stupid. We've got no understanding how this world works, how this world sees us, and we're just so cut off out of this reality. And when we go, we kind of like, we're surprised that they're treating us like that. No, we're not. It's the way we present ourselves to these people. That's what we get, you know. So it's just
because I wanna say something. I mentioned this on the previous stream. Like, let's be real to ourselves. Some Africans are docile and they get pushed around by these outsiders, even when they go to these countries. How come you don't how come you don't get Indians, even though Indians do get pushed around in some of these countries, but not to the level of Africans? Why is that the case? Even with the situation in Ukraine, the Indian government has sent planes to that country to evacuate their citizens. But Africa, no African government, no airline from Africa has sent a single plane to Ukraine to evacuate the citizens.
No,
That's
they've
you
done.
know that,
No, they have. They already have.
Tell me
They
that
have.
the African governments don't give a fuck, and that's the reality. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna tell their people either get help from the UN or make your way out. Then we'll if the UN rescues you, we'll claim the credits later on that we rescued you.
That is, again, I agree with you, Dr. R. There are some Africans are docile because, again, see, the Arabs' introduction to Africa never happened recently. It happened a long time ago. It happened in the 7th
Thousands
century.
of years.
Yeah, it happened in the 7th century with their conquest, with their what basically happened when they first visited the Horn of Africa, when they were escaping their own people from persecution. And what happened is they came to northern Somalia and Ethiopia at that time, which was called Abyssinia. And what happened is,
Yeah, I was having a bad connection. Can you hear me now?
yes. What happened is and then we shielded
Mo,
them.
I don't want to. Mo, do not divulge from the topic. The point I'm trying to make is, why is it that Africans? Why is this madness is happening to them, but not to other
Because
groups?
they're docile.
I think no, Doctor, can I just say something? Maybe it's because of our
go ahead.
Many of us, I think for us as Africans, I think it's okay because many of us, our parents have actually taught us, like, to have a low profile, not to be outspoken when you're dealing with other Arab people. And I also think it's because of the subservient mindset of the association with the white skin or the fairer skin, or that constant belief that anything that is associated with light is better.
It's better, yeah, that's the point.
Anything that is associated with light is better, right? And I think somebody mentioned it in the comment section that Africans aren't really self-taught love and self-preservation, which I kind of agree, because I think it has something to do with this openness of our culture of believing that every stranger is a friend, which is dangerous. I think that kind of naive mentality still permeates to the continent to this day, except if those who are outside of the continent, and like Dr. R and Mo, who were born in the UK, you guys have already experienced white homogeneity in your respective countries, so you about people who have darker skin. Your counterparts on the continent may not really have that experience, and even if they do have that experience, they may have this.
Sorry to cut you short. I know people who have been to those countries. They were disrespected, treated badly. They came back and they had to go again. Why will you explain that? What's the reason for that?
Racism, bro. Hey, I gotta get back. Look, Dr. R, I agree with you 100%.
I think it's because that excitement.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yo, this ain't just Africans. This ain't just Africans. I'm saying is, for example,
yes,
docile. Let me put it. I want to say something. The most docile. Can I say something, H-Book? The most docile people I've ever come across that have been disrespected. I've seen this with my own eyes in the workplace. Are Indians and Filipino people who get shouted at by white people. They're the most docile people I've ever come across.
Absolutely. Bro, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, bro. And the reason is because the way African governments treat their own people. Why would anyone care about Africans when they're seeing African governments treating their own people that way? So when you say you blame on African governments, Dr. R, I agree with you 100%. And the majority of Africans are docile, man. Let's just be honest.
Hello, can I say something? Hello. Damn it, fuck, man. Anyways, later. I have to answer this call.
I think African millennial, you've got some echo going on behind your thing.
Okay. I don't think that was me, but I was saying, can you guys chill on the cuss words? Like, I know my family's watching this because this is a topic that they care about. So just chill out on the cuss words. Thank you. But I did have a question for any of the guys on the panel if you want to take it. How do you guys feel these are women, okay, mostly that are going through this. How do you guys feel that women are going through this? Like, how do African men feel that women are going through this? Isn't this...
Shame on them. Shame on them. Shame on them.
Exactly. I'm going to say this. This
what kind of man sends? What kind of man sends his wife to get molested, to get beaten?
I don't think they're really
name finished. Tribal African name finished.
Dr. R, wow, that's a lot of emotion right there.
I agree with him. Shame on them. Shame on them. What kind of man, yeah? You know what? Yeah, I don't understand you. If you're gonna send your wife, yeah, to do this shit, why don't you send her to Europe to go prostitute herself? At least she ain't gonna get beaten or abused in Europe. At least. Fucking hell.
That is sad. That is sad. I agree. But what I can say about is with us Somalis, we look after our women. That's a
Please,
good.
please
That's
stop that. I hate when you try to make
no.
Somali.
I'm not speaking from truth. I'm speaking from truth.
Put Somali like different. Stop that. Just say
No.
Africans. Don't try to
No.
we
It's not all
Somalians
Africans.
are this,
When
we Somalians are this. We Somalians are not treated
wait,
bad.
tribal African. I've seen you in the comment section also hating as well. I have seen you in the comment section hating on us. I can pull up some of the stuff you've been saying.
Listen to me. I don't hate. But when you come to this show and you're trying to say no, we
again,
Somalians, listen. And
there was not again. You're confusing the situation.
It's not
again.
You're
not letting me finish my sentence. You're not letting me finish anything. You just jumped on the moment you heard Somalis, just like you did in the comment section. You let me finish.
Yeah,
literally, the moment you hear Somali, you go psychotic. I see in the comment section.
Say what
Can you let me finish my sentence? Is that okay?
Yeah. Go
Bloody hell. Okay.
Go ahead.
Firstly, I was going to say, what's it called? From my experience, because I don't know, I can't speak for every other African. I was going to talk about my experience before you just jumped in and flied in because you heard the word Somali, you psycho.
Guys, calm down. I know it's a very sensitive topic.
No, it's just this guy. He says some of the ridiculous. He says some of the most ridiculous stuff. No, bro, we can't check on.
Just speak.
Really
emotional.
Basically,
but just go ahead.
Okay, I was going to speak from my experience. What happened is, from my family, there was someone that one of my cousins, who was going to marry someone from outside of from our race, and this person predominantly was Arab. And I forgot what country this person was from. And what happened is, the family found, we didn't do diligence. We have to find out who this person is, and we found out he's not a good person from his ex-wife. So then we stopped that from happening. Again, if you're going to not look after your wife, if you're not going to look after your women of your culture, if you're not going to look after the women of your country, then you might as well just let them do what they want. Because again, if this is gonna be the end all for the women of your country, then that's sad. I agree with Dr. R. This is gonna be sad. It is sad.
But one thing I want to add, one thing I want to add about this. Let's talk about this is very, very open secret. Let's talk about prostitution in Africa, in Europe. Because
let's talk first about
I want to add something. I was having this topic too. I was having this discussion with my friends 2 days ago about this.
That's a different topic.
No, this is relating to this as well, right? Yeah. Why do these women from Kenya, these countries that are not in war, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghana, you see a lot of these prostitutes in London, in UK.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say.
Not Ethiopians, but the other countries you mentioned. There's not too many of them.
You do have Ethiopian prostitutes. Like, I've seen all my lives. Like, I'm not making this shit up.
Wait, hold on. So what was the point? You're asking why so many of the women from those countries are doing
There's
that?
echo coming from Africa millennia.
Is anybody aware of that?
Yeah, of course. But this is a thing that's happening. For some reason, women want to be men. You know, they want to do men's role. I'm not sure that these women who are going to these countries are married. That's my point. I don't really think a man, in its normal sense, is going to send a woman to work and bring money for him to sit at home. These women are people who are just like selfish, not selfish. They want to be like men, you know. They want to do men more than women. They want to do more. Yeah, they want to compete among themselves. They want to do things that men should do. And when they get into this situation, they start blaming people. I'm going to give an example for one video I saw about this Cameroonian woman. She had her 2 babies, maybe 3 and 5, and she was going to take this terrible journey to America. She had to go towards the Sahara Desert. I don't know, somehow find herself in South America, in Mexico. Then she goes to America. She died in the middle of the Sahara Desert, and these people with her had to take care of her children. What the hell? 2 babies, you just died in the middle of the Sahara, in the Sahara Desert, going to what? And she was not even living like a really, really bad life in the country. If you see some of these ladies in these countries, they were not like poor, they were not starving in their home countries, but they want to subjugate yourself to this kind of maltreatment in these other countries. I don't get it. Yeah, as I said, it's this more the women thing. I want to have my own thing for myself. I want to build my own house. That's the mentality that's killing them. And because of that, I don't really feel pity for them. But
Actually, yeah,
I'm not sure that these women are married. You know, if they're married to a man, then that man is a woman himself.
yeah.
African Millennium, have you seen this? You live in the UK as well, right?
No, I don't. I live in
Okay,
Canada.
then. Okay. Have you seen this though? Have you seen the fact that black men, they don't tend to care about their own women, whether it be Caribbean or African? They don't tend to care about the women of their culture or the women of their country.
Of course, yeah.
And have you seen all of these black men marrying outside of they're always running to everybody else. And then when that people reject him because he's black, which is true, they tend to go on social media and say that this woman from this country rejected me because I'm black, while their women is waiting for them. Sadly,
Mo,
their men
you know
is running away from them.
Mo, you know what's even sad? If you go to countries like Brazil or Dominican Republic or Gambia, you got these sick fucking European pedophiles who want to have sex.
Dr. R, please.
Okay, no, don't swear, Dr. R. But I was gonna say, millennial. Do you know in the UK there was a Jamaican guy, and what happened is he wanted to marry a Barwani woman. Basically, these people are half Arab mixed people that live in Somalia, right? What happened is the family refused him, and they said that okay, you're not gonna marry our daughter. They absolutely refused him, and they called him all types of names. So this man proceeded to go on social media and say, they didn't let me marry her because they were racist. They didn't let me marry her because, and the sad thing is, he tried to go for another woman from another culture, and this woman family rejected him as well.
Mo,
and then he tried the third time. And then he tried the third time. And that woman rejected him.
I'm gonna say something about this.
Wait, one second. What is it?
It's sad.
Can someone please turn off the back echo?
It's you. I think it's you, African Millennium.
How could it be me when? Okay, 1 second. Say something.
Hello.
So how would it be me when? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He had no sort of respect for himself. He tried 3 times to marry women from other cultures, while not marrying his own woman, and he got all types of abuse. The family have been racist to him. They've said all types of things to him. And this is why I say African millennial, that black men, they hate themselves. That's the truth. That is the truth. That's why they don't marry their women. That's why they don't go after their women. They don't want their children to look like them. That's the truth.
I thought blacks Jamaicans are the worst. They'll even convert to Islam to gain access to their women.
Exactly.
They're pathetic.
Okay.
They're pathetic. They're pathetic.
That is actually true.
You know it too.
Oh Lord.
Let's not bash Jamaican men. Come on.
Yeah.
Which is true. I'm just saying the truth.
Yeah, we know. We see it. We see it everywhere.
They have no self-respect.
We see it as a. Okay, we see it in Walmart.
I think it's because of classism in their country where they came from. I think that's because of that. They think the more you go close to white people, the better for you. And that is almost the same case in most of these countries that they live alongside with white and black. It's always the same thing. I think that's the same in Brazil. The same in most Caribbean countries. I think that is the same. I've seen
they dedicate videos to disrespecting their women. They dedicate videos to disrespecting their own women, their own sisters, mothers, etc. They say to them that, these women are loud. I don't want to marry these women because they're not going to do this and this for me. They disrespect their own women just to get approval from outside women. I have no respect for these Caribbean women, men that do this. I have zero respect. Zero. They don't even respect themselves.
Yeah, we're jumping out another topic. Yeah, it's all right.
So we're gonna let only me go ahead. Did you have anything to add to the topic? Thanks for calling in.
Oh yeah, hey, good evening. I just watched a little bit of this show, really, to be honest, because my internet went off. It is sad. I have seen this is happening not only in Africa, but they're also happening from like South Asia, like Bangladesh and this area. These people are being abused too. in in uh, in these Arabian places. So it's not only African people who are getting abused. These Southeast Asians are being abused as well. I have seen a woman who came back to her country. I think she's from Bangladesh, and they found like nails inside of her skin. They used to like beat her with nails, and when they made X-ray, they found her so many nails inside of her skin. It's disgusting. So yeah, these people were making a lot of horrible things to this poor woman. Can you guys hear me? I have no idea. Like my
Yeah, we
voice is
can hear
coming
you.
back to me.
Yeah, we
Oh, okay.
can hear you.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's like it's horrible things that these people do. They like killing and raping women. If you guys still talking about this topic, I'm not sure because I just came in. So they
Yeah, yeah.
killing, raping, but the most horrific thing I have seen was this woman with nails inside of her skin. The man, the owner of the house, he used to every time he want to punish her, he used to punish her by putting nails inside of her skin. Eh, I can understand how a human being can do stuff like that, but they do. And what they do is like when it comes to the salary, light skinned Filipino get more money than the dark skinned Indian, for instance. They do that too, like payment. They pay by the color of your skin. These people are disgusting. These
Yeah, I
people
think
are
it's
so
everywhere like
disgusting.
that.
Yeah, but these people are so disgusting. Is I don't know. I like when I see stuff like that, I get like hatred, you know. I just like, oh my God, how can a
But
human being
yeah,
behave like
you
this?
can't blame them. I'll blame these people who accept to be treated in this manner just because of the color
No,
of the skin. You
I would
understand?
not.
If
Look,
if
this
people have
woman, for
this
instance,
superiority
I've
complex and you
No, no, no.
promote it, you make them know,
Let
yeah,
let
you're
the woman
superior.
speak. Let the
yeah,
woman.
but look, brother, for instance, these women who are moving there, for instance, right? They are poor people. They literally have nothing to offer. That's why they offer their and services. They go there to yeah. Some of them married, some of them have widower. These women lost their husbands, and they have to feed their children, and these women are going through hardship, you understand? And then they take advantage of these women. This is disgusting. No matter how, I would not blame the woman, right? Because there must be a reason why she's doing what she's doing. And many of them, when we see the documentary, these women are either widow or they have they live in a very bad condition and they just have to work for their kids. This is I understand that, but the problem is these people who are treating these people like non-human. That's disgusting. So yeah, I would not blame them because imagine if you would be in their shoes. Yeah, I
Only
cannot.
me. Are you speaking from a place of empathy for the women that are going through this? Is that what?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course, of course. I mean, nobody wants to be treated like that. Nobody wants to be killed, raped, and stuff like that. No one. This woman, there must be some sort of emergency that they have to do these kind of things, right? They have to go and work, and they don't, and they go into to unknown world
But
because these women, most of these women have no idea what's waiting for them. They don't even have internet. They don't have news. They don't know. They just hear like there's a job there. You want to go? Yes. Like we know what's happening, but most of the rural villages, these women have no idea what's waiting for them.
That's the point.
And yeah, and so they just go. They come and they say, "Hey, I have a job for you. You want to take it? We're gonna pay you." And they have no TV, nothing. They don't know what's happening. They think, "Okay, I'm gonna go to work,"
but
and they
only
go
me.
there. Hmm.
Are you saying that? Okay. Are you saying that most of these women that are going through these conditions are unaware that this
Yes,
can happen to them?
yes, definitely. Because when I was looking, especially the Southeast Asians, right, like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, and these women, they had no idea what they were going into. They live in a village. There is nothing. There's no running water, so they have no idea what they're running into. And
Mm.
somebody just comes and say, "Hey, you want to come? We have a job," and that's how they go. it's not like they're sitting here and watching TV and knowing what's going on. Most of these people don't have no idea what's going on in the world. So yeah, I would never blame them. Like I could never. I just blame these idiots who doing this kind of horrific things. It's disgusting.
Are you blaming the agents that are doing this as
I'm
well?
blaming. Yeah, I'm blaming. Yeah, of course the agents, and I also blaming the Arabs who are literally behaving like fucking animals, who are doing this to these poor people.
Only me.
Yes, yeah,
Only
fuck
me.
them. No, I'm
Only
sorry. I'm
me.
sorry. I'm swearing. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I heard you didn't want me to swear. No, but I'm pissed. Okay, listen, sister. I blame them first of all. That's not how you treat human being. If you don't like the person, you send them back home. You don't do these things to them. You know what I'm telling you? I think it was 2011. They wanted to do the same contract with the Somali woman. The president, he wanted to make the same contract. This contract that you send women to the Arabian to work. People all over, like Somalis all over the world, they were like going crazy. Nobody wanted it, and they stopped it. And thank God that they stopped this. There is no deals that Somali women can, like, you know what I'm saying, like deals from the government to government. We don't have that deals no more anymore, and we don't have it at all. We did not have it before, and we don't have it now because of this. This is like these people, these men, they rape the woman. You
Yes,
understand?
they do.
And the woman beats the woman because her husband rapes her. This is disgusting, people. I'm sorry. Ah, I'm not saying
Can we
all. Oh my
can we
God, not like
reciprocate? Can we reciprocate?
What do you mean?
Like, for example, only me. Are you aware there's like so many Syrian and Yemeni what's it called, refugees in Somalia? Do you think we should ill treat them, even though we don't have even though we have no issues with them? And I've seen plenty of women, Arab
No.
women in Somalia.
Yes, I know. You know, as a human being, you think like I wanna make revenge, right? I wanna take
Not
this revenge.
revenge, but
I will. Yeah,
I just said that in
it is a
Turkey, like these
revenge.
Arab women. No, but I'm saying in Turkey.
Yeah, I don't know what will happen, but yeah, I would not do that to any human being. I don't care if it's an Arab woman or not. I would not do that, and I would not suggest anybody to do it. But I would not send my people over there. Somebody's echoing.
Doctor, are they
Dr. R, please unmute, please. You know, I would never send my people over there. We have to stop doing this. You
But
guys, we have to stop doing this as an
only me,
African.
only me. So
Yeah.
you're saying that because some people in the comment section were asking, what's the solution? You're saying we have to stop sending our people there?
Stop.
Yeah.
Yes, stop. We have to fund this woman. If you cannot fund the woman can stay in Africa and look job in another African country, but not send them there.
Yeah, I
These
think
countries
that's
has to
true.
be closed. These borders have
Yeah.
to be closed. There should never be people migrating there as a black people. We have to protect our people. This is disgusting. I would never. No,
Yeah, I
this
think
has to stop.
just to add to what you said, I heard some countries like Kenya, Uganda, most East African countries, they've got some kind of contract with these people to send your citizens to them to work as maid. That is disgusting. Who
This
does that?
contract has to
There's
be broken.
really an organization that you sign these two countries to send your people for them to be exploited in someone else's country. That is just crazy. I never knew there was something like an official.
No, but these contracts have to stop. These contracts have to stop. This is a contract that I think 2011 he wanted to do this deal with the Saudis and stuff like that. We protest, and it stopped. We did not. This is the contract that a lot of African countries have. We have to break that. Those contracts has to not be there. And if an African person being ill treated in Arabian country, send their people back. If you have those nationalities in your country, take them and send them back. Whatever they do, we don't care. They just send them back. You know, give our people, you take yours. That's how we support. Africans has to be really, really strict with
You
this.
know, I don't understand. Only me. Why do the Saudis need African maids and that while they can go to other Arab countries or even India? They could just go easily to India and get them. Why
Dr. R,
African?
there's something that you're getting confused. You're
I
acting
think
like
it's
Arabs care
cheaper.
about Arabs, bro. You're forgetting that the Saudi Arabia is bombing Yemen on a regular basis.
No, I said, why don't they not go to countries like India or Pakistan? You know they do, yeah. Why do they have to go to Africa to get people? Like, why Africa?
Bro, you need to look. I was in the UAE. I grew up there, right? I recently went back to the UAE. Go across the street and you're gonna see how many beggars are Yemeni. You're gonna find out how many people that are homeless over there doing some crazy stuff. You'll see those type of things. They don't care about each other. But what I'm saying to you is, the southern East African, especially Kenya, Tanzania, and all the other Bantu countries, they need to stop sending their women. They need to grow a backbone, a spine. They need to grow a spine. They need to have some sort of manliness about them and break this contract. Stop sending their own women into these countries.
History, those Swahili countries from Kenya to Tanzania to Mozambique.
Yes, they've been Arab slave trade. The Omanis, I know what they did to them.
They've always been docile to Arabs, going back to the 7th century.
That's another thing. Do you know that the Somalis also saved them?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care about those East African countries. At least those West African countries are not docile like those East African countries.
Exactly. West Africans are not as docile as the Kenyans, basically the Bantus. What I'm saying to you is, Dr. R, you do know that the Somalis also saved them from the Omanis. You research that, right?
Of course.
You know that the Somalis, after the Somalis,
Ahmed Deri sent 20,000 of.
Yes, and we chased the Omanis with our navy. We surrounded Oman and we made them pay tribute, or else we were gonna raid them. My point is, the Bantus need to wake up and stop being damn docile. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, Dr. R, they do send. Dr. R, please mute yourself a little. Okay, please, Mom. Yeah, mute yourself a little bit. Thank you. Look, Dr. R, brother, they do send women and men from East Asia, like Pakistan, India. There's plenty of them in the Gulf and place. They like so many of them. Like women are domestic workers, and the men are like builders or whatever. And the men, do you know how they live? The men, they live in freaking containers, and like 20 of them in small room. That's like they put them like in container looking houses, like 20 of them live in one small room, and they get sick. And you know, in the summertime they have to build, like in Dubai they have like high buildings, they have to build. And in the summertime most of them are Muslims and they fast, and what happens is they fall from this high building and they die. So many of them die, especially in Ramadan, because they fasting in the heat and they have to be on top of this heat, you know. These people are not animals. These Arabs who are doing this is animalistic. This is not human. I'm telling you, these Arabs who are doing this are not humans. Doing it to another human being, letting him by fasting in 50 degrees, letting them work and living in a container. You don't do that to even
So only me. Can I say something? What's the only me? What's the difference between Africans that are doing it? If it was the other way around, Africans mistreating other Africans, since that's common in Africa with the xenophobia and the killings in Congo and the ill treatment in some of these countries. Like, I just don't see the difference. It's just non-Africans doing it. If it was Africans doing it, I don't think anyone would complain.
Yeah, I don't know. What I want to say is just like African countries. I cannot speak for the Asian countries. African countries should stop sending their people there, and if anybody get hurt from their country, take it ransom from their country or send them back. Like, stop with the ties with it. This thing has to stop. This thing has to stop. You have to show your boots. It's disgusting. We're not showing no boots and everybody's walking on top of these people. That's disgusting. But it happens everywhere though.
Did Tribal African or Stephen have anything to add to that?
Okay. At the end of the day, it's I think the government of these countries, they need to take responsibility for their people. You know, they need to protect their vulnerable citizens, because if you look at these people, those who are going to those countries are really, really vulnerable people. People who don't understand how this world works. They don't know what's about exploitation, and they're just been used as like a bait by these officials, this middleman, to enrich them personally. I think the government needs to step in, and as Olemi said, they need to stop those deals. These people don't need to go to those countries. As someone said, Lebanon It's a small country. I think like 6 million people. Why would someone from Kenya be going to Lebanon to have a better
It's
life?
poor country on top of it. Lebanon
Yeah,
is
I don't
poor country.
understand. I don't. If you look, even at Oman or Jordan, those are really, I don't know, maybe small countries. I don't
Poor.
understand.
That's
So
that only. You
the
remind me of
government,
Lebanon is
that's his dad.
poor.
yeah, there are Lebanese in West
That's his
Africa
dad.
trying to live. They're selling in the local market. They have some shops. They're trying to make their life. They've got so many of them over there. I think the government needs to step in and stop these deals, because it's not good
Yes,
for them, and it's not even good for these people. They're just sending vulnerable people to
100%.
be exploited by Arabs.
Yes, Stephen, did you have
Absolutely.
anything to add to that?
I agree.
Yeah, just go to what Trevor African is saying. I think it's a very sad shame that a lot of women are unfortunately putting themselves in this vulnerable position. That I feel that a lot of times people need to go to the government because it's the government's decision to actually protect their citizens. And I also wanted to ask a question to the audience that do you think like for example, if you look at Chinese history, right, and how they had like a cultural revolution whereby their old and ancient artifacts were bundled into something new and to revolutionary to push the continent forward. Do you think something like that can happen to the continent in order for Africans to like, I don't know, wake up?
No, I think that every African or most African leaders are spineless. They don't have a spine about them. They have no character. They sell their own people just to give themselves a little pocket. They're sellouts. They answer to the Europeans. That's what I think of them. Other than a few, most of them are sellouts. Every single one of them are sellouts. Look at the Chinese. Look in the 60s when the people that were ruling China sold them out to the Japanese and the Europeans. What happened? The young people started a revolt. The young people were the one that said that we're not having this anymore. With the you probably heard of the Chinese opium problem and what the Japanese did to them. It was the young Chinese that had enough. It was the young Chinese that
The
started the
century of
revolt.
humiliation.
Huh? Yeah, it was the Japanese humiliation and the opium that they.
The century of humiliation. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've heard of it. The century of humiliation.
Yeah, the century of humiliation.
The
Yes,
century of
yes.
humiliation was like a keystone in Chinese history for like a conscious reminder to Chinese about dealing with outsiders. That's why it helped them to perpetuate where they are in the position of today. Africa had the similar experience, but yet and still we still haven't even gone anywhere. So I feel that many of our old school religion and our traditional artifacts is still holding us back. I don't know. So I think it also has a contribution to our mentality of us being docile and also dealing with other people from all. Yeah. So I think in some sections of Africa, because I'm just myself realizing that East Africa doesn't really have a docility with. I thought it was also just South African. So maybe because of the foreign population that have settled within their countries and them having some economic and financial power. So compared to West and Central African nations, whereby minorities don't really have anything much to say within the government spaces.
Look, I was gonna say, you could again, the fact that not all of East Africa. I say only a few countries or a few groups of people are not docile, but a lot of East Africans are docile. And my reasoning is because again, you have to look through history. History basically tells you who's docile and who's not. But again, you have to take the look at the Chinese, look at the Jews. The Jews control the world. That's something that nobody talks about. And how do you think they control the world? They control the economy, they control the banking, they control all of the facilities.
When you say that, Mo, they're
Yeah.
gonna call you anti-Semite. You be careful. They don't
No,
like that. Or like they say that, they say that that's one of the reasons that they get killed. You should never talk about that. Anyway, they label you anti-Semite if you say stuff like that. I'm just saying,
but it's the truth. And how do you think
we know.
Yeah, but again, look, I'll give the Chinese one the example then. The Chinese had a century of humiliation, and what happened is the young people took control of the country. They took care of everybody that was selling the country out to the Japanese and the Europeans. They got rid of the opium, and what happened is they sucked off for the next few decades. And look at them right now. Look at them right now. Do you think China answers to America or European countries? No, China's actually the one that people have to answer to.
China.
While the African countries are still here, while the African countries are still fighting over tribal bullshit, and the people on top, the clan elders, are the ones that are filling all their pockets up, and the rest of they're calling the rest of them idiots. Because they're still fighting over tribalism while I'm over here in my nice mansion looking after my family while selling other people out. Fuck it though, I'm not gonna swear, but they're cowards. Absolute cowards.
Yeah, look, and there we have so many like Lebanese workers in Africa. Like it's so crazy.
How are West Africans letting Lebanese there?
You treat them so
they came on visa free. They give them visa free. That's why.
Why would Nigerians let them?
No, wait, I just want to say this: Lebanese in West Africa, they're business people. You can stop business people.
They dominate. You do realize they dominate West Africa, right? You do realize that they dominate.
Which part of West Africa?
They dominate Liberia. Explain to me, why is it that they dominate Liberia? Go to the small countries. Be specific. They dominate Liberia. They dominate Liberia, Senegal, Mali, and Sierra Leone. You're gonna find a lot of Lebanese in those countries.
I've also watched a documentary of them in Nigeria as well. But my point is, you do know that in about a few years they're gonna establish themselves, and when they establish themselves, they're gonna start taking over. That's how it works. Look at Kenya. China owes it. Literally, China owes it. The amount of debt that Kenya owes China, it basically practically answers to it.
Well, I think
China, you might as well call Kenya China 2.0.
The problem of China of Africa, Chinese is not an African problem. It's the
can
whole
I
world's
ask
problem.
a question?
China should change the name to Chania. You should change yourself.
Chania.
The Chinese are in South
Let me ask you guys a
Static
question.
answer. Let me interrupt one time. The Static answer the question. What about the Arabs in Somalia? The Arabs in Somalia don't run shit.
Let me ask you something, Mo. If you guys have seen this video, there's like African American guy who is in Uganda, and he's like mistreating a Ugandese guy. Have you guys seen that video?
Yeah, I've seen that video when he slaps the guy.
Oh yeah,
he's slapping and telling him go down to
He's not a black
knees.
American, he's Haitian. From what I was told, he wasn't a black American, he was Haitian.
I don't know, but did you see that he tells him to go down?
Romy Peso, you talk about Romy Peso, Romy.
Yeah.
This is why I cannot bring myself to have respect for Bantu nations, because they accept this.
He literally
if he did that in Somalia, he'd be buried there.
Previously, Mo, the guy literally slapped him.
Exactly. If he did that in Somalia, he'd be buried there.
Well,
I wish he came to Nigeria. Let's see how strong he is.
They never go to these kind of people.
But I think there was a situation. The situation was different. Why he slapped him? That guy was trying to scam him. He was guilty, so that's why he had to place.
I'm not going to let another man slap me.
No, but you're not listening to me. Let me tell you something. I'm going to repeat this once. No, but listen to me. Only me. If you go to anyone's country and they're in the wrong, golden rule: do not assault the citizens. This includes countries like Thailand. You know what they're gonna do to you? Let's say it could be a prostitute, and the citizens, because you're a foreigner, they're gonna like a couple of minutes later, you're gonna have 100 people surrounding you and beating the crap out of you. And that was a similar case with that black American guy in Greece. He was talking to one of the local girls, and the Greek guys, I think they were Serbian. I think the girl was Serbian. I can't remember. This happened in the nightclub. Within seconds, they killed the guy.
Yeah, I just want to say this before I leave. Like Lebanese don't own anything. They don't control West Africa. What control West Africa is France. France has the say.
I'm talking about the economy. They control the economy of these countries.
Listen, France has the say. If you see Lebanese into any sector in West Africa, it means the French people are not interested in that sector. That's how it works. But the biggest problem in West Africa is France. It's not some bloody few Lebanese. It's French people. They have rights to mining. They have every right for everything they find there. Lebanese are just some people trying to. They don't have
they're
that
just
much
making
power.
business. They're just making business.
France is the biggest problem in West Africa. It's not Lebanese.
Yeah, why can West Africa not get rid of France? I mean, almost all colonials are gone from Africa, but somehow West Africa they still stuck.
Yeah, I think the French.
It has something to do with the different forms of colonialism.
They've planned a really, really powerful.
I've got a question for Tribal African. How come in your country? I watched the documentary on DW. While the German farmers, they dump their milk powder crap into your country. Cameroon does not even have a dairy industry. Most of their milk is milk powder, not liquid milk. Most of it comes from the Netherlands or Germany or France, especially France.
That was a long time ago. You know, it's a problem. So this is still the deals that these African countries will make. You know, I'm not gonna say I like it. It's really bad for us to
Travel
really
African
to
brother
to
last night.
to be
Sorry,
under
last
this kind of a government that like bows down to Europeans, and they will fight you. They will fight the citizen if you try to tell them no. They will literally send military people to kill you. There are a lot of people in jail that have been killed. They just disappear because they're trying to fight the system. And no, we know what's happening. We're trying to look for good strategy that works, because people who've tried to protest, they will shoot you in the street. So it's a very bad situation. We understand what's going on. We're just trying to look the strategy that's going to work for us. All Cameroonians, we understand what's going on. It's not that we don't know, but the hand of France is so powerful. They've created like a mini France in this West African country. We say we don't have presidents. We say we have French governors in those countries. Those people, we literally call them French governors, because they choose who is going to be president. For some reason, I don't know how they've made it so successful up to this day, and people are willing to be part of that system. That is the problem. So it's a lot of
Let me tell you
complication,
something.
and it's really
Man,
bad. I'm not going to say I'm proud of it. It's really, really bad.
you see,
Yeah.
when men.
Speak up.
Is
Hello?
somebody talking? Yeah, go
Steven,
ahead.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Damn, I even forgot my actual train of thought. The Lebanese don't really control anything. I just wanted to just say it just has different styles of colonialism, like how France colonized the French-speaking side and how the British colonized the English-speaking side. For Nigeria, for example, the British Empire, maybe some already know, used indirect rule mainly because of they didn't really have like much access to many things, so they just started using the local rulers to basically indirectly place their policies. So even me personally, I didn't even know that in East Africa that some of they have a large section of Arabs or some Indians or even some European settlers that are even managing to even control part of their economy. For example, in Kenya, you have like in the highlands, whereby the British still owns land in the highlands of Kenya. That's one of the most the highlands of Kenya is that's where the best access of land is in Kenya, and maybe something like that similar in Tanzania. I'm not sure. So I think a lot of Africans need to wake up and be in charge of their control of their economy. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, I think that we need a massive revolution that people are going to
Yeah,
die.
a
I
massive
think
cultural revolution. I agree with that.
we are scared to die. That's the problem. We need to sacrifice.
Exactly.
We need to sacrifice for the future of our nation. Because if everyone is scared to die, nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going
Exactly.
to happen.
A
Nothing is
great
going to
example
happen.
is the Chinese.
Yeah, if we think we're
Basically, the
just going
first,
to
second
talk,
generation sacrificed themselves
if we
for
think
the
we're just going
Chinese
to talk
development.
politics, go to all this organization and write all this process, that's bullshit. These people control this organization. They're just the same people. So all this
Did
politics, sending
anybody
these
read?
people to
See,
the
they don't
street.
teach you
Did
this, but you know
anybody
that.
read? Can I ask? Did anybody read the book called "The Art of War"? Did anybody read that
Yeah,
book?
I
I've
never read
seen
it,
something.
That
Yeah.
book,
but
that
I
book is
skimmed through it.
something that, yeah, I think that book is something. Wait, I think that book is a book that everybody should read. Really, that's such a nice book, and it's about strategy. It's not only for war. In any, it's you guys. I recommend that book to anybody. It's a very nice book, and I think in schools, they should teach this book. So the kids should read these books in schools in Africa. To be honest, because this is such a good book. In American military, you have to read this book, and if you're learning business, you have to read this book in America. It's like a must. So you guys, I recommend that book. That's amazing book written by
No problem.
James.
Stevens, I was gonna answer your question. We said you didn't know about the other inhabitants in East Africa. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
In Djibouti, they have Somalis, Afars, Arabs, and so many other people there as well. And guess who rules it? Somalis.
Is
Okay.
Djibouti
Wow.
even a country? I just think it's
Is
just some part of.
Yeah, it's very minority. The Arabs never
Yeah,
ruled anything
Yeah,
there,
but
but yeah.
no, they've it's like almost 30,000 now if you research it. There's a lot of them.
I just
My
think
my
Djibouti
point
is a
is,
military base for Western
no, it's again,
countries.
okay, you can say there's military base, but again, they're putting their base there and also paying the people that the government that allow them the bases to be there. But again, that's again the guy that runs it. I'm not a big fan of him as well. But
Yo,
my
we
point is,
don't have Sorry, Abu. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not a fan of the guy that runs the country. I'm not his biggest supporter. The guy is starting to annoy me. That's the best way to put it. But again, my
He's
point
a
still stands.
dictator.
Yeah, he's a dictator. Yeah, my point still stands that basically that Somalis run it. But in Kenya, I've seen videos of a barber shop with a Chinese man cutting their Chinese people hair. The Kenyan man tried to go inside. They said to him, no, only Chinese allowed. I've seen another video of a Chinese guy chasing a Kenyan guy with a stick.
Yeah,
This is
And
why
calling. Have you seen?
That video was classic.
Exactly.
Have
This
you
is why I
seen?
can't
Have
bring
you
myself
seen?
to respect.
He
This is
also
why I
called the
cannot bring myself. Let
president.
me finish. This is what I was gonna say. Africa tribal. This is why I cannot bring myself to respect these Bantus, because if they tried it anywhere, it doesn't matter any country in the Horn, they will die. If they tried it, even in some parts of West Africa, they will die. But again, these Bantu nations are so docile; they allow these things.
You know, I
Listen,
think
though,
it is,
I have.
Mo. I think it's because of colonialism, and I don't want to say this, but even one guy, even the brother, a Black American brother said it. I'm not going to say who it is. Yeah, he said that Christianity has caused the docility of these Bantu people. Do you disagree or agree?
I agree.
It's a
I agree with
factor.
you,
It's
Dr.
a factor. That's a factor.
Wait. I have seen also the guy who was calling the President Kenyatta monkey, and you guys stink, and you know the guy who was filming was a Kenyan guy, and he's just filming there, and he's been insulted, and his people, and he's and he's just sitting there. He's like, yeah, why
Yeah,
you
I've
saying
seen
stuff like
everything.
that? I was like, oh my
I've
god.
seen they're going to arrest a Chinese man, and he sees the gun from the policeman's hand in Kenya. You know, the policeman in front of him to arrest him, and he sees the gun
You
in
guys
front of
can't
the
say this.
policeman. You know, so it was just like, what's going on in
No, you
Kenya?
guys can't say that China owns Kenya, because then the Kenyans are gonna be on here like, that's not true. I live there right now. It's
Whoa, we have videos to prove this shit. Have you seen the Ugandan guy? Have you seen the white guy running and beating Ugandan hotel workers? Like an old guy, old drunk guy. He's beating Ugandans.
Shocking.
Yeah, in a hotel, and he's like, "How dare you speak to me like that?" I'm like, "Oh my god!" And these people are just running away from it.
Only me, Wallah. Have you seen that video? Have you seen that video of that white American pastor who was calling the hotel workers? This
Yeah, I
is in
know.
Uganda.
That's
He's
what I'm
calling them
talking
niggas.
about.
You're all niggas and that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And the
talking
hotel
about.
workers were running away from this guy. This is a fucking old man. An old man. He said that you're disgracing Jesus and that. And I'm thinking, oh my god, if he was to do
video.
I've seen. That's what I'm talking about. That's the
I
video
think
I'm
it's a
talking
culture
about.
of I think colonialism, Christianity, all those things can play. But the issue is that these people are not trying to do away with that thing. You know, it's like
Exactly.
it's okay.
Just like I said, they just
they
want
would
to just
defend
maintain
it.
it.
They would defend it and want to be part of it. You know,
I promise
like
you.
in Africa now, your friend is going to bash you because there's a white man that's coming closer to him. You know, it's still that mentality of inferiority complex that it needs a complete cultural change. I don't know how that's going to happen. A complete cultural change, because people right now that wants to be president, you know, politician, they still think the same. So it's not going to change. You still have that same culture embedded in them. When they see the white man, they're still happy. They want to be closer to him. It's still some kind of
why are certain, the point is here, why are certain countries, whether it's in Asia or Africa or South America, why are they naive and docile or being too nice to these outsiders who won't do harm to you?
I think first of all, it's an African's nature. It's a nature of an African to be gentle and welcoming.
Yeah.
I think that's something that is embedded in these people, and they don't understand that people take that
Tribal
advantage.
Africa, I don't agree with that. You know that, right? Because you know what they do to Africans
I know what you're going to say, that they
kill themselves.
I know.
Seriously, your own tribe is another tribe. You kill them so quickly. I don't believe this is because we are nice. Africans are nice. I think it's just because I don't know. Listen, I have seen. Look, if they can come to your country and do this to you, but don't be surprised when they do to you outside in their country. You understand what I'm saying?
True. I think it's colonialism and Christianity. I think colonialism.
Christianity, give the other cheek, give the other cheek and shit like that.
Yeah,
Makes
colonialism, because I think it's colonialism and neo-colonialism. They've always seen like the European as the one on top controlling them, and you need to take directions and orders from him. That's how it's always been. So, and these people have never left this country, so they always see them as the better ones, like the masters, the bosses. I think colonialism is the thing that is really happening over there in most African
but I want to push back because a lot of people are like giving so much pressure on the Chinese, but the Chinese treat Chinese in their country bad too. Like the ones that don't have money, the ones that break the laws,
Yes.
they actually treat them really bad too.
But African millennial, you're forgetting one thing. They kick out their low class citizens, the one they don't want, to go to Africa, and they come back millionaires. You're forgetting
but
that.
I don't care if how they treat their own people. They should not
They treat
come
their
to
own, the ones
to my country and treat me shit. I don't care how they do in their country. That's their country. They can kill each other if they want to, but they should not come to my country and beat me and treat me shit. Like that's not gonna work out.
That's true.
Yeah, stay with that shit with your country.
I think they're taking advantage of the corruption also in these African countries. You can buy politicians, you can buy government officials, and they'll protect you no matter what you do to your citizens. There's just so messed up.
Oh wait,
and I also
want
to repeat.
Yeah, Stephen, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to just remember what the Africans. I think the white people and other groups are aware of their privileges or position in Africa, and I think a lot of them wish to maintain it that way. And I just also it also goes back to what I said about parenting. I think Africans are ready to be like gentle, not confrontational, only be confrontational when necessary. And I think it's because many of us are not really open to the outside because we don't really have information to know what's going on outside. And even if we do have information, most of our focuses is how to make our lives better by not thinking about how other people view us, because we don't see it as important, because we live in all continents. Well, thank God it is still black. And it's kind of true. It's kind of true because when you've been in people,
you sound like a robot.
He's cutting off, man. We don't hear you well.
Isolated for a long time, and Stephen, it also. I'm sorry.
You're chopping off your internet. Your thing is.
Yeah, we don't hear you well. You sound like a robot.
Okay, you hear me? Okay, hear me now?
No. No, we cannot hear you. Yeah, I did not hear what he said, to be honest, but yeah.
Refresh and come back in. And H Block, I know you're listening, and did you have anything to add? You've been quiet for a while.
Yeah, I just want to say to Mo, you got to turn down the Bantu generalization. First of all, Kenya is not a Bantu country; it's a diverse country.
It is a Bantu country.
Man, shut up.
We discussed that last time.
Let me talk. Just shut up.
You guys are brothers. Please don't do this, please.
Let me talk, bro.
H-Block, can I say something to you? Yo,
adi aamus niyo, Dr. R, naga aamus niyo, ninkan baa la
hadlaya. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
God.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Why Bantu got
Oh goodness.
Jesus
oh
Christ.
my God.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say some of the things that H Block was saying in our language was disgusting.
Yeah, no, I'm happy they did it in their language, so I have no idea.
Yeah,
but I know it was bad.
But
he was saying some disgusting stuff.
So Somalia is not a perfect country, It's not. It's
no,
not a perfect country.
You're correct about that. It's not. It's not
of killing their own people. The Somali.
No, but tribal African
things like that. No one is perfect.
Brother, but you're getting a few things confused. Look, I'll try to answer this. With the you have to understand the history of Africa. I mean, the history of Somalia. We have fought so many battles and won so many battles throughout history. It's only currently right now for the past 30 years that we've fallen. But previous to that, we have been great civilizations. We built great kingdoms. We defeated so many enemies. It's just the last 30 years. And tribal was the cause of this. Tribal warfare.
Yeah, I
this
get
tribe,
what you
that tribe,
mean.
this tribe, that tribe was the cause of our downfall.
I get what you mean, but it does depend how far you want to go back in African history. There have been great kingdoms in Africa. There's the Malian, the Songhai, and the Ghana Empire. It just depends how far you want to go back. That is not
Yes, but we
fucking
go
Somalia.
even further than that. We go to the land of Punt, the time where the ancient Egyptians were alive, bro. I'm talking way back.
Mo, what's your point? Wallah, what's the point?
But my
I
point
just
is,
want to
only
get
my
out
point
H's
is
point.
even frustrating when people look at the Somalis, they focus on the last 30 years. They don't focus on what the Somalis were previously.
Well, it's the present that matters, man. We can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
ignore it.
Correct. You're all correct. But
Yeah,
hopefully we're gonna
nobody's
rebuild and we're
saying.
gonna sort this out. We're gonna sort this ourselves out.
Yeah. Listen,
Yo,
it's
y'all
Logos,
need to
shut
stop
the
with
fuck up,
this.
Logos.
Look, you guys need to stop with this bullshit, man. Somalis are not superior to anybody. Every
Did
problem
I
we
say
talk
superior?
about, we not, bro.
Where have
Shut
I
the
said
fuck
that,
up.
Mo?
We not superior,
H-Block,
bro.
where have I said
You need
that?
to stop
Again.
this bullshit, bro. Y'all making us look bad, bro. You fucking weak ass, bro.
H-Block,
Who
You're
chill out.
calling me a weak
cares if
ass.
you
Stop
fucking get out?
insulting other people. Just like,
H-Block.
look,
H-Block.
you
You're
acting like
calling me a
somebody's
weak ass.
perfect, bro. Stop
You're an internet
insulting
thug.
other people.
You will not say
Stop
that to my
calling
face.
people.
I will break you like a stick. You will not say
You're a
that to my
little
face.
kid, bro. You ain't gonna
You're
do
giving
shit.
you're giving
You're a
the
little
energy
kid,
on the
bro.
internet. That's what you are.
Bro,
You're
you're
giving
a
so
little
much energy
kid,
on the
bro.
internet.
You ain't gonna do
You will not say that
shit,
to
bro.
my face.
Conversation.
So have respect. Listen, you're gonna talk to me. Listen,
Take the mic
H-Block.
down, Sharif.
H-Block. H-Block. If you're going to have respect, talk to me respectfully. If you're gonna talk to me respectfully. Otherwise, don't talk. Because this I'm telling you, H-Block is the type of person to talk to other people like this on the internet, but he's not the type of person to say that to your face.
Guys,
I've met many of these people before.
Stop.
Bro, I'm
Let him.
6'1". You're not gonna do shit, bro. You're not gonna do shit.
Oh my
I
god.
promise you that
Guys,
100%.
والله
You
عيب
ain't gonna do
وحسمين
shit,
إنسان
bro.
stop
guys,
جوجي وحسمين إنسان وعيب
guys,
والله
relax, please.
لا
There's
عيب
Somalia has messed up,
people
man.
watching you and listening to you right now.
يا
No, this guy's not
فوق
Somali. I don't think
لا
he's Somali.
عيبتين يا هلو لا عيبتين ولا ليه
Can you hear
نقدر
me now?
ودان يا أخي
Yeah,
لوكو
yeah.
سوق لها دربت إنس عيسان my god عيب والله sorry guys
Stop speaking Arabic, fellow me.
hey I'm not
It's not
speaking
Arabic.
Arabic I'm speaking my
How are we speaking
language
Arabic,
okay
man?
does it sound Arabic to you
All they sound the same to me.
yeah
They all
okay
sound
Okay, right. Yeah, Stephen, please say something. Stephen, please say something. Please say
H-Block, he's insulted Somalis. Why don't you say something back to him? Or you only go after Somalis?
He
But I
loves
think
Cherer,
H-Block
that's
is
why.
Somalis himself. He's Somali himself.
No, he only goes after Somalis. This guy doesn't go after other people.
Bro, I went after this guy so many times, you idiot. Bro, I tell this guy he's a Bantu supremacist. He's nothing. He's an idiot just like you.
Tell me,
You and him exactly the
tribal
fucking
African,
same.
why do Bantu languages sound so fucking shit, man? Tell me. Why?
Man, shut the fuck up, bro. You idiot.
Oh, fuck you, bro. I can say
والله يا عينينا stop it now والله عيب وحسمين إنسان يا أخي H block أبو please please ولا لا
what's
هو كود
only me?
وين
Did you have only actually Stephen? Did you have something to say? Sorry, go ahead.
Unfortunately, sorry
I
for
just want to hear
that.
from Stephen and only me for right now, and then I'll add everyone back in because like
yeah it has to cool down a little bit really God,
you guys
it's
are
getting
brothers. Come on, relax. You guys are brothers. Relax.
yeah I don't know what's going on tonight like heat it up anyways
Yeah.
Stephen go ahead brother
Go ahead.
I think Stephen has a problem with his mic again
Hello.
yes now
Hello.
yes stop
I said just check whether everything is all good right now. I think something is wrong with my phone. I'm actually using my phone. I'm not using my laptop actually. So unfortunately,
yeah
What?
can I say something to the boys here please
yeah.
please let me tell these boys something walaalayaal dhegeysta firi ceeb waa waxaa sameynaysaan okay h block abo waa ka weyn tahay idinkan walaakin idinka weyn waa ceeb waa wallahi waxaa sameynaysaan
Oh,
naga
not
daayo
No.
again.
Walaal
dadka
wuxuu ku
dhan
sheegayaa
way tirsanayaan you know
H-Block waxa weeyaan waa nin af weyn oo hadal
Just-
badan. Ninkan
yeah
waa
leave it now mo abo please waa ku baryayaa deji banoniga okay no deji naga daa waxaan wallahi ceeb waaye
هي اسكتشي عايدة اسكتشي
thank you
هي
please yeah
brother
isdejiye wallahi okay
هي
sorry guys we have to really settle this down okay please mo kulligiin wallahi isdejiye abo okay ilaahayna ma ceebay meesha ceeb waa dadku wayna fiirsanayaan okay you guys can go ahead anyways what was it the topic about the Lebanese send them back that's what I'm saying from Africa back to wherever they fuck come from. That's what I'm
I
saying.
think
They
the
should not
problem.
stay in Africa when
Yeah,
they're
I think
killing African people in their country.
I've said this. The African government or the officials are so disconnected with your people. That's the problem. It's like I have my friends who are Lebanese officials. I'm cool with them. I make my deal with them. I'm fine. What's happening with my citizens? That's their problem. There's just this disconnect, and we can't build a country like that. These government officials should be the representatives of your people, but they're not. They're just some group of elites just want to live big among themselves, and they don't care. So they go among themselves making these deals for their own interest, and they don't really care about these people. If we keep having their own people, if we keep having politicians like this, we're always so prone to exploitation from anyone, not just from Chinese or Lebanese or European, even from close by neighboring countries. We just need real politicians and real people. We need people who really love your country and want to see your country better. If we don't have that, then we still have a long way to go, because they're still going to make these deals with these people. They're going to kill people. Ukraine is still going to make deals with Nigeria. That's what's going to happen. Even they killed the citizens in that country, the government is still going to sign some kind of friendship pact in Nigeria. I saw recently, I don't know what country, I think it's Uganda, they were giving these Ukrainian tourists some kind of first class treatment, putting them in hotels for free because they were Ukrainians, while these Africans in your country were being treated as we're faced with racism. The Ukrainians in Uganda were having free hotels, free meals, treat them, keeping them really protected, and waiting for the countries to come take them. There's this disconnect, this complete disconnect with our politicians. That's why we don't respect them. That's why they don't represent us. We know that, but they stick to power, and we have to take them somehow out. And I don't know how we're going to do that.
Okay, so I asked for a Kenyan to call in, and one did. I think he's here now. K Polymath, did you have anything to add to the topic? And did you also want to respond to any allegations that you heard?
Not really. Just
Whoa, you are in. Where are you? Make
Okay.
it a little bit
He
loud. We
wants to
don't hear
make two
you.
Niger. He wants to mimic two Niger. That's what he always does.
Make it loud. We cannot hear you.
Is it better now?
Yeah. He anyway says bad to a docile. I don't know why. This guy's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, so can you? Cause I was sleeping earlier. Can you give me context of what you guys said?
They're batching Kenya all the time. That you stupid people.
No,
Can you give me?
why is it that white people in Kenya get to disrespect Kenyans, and Kenyans don't seem to be upset about that? Like, there's no violence, there's no retaliation. So that was the question.
Okay, in what way? When have white people disrespect Kenyans?
There's been a couple of videos of Chinese and white people beating Kenyans, I think.
They got deported.
Like that.
Yeah, those guys got deported. Kenyans not like primitive, right? So they have laws here. If you commit a law, for example, you get put in a court system and then you get dealt with. Over here is quite strict. The law does actually operate, and people don't want to get in trouble. That's one big reason. For example, let's say previously, let's say when women used to dress like sluts and whores, some men and women thought it's funny. No, okay, not funny, but they thought it's within their rights to go and undress the women, in the street and maybe beat her. When the women complain about this, the law now will definitely exercise the full response against any kind of sexual assault. So basically, someone gets put to the criminal system and then they get put in prison. Kenya has rules and laws, so if you do that, you get deported. Those those Chinese guys got deported, so that's why in Kenya you can't just go around being violent anymore. The law applies.
Okay, another question relates to the subject matter. 1 second. Dr. K, why are so many Kenyans going to the Arab countries when Kenya is doing well as a country? I don't understand that then.
It's not many Kenyans, it's specifically
yes, it is.
This context. It's not many Kenyans. It's women who don't have work and they want to be maids, and specifically drivers. So Gulf drivers are terrible, right? If you look at Saudi has one of the highest rates for deaths when it comes to traffic accidents. So Kenyan drivers are preferred because they're good. So let's say you're driving between the countries, you're selling in goods, and they pay well. So it's mostly men who are drivers, and then women is because these are uneducated women who need work, and they're getting paid something like $400 a month, and someone from the village with no education, that's a decent deal for them. So it's not Kenyans, it's specifically Kenyan drivers who get paid well, men, and the women is uneducated women who have no skills or background in any sort of knowledgeable field who go there. Not Kenyans, again, specific type
But
of
why
Kenyans.
are Kenyans going there in the first place when you have, I think, the top 5 economy in Africa? So that's what I'm asking. Why are the
These are
women going
uneducated
there
people.
anyways?
Uneducated people, right? These people would be at home doing nothing in the village. That's
Dr. K. So what's the government doing in regards to the maltreatment of Kenyan people in the Arab Arab
okay.
countries?
They've banned actually about 50% of these travel agencies. That's the first step. Second step, they made it difficult for Kenyan people to go to the Gulf. So right now you have to go through so much more steps, and again, you can only use agencies that have shown that you're not going to end up being imprisoned or strange things are going to happen to you. Only licensed people, where again there's proof and all that stuff. I'll give more context later once I give the actual data, but government has changed the rules when it comes to doing.
Okay,
Dr. K, I've got a solution for Kenya.
What's that?
Why don't Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and those African countries, they can make billions out of this. Why don't they become like the Philippines, advertise their women to foreign men that have got money, whether in Europe or America, so they can marry them, and they can send them. They can send these men will take them to their country. Western men, they'll get citizenship, and they'll have to sponsor their families to come, or send them in remittance, and that will give the country billions in revenue.
That's slavery.
No, it's
What
not
is he
slavery,
said?
but that's
I
what
have
you.
no idea what you said. What
Yeah,
did you say?
I'm trying to understand what.
No, establish a marriage agency.
Yeah, I would
Oh,
say
dating agency so people can
Yeah, in
marry.
the Philippines, what they do in Thailand, they'll bring them billions.
That's still some kind of trafficking.
What?
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So basically, to everyone's point, the reason why Kenyans don't act violent is because they're civilized people. They're not primitive, so they follow the law. That's why.
Yeah, but they're getting killed and they're being abused. That women, you know what I think? They should just stop these deals with these Arab countries, sending their women over there, and they should start finding work for their people. African millennia, you said they are on the top 5 in Africa. Look, African millennia, we have to be honest with each other, right? Even if you are top 5 in Africa, you are below when we see it like through the whole world. You understand? You are below. You're poor when we look at like compared to the other people in the world. So of course you have a lot of people who are very poor in Kenya who cannot afford anything. As I said, they don't even know what's happening because they don't have an internet. They don't know the news. They have nothing. They're in the rural area. Kenya should start finding jobs for these people instead of sending their women to the Arab countries when they know they're going to be ill-treated. You understand? No matter how superior and inferior you are, I don't care. Your people are still suffering out in other countries, and that has to stop.
Yeah.
Dr. K, do you think those?
One second. H Block, did you have anything to add to that?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What was the question?
Did you want to add anything to the conversation? I think you wanted to say something earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to explain, like, because they were making it seem like Kenyans are weak and docile, and that's not the case. I live in Kenya. That's not the case at all. And Kenya is a diverse country. You know, it's not just Bantu country. When they talk about Kenya, they always be like Bantu, Bantu. Bantus are 60%. There's other 40% Kenyans that live in Kenya.
Well, H-Block,
Somalis,
but
Nilites.
it's a fucking Bantu country, my brother.
It's not Bantu country.
Let him finish, Walalo.
So I was trying to. So they see a couple of incidents on YouTube when Chinese person is treating some poor Kenyan person badly, and they just generalize all Kenyans and make it seem like Kenyans are weak and docile. They haven't even been to Kenya. This guy's talking about, I don't even know if you ever been to Kenya. I've lived in Kenya for decades. So this guy, he don't know what he's talking about.
H
Kenya
block,
is not like
I've
that at
met
all.
Indians in
Doctor,
UK. H block,
it doesn't have to be perfect.
H block, I've met Indians in UK who told me loads of stories of them having maids and how they ill treat people in the UK.
But they also treat Somali people the same way. There are weak Somalis like that. So like you
What?
can't just generalize a whole group when
See, I knew there's something clearly wrong with this guy.
Oh my.
No, what?
Can I speak? Can I speak now?
What do you mean?
Can I
No,
speak?
no, not yet, not yet.
Wait.
All right, I'll speak on my turn then.
Yeah, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Now he can have his own opinion. It's okay. But I've been in Kenya many times, to be honest, and I've been where the Somalis mostly are in Nairobi, like around the Slee area. And there's not a lot of Indian running around there or Arabs. They're mostly like Somalis running around there. But yeah, anyways, of course we cannot generalize all Kenyans because we have seen couple. But when we see a lot of videos coming, like not only from Kenya, other Bantu countries, so people generalize. They say what's going on with the Bantu people. We have to not hide. It's majority of the country of Kenya is Bantu people who own that country. Majority. There's Nilotic, there's Cushitic, there's other ones, but they're not the majority. If you say 60% alone is one tribe, one ethnic group, then that's a lot compared to the other 40 that we have to share like 20 other ethnics, So majority of Kenya is actually Bantu country. That's all.
So more, do you say
I don't
Somalians
think they're comfortable
are
with
not
Okay, I was gonna.
maltreated in the Arab countries? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I was gonna go into that a bit later. But first, I have to address some of the things that this H block character said. Firstly, I feel like this guy's a troll because in every you asked him a question about Kenyans and he somehow diverted it to Somalis. There's something clearly wrong with this character. I don't know. Maybe he's been rewired. He's been rewired in a very strange way. But he seems to be targeting Somalis and everything.
I just want to ask this question, and I want you to understand this dynamic, please. H block, are you Somalian?
No, he's not.
Yeah, I'm Somali, bro.
Okay, you're Somali Bantu. Are you Somali Bantu?
He probably is.
I'm not Somali Bantu. I'm Somali.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
No, you're not ethnic. Somali Bantus know about Somali ethnic clans. You're not ethnic.
Dude, shut up. You sound like a boss, man. Just shut up. You let other people talk.
You're not Somalia.
Okay.
You're not ethnic Somalia. That's really, really wrong.
Let's not go back to where we were. No, listen, Mo and Abu Yalshe Nicoleta, listen. He can say whatever he wants to. We can discuss, but let's not attack each other for real.
So, Tribal, ask me a question.
Yeah, Tribal has something for
because from your comments, you're trying to say, oh, we Somalians are not treated badly in these Arab countries. We get better treatment.
All right,
These other
I'll answer that
people
question
treated
then.
worse, but that's not true. Why do
I'll
you
answer that question.
push that we Somalians that they treat us better? Why?
Okay, I'll answer that question. Firstly, you have to look at the history. The fact that the Somalis fed the Arabs before the oil exploration, we fed them for 200 years because they had nothing basically. And then you have to look into the present day now. First of all, it was the Arabs that they invited the Somalis into the Arab League. It was also the Somalis that refused to send any of our people into the Arab labor force, as the Somali Ashi earlier described. It was the Somalis that refused to send any of our people into the Arabian Gulf. Unlike the other surrounding countries which agreed and signed to it, we refused.
What other countries are you talking about?
We do have
Kenya. Kenya agreed to it, and they sent their labor force into Arab countries, damn well knowing what's going to happen to them.
So, but that's not the answer to the question.
Mo, I think you missed something.
What?
Yeah, you misunderstood.
You missed something. They have to understand, that Somalis are warlike people. How can you fuck with a warlike people? That's why we're similar to Arabs, where Arabs are warlike people, Somalis are warlike people, and there's even things written about them.
So what? So because of that, they don't treat Somalians bad? Is that?
No, you're not listening. Again, tribal African, my brother, you don't really know anything. Like, there are certain groups in the world that are warlike people that you don't want to mess with, like Afghan people, for example. They are warlike people. How do you think they defeated America? and I got respect for those people. They're not docile.
They defeated America just left because America don't want to kill innocent
Listen.
people.
No, tribal.
Bullshit.
Tribal African, tribal African. In Arabia, there are for sure some Arabs who are racist against Somalis, and you know what? In Somalia, Somalis are racist against Arabs. Somalis don't even marry the Arabs who are in Somalia. They don't intermarry each other. So racism is everywhere. Do you understand what I'm saying? They like everywhere. Everybody is racist to
My
something.
point is
So
they
I'm
don't
not
treat
saying,
you any
yeah,
better
of
than any
course.
other people.
Probably not. No, but
Yeah,
look,
I've seen. Yeah,
look. When you're working in their house and you are a maid, they probably treat you worse than when you just having a business over there.
That's
You understand
true.
what I'm saying? So this is like the dynamic is not the same, you know. But are there racist Arabs against Somalis? Yeah, hell yeah, they are.
Of course,
And
I think that's.
are there Somalis who are racist against Arab? Hell yeah, you know what I'm
Of
saying?
course,
There's
the same
racism
thing.
everywhere.
The Chinese that are racist to Africans, the Africans that are racist to
Exactly.
Chinese people. You know, it goes
Exactly.
both
That's what
way.
I'm saying.
But sometimes you may not have the power to inflict any.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
tribal, there's a
any-
small difference. The China man has done some crazy stuff to the Kenyans in their own country,
No,
i.e., the stuff that I described earlier.
those are just isolated cases. You
If
know,
an Arab man slaps a Somali man in Somalia, he'll die.
No, it's not isolated.
See, no, when
Tribal
I'm
African.
talking,
Let's be honest, yeah.
listen.
What you're
When I'm
saying is
talking,
bullshit. So how's there
oh
tribal?
no,
Why is it that
listen.
foreigners walk all
No,
over countries
Dr.
like
R,
Kenya and Uganda?
I want to answer this.
Listen.
Go on.
Let me finish. If my country, if China invaded my country and killed people, I will have a complete hatred for China as a country. But if some few Chinese come into my country and they meet some stupid people and they mistreat them, I'm not gonna hate China for that. Those people that are doing that, I hold them responsible. But if China as a country invade my country, then has to do with my country and China. Everyone from China will become my enemy. That's just simple logic. That's
But
why.
tribal, how about if they have shops that say that no, you're from Cameroon, right?
Yeah.
No Cameroonian can come inside this shop.
Okay. I'm gonna give you a clear example. I'm in Italy, right? They
Yeah.
have Chinese bars that Italians don't go there. That's European country. It's all painted black. They call them Chinese. They have a name. It's a membership club only. It's only for Chinese, and we're talking in Western Europe. It's not Africa. So when people are saying about those things, see, Chinese is more powerful. It's controlled by the Communist Party. It's a big sect.
I think
It's not easy as you think to deal with them. They're so powerful.
Yeah, but then, bro, you're getting two things confused. A club is for specific people, right? But
So
a barber's for everybody. A barber's a public public domain. It's meant for everybody to get a haircut from. But then they changed it. They never notified anybody, and they put only for Chinese people out of pure racism.
That was wrong. I'm not saying that was correct. But why the Chinese or the Kenyan people? Why do you want to go there? Make your own shop. Go to your own shop and stop them from coming to your own barber shop, because the Chinese man will never come to your shop.
Wait. Let me give some context here, because I think everyone is a bit confused. Look, I do think Bantus are docile in general. That's true. But this is nothing to do with docility in Kenya. Like I mentioned earlier, the law applies here. I was in court the other day, right? And people here have cases for 3 years because they stole chicken. A $5 chicken, someone is in the criminal court. The point is, if someone sees you doing something, so if you let him beat up this Chinese guy, he could send you to court for violence against him. You're going to have a case on you. It's not a joke here. People get put in cases for many, many years, and it takes a long time. Now, the context here with the Chinese shop that doesn't allow people to come into a barber shop or, let's say, or a restaurant, is after a certain time, it's not because they're racist. The real reason is money laundering. I went to Chinatown the other day. That barbershop has 0 people inside. That barbershop is acting as a money laundering agent. It's nothing to do with them wanting to only be Chinese. It's literally laundering money in that area. There's no customers at all.
Dr. K, I want you to describe why you called the Bantu people from your experience. Why did you call the Bantu people docile? I want you to explain to the panel why you call the Bantu people docile from your experience, as you said.
Simple. Bantus, also West Africans and other people, they tend to they're too human, right? What I mean by that is that they empathize too much. with other human beings. They kind of think we're all in the same boat. That's the problem. They actually
Dr. K.
We're all the same, and the
What
issue
is
with that
too human? What is too human?
human is, it means that they've evolved to a spiritual level where they're actually kind of not seeing a difference between themselves and other types of people. They're not just out here fighting each other. I mean, other people are saying, "Oh, these people are this way." Look, these people are going to be the same. Wait, hang on.
No, let me finish. No, but they don't do all of me. Tribes in Africa who fight each other are not Bantus. If you look at it, the different
Anyways,
people, they're not really Bantus.
These are the kinds of people who, they say, why are they doing this to us? I've heard that statement so many times.
Dr. K, about the money laundering, does the Kenyan government know about it? No, I want to ask Dr. K, does the Kenyan government know?
I don't think he was finished his point.
Yeah, Kenyan government does know about the money laundering.
So the Kenyan government, so the Chinese people are basically money laundering in these businesses, and the Kenyan government is aware about it, and the Kenyan government is doing nothing at all about it.
Because of money. See, Kenya is all about money.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Finished. I'm not surprised.
If you go to Ethiopia, right, they're really nice people. Honestly, like the nicest people in the whole planet that I've ever met. However, when there's issues with tribalism, they'll kill each other without like even thinking or blinking. Like your neighbor, you literally kill your neighbor. In Kenya, that doesn't happen. As in the 2007 had an issue where they started killing each other, Kikuyus and Luos, tribal warfare between Kikuyus and the Luos and stuff. However, within a month, they stopped because they realized they're losing money and no one's going to drive the cars to bring them food. So in Kenya, people don't really have that thing of fighting and killing each other over things. They worry more about lifestyle, money. They've reached a certain level of capitalism where they value money way more than they value other stuff. So the issue here is that I would say it's a value system, money. Government does know about the money laundering, and the government gets given a kickback. Like I said, in Kenya, if you have money, you can get away with anything. That is true. It's more to do with money. It's not because they're docile in this case. It's because they value something else. The government values money, and then also the common, they call them wananchi, the common man. He values not going to prison over doing something stupid. Like if you steal a chicken, like the other day when I was in court, someone stole a hammer and a chisel. Do you know what fine they got? $600 fine for stealing a hammer and a chisel. So the court here actually works, and you don't want to get caught up in the court system because you beat some foreigner, especially if that foreigner has more money, can afford a lawyer than you can. You're going to be in that system forever. So yeah, I do think in general Bantus are, docile, but not. This is not.
Well, I think that they're nice people. They use the word nice. Don't say docile. Yeah,
that's a good way of explaining it, Dr. K.
Coming to think of it, now, that what you're saying is true. Bantu people are not violent people, because if you look at even ethnic conflicts in Africa, it's not the Bantu people. I'm coming to look at it now. It's other group of people. It's not really Bantu people fighting. Maybe some other people fighting the Bantu people, but really from Nigeria, the Horn, the Sahel region, it's not really Bantu people. That makes
the
a good
Hutu
point.
literally made genocide on the Tutsi. Come on, like the Hutus were Bantu. They literally made genocide on 1 million in 3 months. So I think they are very aggressive in that case. Some of them anyway.
That's a
point.
Yeah,
You also have to look into the conflict. You have to look into that conflict, only girl. You have to, only me, I mean, you have to look into the cause of that conflict. You have to understand that conflict.
What about the 5 million people that died in Congo in the 90s?
That conflict wasn't just one-sided, it was two-sided. And there was more variance to that conflict.
No, but we're not talking about conflicts, Abo. We're talking about if they fighters or not, if they killers or
the
not.
massacre that you described, I'm just saying that there's more to it. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. Of course. There's a lot of into it, but yeah, it's not like Bantus are just like angels walking on this earth. They do kill. They do kill, and when they kill, they really, really kill. They go genocidal.
You all agree that people who have got Arab ancestry, them are more aggressive. You've agreed that,
No, not Arab. You gotta get it right. It's people with nomadic, pastoral kind of history. So again, like I said, Maasais, even Nilots, all these people that are nomads, they're just a bit more warrior-like because they had to go fight crazy animals all the time. When Bantus were in a safe farm, it's a bit different kind of, not Arab, just pastoralists.
So Africa will be better if we just have Bantus in Africa.
No, come on.
No, I don't think so, because that would be people will be walking all over us.
No, but what Dr. K is trying to say is the Bantus are, again,
I think we complement
in a way they're docile, but in another way that they think of the consequences and they think of other things a lot more. So they're not
they
too
have
into fighting.
the more spiritual.
Look,
That's what he said.
you guys,
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
telling
best way I was
you,
gonna put it.
Africans are like complementing each other, right? If they would work together, like we have these crazy warriors,
Yeah, I
then we
think
could like put them, then we could put like in the military, and the ones who are settled down, they could make the
I
food.
think we just
Like
need to
it
make
could be
us all Somalians our military and protect
it
Africa.
could work out. You know what I'm saying? It could work out
But the
really like.
Somalis in the military.
Yeah, just put all the Somalians in military, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
Scared
you
of
and
us.
you make the food, and you make the food. You know, you grow the food. You know, the cool people like lay down and grow food and like chilling
And
people.
we position them at the sea, the airport. Nah,
Yeah,
convince
you know, you
the
need all those
general,
things. You
the
know,
general
you
from
need
Al
those
Shabaab.
things.
Everyone is not going to come to that continent.
No problem. We bring our show up with.
Yeah.
We invite them too to the table. No, but you know what I'm saying? It's like complementing each other. Like some are good on something and the other ones are good, and then work on that field. Everybody gets to work on that field what they're good at. I
But
think
then
that
again,
would be actually
that's
not a
a good
bad
point.
idea.
only me. That's
Yeah.
true. But again, this is what I say. Every nation needs to have that savagery about them because you can't let anybody walk over you. You need to have that savagery in your heart. If you don't have that savagery, then anybody's just gonna walk over you.
Yeah, so you're gonna be the military guy, and Tribal African can make the crops, and Dr. K is perfect mix of both. So he's the cunning guy. He said, "I'm a cunning," so
Yeah, you
he can
can't
just
trust.
go
You can't
ahead and
trust mixed people.
It's true, you know. No, you
so
know what?
so let so
When
let
I
him like be the villain. He's the villain,
when I used
cunning
to
and
get
stuff.
bullied
Dr.
in
K, you
school,
need to follow your Oromo ancestors and try to expand out to try control the whole of the horn.
There's something I noticed about you. When you speak about the horn, you're always speaking Oromos
No,
and
no, I'm not. I'm not.
Habasha.
I'm just
Why?
saying that.
Because we look, for example, I just say Ethiopia. You know, but sometimes when I hear you speak, you try to specify. It's Oromo. It's Habasha.
No, no,
Is it a thing there? Is it very big
no, no,
over
no,
there?
no. I'll explain it. So what happened? No, I just like See, Dr. K, I found out earlier that he told me in a previous chat that I heard him say that he's half Oromo and half, I think, Kikuyu, right?
no,
Am I correct?
Ugandan.
He's Ugandan.
Are they not Kikuyu in Uganda? Oh, Kenyan Kikuyu or Uganda Kikuyu? I'm not
The
confused by the way.
Bantu, Walala, Bantu, just one
Oh,
of
okay,
Bantu.
then yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so now I'm just I do it like in a joking way, because what happened is the Oromos, they expanded. They had like they had the biggest mass of land in basically in the whole region, and what happened is they would fight anybody. So that's what I meant by that.
Yeah, in Kenya, in Ethiopia, there's so many tribes, so many different tribes. You cannot just say Ethiopian. You have
Yeah,
to,
65
you
tribes
know,
or something,
No,
right?
like
80,
even
80,
like I think
80
it's all over,
tribes.
even in West Africa. But we
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
really
yeah.
specify
Tribal
that.
African,
We're
you
not
never said
really.
what was your tribe. What was your
Yeah, but
tribe?
look,
We
look,
don't talk about tribes so much, but we
no,
know they exist. But it's not really a thing.
tribal Africa. When we're talking about Kenya, Ethiopia is literally distinct people. It's not only tribe. It's like Nilotic, which is distinct people than other, and then there's the Cushitic, and then there's the Omeric tribes, and they're distinct. So these are totally different people who live in one
I get
country.
it. I
So
get it. I get
we
it
have
now.
to be careful, and then we have a Habasha who are like mixed Yemeni and
Yeah,
Cushitic.
yeah.
So we have so many different, and not only tribes, they're distinct different people.
One thing I can
Yeah.
say, what I've learned from the people that I met from West Africa, they're less tribal than the Horners and the East Africans.
Let's try, but we're not going to kill. We're not going to
Bullshit,
kill
bullshit.
other tribal people.
The West
That's for
Africans are
sure.
more tribal.
We just tribal by talking, but we're not going to attack some other group of people because they're not part of us. It's not. It's never going to happen. We just
Oh,
talk.
yes, you do. You've got the
It did happen
Fulanis,
in
you've got like
Nigeria.
the Igbos, then you
Fulanis are foreigners to West Africa. They're nomads.
Yeah, I agree.
they're
Fulani is
not.
actually
They're not. How are they foreign to West Africa? They're native to that region.
No,
actually,
they're not.
No, they're not. They don't have. They
found
have
out
a
from
complete
Oni.
different haplogroup.
Yeah, they actually have a white people's haplogroup. Thanks to Onimi, I realized.
But
Yeah, they have
not.
What do they have? The
Yeah.
E1B1 haplogroup,
No,
E1B1B.
No, R1B, European
Oh,
haplogroup.
Yeah.
oh,
But those are the Hausa Chadic, not Fulani. Fulani, they have like E1B1A, E1B1B, and also R1B. But Chadics, the Hausa, they have like R1B. Seriously,
Yeah,
they're
and there's
totally
one
European.
tribe, the Fulbe. I think it is a derivative of Fulani.
Yeah,
They have
Fulbe is just
Yeah.
Fulani in a different way. I think so.
Yeah,
It's the
that's
same people.
95% R1B. Those are white people, man. They're not even.
Yeah. If you look Fulbe in Cameroon, they look like, I don't know, they look like people from Tunisia. Though they're Cameroonians, they live in the Zamowa region. They look like really like white people.
Yo, but how come the Fulanis don't speak Afro-Asiatic language like the Hausa? Because Fulanis, they do speak African language, correct?
Yeah, Niger Congo. That's a good question.
I don't know what
They
to say.
speak Niger Congo. They speak Niger
Californian
Congo language.
That's
Yeah.
strange. They're really strange
That
people.
is,
I don't know.
yeah, that's very interesting. Although the Hausa speak Afro-Asiatic language, but not the
Chadic language.
Fulani. That's very interesting question, actually.
I think I know why.
understood
It
why.
might be because the Fulanis, like if again they're more. I think it's to do with the fact that they speak a Californian language. It's not even like the same as the other West African. It's like a more ancient language, and then the Hausas, again, they probably originated from Chad, so that's why they speak Chadic. I don't know. I have to do more research.
Yeah, and Fulanis are mixed of Berbers and Niger Congo, I think.
Right.
The
Yeah,
mixture,
but
you
the
know.
Fulanis, they're very related to the other Niger Congo tribes in West Africa.
Exactly.
You look at their
But H-Block, tribal Africans said that they're not indigenous to
they are
to
tribal
that
Africa. That's
region.
not what he's talking about. They are indigenous to West Africa. That's the only place in the world they live. Where else would
No, but
they came from?
he said that they're not indigenous to that region. That's what
He
I'm
doesn't
telling
know
you.
what he's talking about. They are indigenous to that
To be
region.
honest, look, I don't know, but that's what I think, because I'm saying that based on how they look different from any other one
Exactly.
else.
That's all he goes
See,
after.
then tribal
Yeah, so
African, you're ignorant. That's the problem with you. You think a certain group of people look different from you.
come on, you just don't be a baby, you know. So
Wallahi,
I was gonna ask
Dr.
a
Ari, your
question,
mic
Tribal.
is very, very annoying and bad. It's
Tribal,
cutting
I was gonna ask you a question.
Yes.
So you see how the Niger Congo speaking people, they live in like how do I say, they live in more greener areas like the rainforest and stuff like that surrounding them.
Yes.
While the more Afro-Asiatic people live in more like desert terrains with heat.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So they live in more like the nomadic lifestyle where there's heavy deserts, heavy heat, sand, like a lot of that. And I think
But
that's
Mo,
where
I wanna know something. How come the Fulani and the Hausa, the nomadic Muslim tribes in West Africa, how come they've conquered so many lands compared to the greenery areas? Since the greenery areas where the Bantu tribe, the Niger Congo tribes are, their lands are small.
Where did they conquer land? In what part of Africa?
No, but why is it that they're more aggressive and they had bigger kingdoms than the people that lived in the green area? That's a fact.
They don't have no bigger kingdom. They're isolated and really small group of people. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
I
talking
did not
about
understand
the
your
Malian
question.
kingdom, the Ghana kingdom, the Muslim kingdoms in West Africa, the Salian kingdoms. How come these kingdoms were big and expansive, but the areas where green, where these small little tribes were, had small kingdoms?
Yo, can I say something? I have to say this one thing, okay? I've noticed like when what do you call this guy's name? Tunija, when he talks about Muslims, he doesn't like Muslims, he's Islamophobic, right?
No,
But
he's
then
not.
he is, brother, wait, he is. And but when he talks about he takes such a pride to Mali Empire, to what do you call this this ones who went to Europe was
I respect Mansa Musa.
The Moors and Mansa. He takes pride on that. But then when he comes to Islam, they're like, nope, we have to get rid of that religion. We have to get rid of it because we cannot marry the woman. It's like so crazy. Like, how do you take pride of those civilizations, which is a Muslim civilization, brother? Yeah? And then still diss the Muslims today. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I just want to reply to I don't know, Dr. K. The Fulanis, I don't know, in Nigeria, in Cameroon, they're endangered species. If the government don't protect them, they're going to wipe them out. So I don't know what you're saying there. They have the occupied land. I don't know in other countries. In Cameroon, they don't. They have to protect them because they're so small. They're scared they're gonna go extinct from Cameroon. So when you say
I think what Dr.
big
R was
land,
referring to was the Hausa and all those Malian Muslim kingdoms. He wasn't necessarily talking about the Fulanis because Fulanis never conquer anything. They nomad.
nothing. They're nomads.
Yeah, but he's not talking about Fulanis though. He's talking about the Hausas who dominate Nigeria almost
Yeah,
killed like
Isn't
50
that
million
Jello?
Nigerians.
I
The
think
guy
that might
called
be
for the Jello, is he not like a
I think that
Fulani
might
who
be
actually
due to
conquered?
Islam. Maybe the Islamic religion gave them some upper advantage. Maybe their influence
Education.
with Islam gave them some
Education.
power. I just think that was the reason.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll say
Because most of those
it's not
tensions.
just Islam though. It's also the way they develop. Because like if you look at human beings in the world around the world, why do you think there's so many kingdoms that came from the Middle East region? It's because those people that are adapted to those environments carry genes that makes them more hostile and more like warlike warriors than the people that live in the lush areas. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
Dr. K, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah. So I actually do think that Islam helped civilize a lot of African tribes, and that's kind of allowed them to. Because with Islam, as any kind of a systematized religion, it tells them how to. There's Sharia, for example. Sharia is a way of judging each other. Again, if you're dealing with tribes that didn't have these complex systems, Islam is going to give them so much power and like understanding, rulership, respect, military sort of stuff. So it's going to make you actually act in one unison, and that's actually what's going to give so many people advantages. So of course, the tribes
Yeah.
which became Muslim had a lot huge advantage simply because it's more civilized, and that's going to allow them to expand. And again,
that's
it
true.
brings
That's
unity.
Yes,
true.
it's true. It's true though.
Because you see, all
Muslim,
the biggest empires in Africa were all Muslim. You got the Mali, the Songhai, they were all
exactly.
Muslim rulers. So I think
Dr.
that's
K, I also agree with you on the part where I think you said the people that live in the deserty in the desert areas or the harsher conditions in Africa tend to be more savage, while the people that live in the more lush areas tend to be more how do I explain it? Best way to put it is like they're more relaxed. So in that regard, I kind of agree with what you said
But
about
Tribal Africa said that Fulanis are nomads, but hey, did they not start the Sokotor and Caliphate? They have a lot of Caliphate. Actually, they started it themselves. I
yeah.
don't know why you
I
guys all
think
labeling them
no.
as.
I think Fulanis in the past they had a good history, but they choose not to mix with other people to stay within themselves, and because of that,
What's
they've
wrong with
come
that?
really. No, listen. So they've become so like isolated and primitive, and people have taken advantage over them because they don't know new information about the new world. So they still live
Yeah,
in their
but we know
past.
that. Yeah, but we cannot just label them as nomads. But what they did do something.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? I don't
Okay,
know.
that's all I wanted to know.
Why?
Okay,
There's some
fine.
some two group of Fulanis in my country. There's some ones that are nomads. They carry their little things on their head, trying to plait women's hair on the bridge. You can see them, and you pay them, they'll plait your head. They're just like the stinking Fulani ones. They look that they're
tribal
really
Africa.
primitive.
You seem like you don't like Fulanis.
But
He calls them
there's
stinky.
some other
Seriously.
Fulanis that are
Hey
normal
Mo, the reason
people.
why, yeah, hey Mo, the reason why because the Fulanis they bully some of these countries. That's what they
No,
do.
no, come on. They don't bully nobody.
Oh come on, bullshit, man. So
The,
tell
Tribal
me why
the,
do you
African is
why do you
Cameroonian.
South Africans so
the
expensive?
Okay,
Why do
yan
you
Fulanis
allow
uddanaan ni Fulani nagaday anak shukutumunin Fulani.
Fulanis they don't interact. They're not in the government. They don't cause no problem. They just stay
Oh my
among
God, you're so
themselves doing their
stupid. Do
thing.
you know how many countries? Do you know how many presidents do they have? Do you know the political power they have in some of these countries? Like, do you have
What
any idea?
country? What country? You're just talking about Nigeria. What country? I don't know.
I'm not
What
talking of
country
not
you
just
talking
Nigeria.
about?
The president of Nigeria, he's a Fulani, and I think I
Yeah,
can't remember the
Fulani.
country.
That's Awusa. What other country you talking about? The Fulanis have got power. Which one? Which other country? I don't know any. Which one again?
If any Fulani wants to come in and defend, okay,
They
good.
don't
But
have
now we
power in
don't
no
have.
African country.
Yeah. We
They
don't have
don't.
to.
I don't see them anywhere.
There is a Fulani in the chat section, and he's very upset with what's being said.
Yeah, he can come in and defend.
Come in, educate us.
Yes, anaga mo ba now danani no. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, those people who live in the desert are more likely
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
because
say.
of
The
the
desert.
harsh, the harsh life, this very harsh life. So then they become like more of like this aggressive warrior kind of skills. They have to grow that. And if you have like a nice settled life, why do you need to do that? And that's
And
what
that's a
it's
great
in the.
point. I was gonna, sorry to interrupt. That's another great point where again, the environment has something to do with basically with the mentality. As Dr. K said earlier, if you look at the savage tribes in like the Ethiopians, if you steal one of their cattle, it's all out war. While he also described the Bantus, if let's say one of the cattle is stolen, they're not gonna be as concerned as, because they're gonna think of more of the consequences. And and Tribal Africa said they're more spiritual, which I do agree with on that part. Because
that's
again,
why, if you look at Kikuyus in Kenya, they're actually a lot more aggressive. Why? Because they mix with the Maasais and the Oromos. These are the most aggressive Bantus in Kenya. In fact, I don't like. Let's just say,
yeah,
they're not docile.
They have the the Kushite aggressive gene.
Yeah, and nilotic gene. As I said, we have like soldiers. Some we can hire them as soldiers and military men, and some, can be like, we. It would be nice. It's like we have both ways. Some can settle down, and they're very cool people. They should do that.
Just imagine we have the Somalian pirates at the military naval base of Africa.
Yeah, imagine that. Yeah, and nilotic crazy people.
With all these weapons, I think they're going to start a war. That's the problem. They're just going to start a war with the Arabs.
No.
The Arabs, they're just going to start a war and bring it to Africa.
Why not conquer their lands
with all that power?
No. We have to defend Africa, not the other way around. Come on.
Yeah, now, why not expand?
You just bomb Yemen. That's the best one. I think you don't like Yemen. You just bomb all of Yemen. The first thing.
Let's go over there first.
Okay.
Over there.
You know what? Why not expand? Why not expand? We take over the Gulf. Why not expand?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, you'll be doing that. We'll be watching from afar. Say, go on, Somali. Go get them.
Go there and try to get them and see what they do with you.
Yeah, and you supply food and weapon. All right, that's perfect. Perfect. Oh, I hope we don't.
I'm sorry, Dr. K. I saw something on the news and it was disgusting. In Kenya, I think the president is evicting the Maasai from their land because they want to use that land for hunting, for touristic hunting. Is that not disgusting? And they paid them just $6 million. This guy from the Dubai Prince. What are you going to say about that?
Oh my God.
And this is the second time they're evicting the Maasai from their land just because they want to use their land for trophy hunting.
I'll actually bring in a Maasai next time. One of my friends, she works with these people. She can explain it a bit better than me. Because I do know, for example, it might not be the president, it might be Ruto, the president, whatever. He's the one kind of actually.
Is that not being
that's Tanzania, not Kenya?
Well, it's not Kenya.
I think it's Tanzania.
Okay.
If that's in Tanzania, but in terms of if this kind of thing happened, it will be because of that other guy, Ruto, not because of the president.
Tanzania, yeah.
Using it for his own whatever use.
That is so crazy though, selling your own animals for what, 6 million is nothing.
The second time they've been evicted.
That's crazy. This animal can go this thing, and this animal brings money for them because of safari.
It's not even for animals. It's for hunting. This trophy hunting.
I know. Killing animals for absolutely nothing. I'm paying 6 million on him. 6 million is nothing.
For the land.
Africa, you can buy so much for 6 million. I swear to God.
Well, I don't want to believe that amount is that 6 million because that's just so disgusting. I can pay them and tell them keep the Maasai on their land.
Yeah,
the Maasais are warriors. Why would they want to get rid of them?
Yeah. Also, I don't think they'll respect that whatever that law. Let's say that land is for hunting. I don't think they'll respect it because, and also the issue with Tanzania. Good thing you mentioned Tanzania. Tanzania is cheap. You can actually buy land for $500 in some places, like a whole acre. So I think that's the issue. But then at the same time, you can't really buy land in Tanzania. You're leasing the land. So I'm sure it's like an agreement for a certain period of time. But yeah, sure.
Saudi Arabia has lands in Kenya, I think, and also in what is it? In Central Africa, Congo. They own land for food, growing crops. Did you guys know that? Yeah, they own land. They buy land from these countries, and then because there is nothing, you cannot grow anything there, so they grow their food. Ethiopia, they have.
Yeah, they have land there for growing.
Yeah, they buy a lot of land from different countries, and then they grow their food there now.
That whole region, because I think the Kenya
maybe something we have to look into. Somalis, what do you think, Mo? So we have to look into that.
Nah, there's gonna be a war if they try
Okay, we
that.
have
Nah.
the south. No, in the south,
Somalis need to
in
start
the south. No, in
selling
the
camel
south
meat.
we have, in the south we have like Jubaland. We have 2 rivers. There grows a lot of crops. So
Yeah.
that area has always been feeding the whole Somalia.
Yeah,
Has
someone
always
says they
been
bought
feeding.
6 million hectares in Ethiopia for like growing.
I mean, I can't speak for Djibouti being so damn expensive. Everything being.
Yeah, maybe Djibouti is
Djibouti
supposed to start looking for land.
is just. I don't even consider that a country. Sorry,
It's
it's
the beauty
just.
of Africa.
It's a
Yeah.
country. What are you talking about?
How do you have a country with 6 military bases of European country
Why
in your
not?
country?
Let's say Russia and America go to war. We're siding with the winners. We're safe.
That would destroy your country first, because the one will destroy the Chinese base in your country, and you are gonna suffer.
No, because again, think about it this way, right? We control again. Djibouti is in a very strategical place, right? It controls the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea. So how about this? Let's say one of them messes with the Djibouti government, then we're gonna side with the other guy.
Okay,
So you understand now?
I don't
They have to be
understand. Looking
basically.
at Djibouti, who's trading on that Gulf? What people
Basically,
going to the Arab countries?
No, so basically Djibouti controls 80% of, because you know that the Gulf of Aden / the Red Sea is where 80% of the world's oil goes through. So if you want the oil to go through that Gulf and you want to for it to go to Europe, then you have to pass the Djibouti. Basically, there's the Djibouti port and the borderline. Oil. The Arab countries, they pass the oil through there.
Yeah,
and
but
Yemen.
not only oil, also from China, from everything that comes through Europe. Everything that comes through Europe goes from through Djibouti, the Red Sea. Everything that's coming from the east.
Everything coming from Europe going to where?
Food, clothing,
going to where?
Everything goes through there.
There used to be 2 major ports. There used to be
where? I want to know where it's going.
Basically to Europe.
To Europe.
So that's why they're stationed there. It's very strategical to them.
So you want to tell me things from West Africa are going around, passing to Djibouti?
No, West Africa, no. West Africa have their own.
Okay.
Listen.
Okay.
To Europe, Europe. They go from Egypt, through Egypt to Europe. It goes from China, from Asia, and then goes to what do you call this, Red Sea, and then they go through Egypt.
So that's East Africa.
That's Europe. That's Europe. Everything that comes to Europe comes from that side of the world. You understand? That sea, whether it's oil or clothing or furniture, whatever that comes from China goes through that sea. The
So
Red
there's
Sea
no sea route from Egypt to Europe or Morocco or Libya. There's no sea route up that side. I don't understand.
Suez Canal. That's the Suez Canal that it goes through. There's a Suez Canal in Egypt. That Suez Canal. This Red Sea is the most important sea in this world, because that's where Europe gets their food, bread and butter. That is
they
where
get all of their
Europe.
they got all the natural resources through there.
Okay.
So let's say America, because again they're paying us heavy, they're giving us a lot of money. Because again there used to be 2 ports, right? There used to be the Yemen port and there used to be the Djibouti port. But Yemen is in turmoil. It's in a heavy turmoil, and the port has, I think I've heard, has been destroyed or is being seized by the UAE. So I think that's out of action. So again, they pay Djibouti a lot of money for access through the Gulf, for it to go safely into Europe.
How many people are there? What's the population of Djibouti, please?
I think 3 million. Like I don't know, somewhere around there probably.
Well,
I know it's like what? Let me check. I could be wrong.
Gambia is a small country too. I mean,
Gambia's not up to 3 million. I don't know.
Gambia is smaller than Djibouti.
Yeah,
almost a million.
Very small.
So you're not even up to a million. Yeah. So
no.
That's why I say I don't even consider it a country.
But again, it's not about the population. We're an established country.
Yeah,
I know.
And they don't put they don't put all their eggs in one basket. That's why they have different countries coming in, and I understand that.
I think I'm gonna say this. I think Djibouti is scared of Ethiopia, or I don't know, Eritrea. That's why they allowed all those people to build your military bases.
No, we're stronger than Ethiopia. Ethiopia right now, you have more modern. I'll explain why. They have manpower, but we've got more modernized weapon. We've got more modernized weapons.
Come on, you can't be stronger than Ethiopia.
They've got manpower, but we've got more modernized weapons.
your own weapons for you're hoping that the foreign base military base will
No. Forget the foreign intervention, because we bought a lot of military weapons recently, and all of them are new grade. We've got more modernized weapons, but they've got insane manpower. They've got 110 million people over there.
Well, I've seen the list of stronger military in Africa. You're not even close, so I don't know
No,
what you're talking about.
Our population is so small, and our army is so, again, it all comes down to our population.
Well, I don't think war is fought these days due to population. I think the technology plays a bigger part. You know, if you've got how many bombers have you got? How many?
Let me check.
I think that is what is being counted. You know, they can count the military personnel, but
because all of the things that they for the military all of the things that they write down is estimates. It's not actually accurate.
So where do you get your own fact? That's a
no. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm basing it on what I've been reading and what I've been doing research on.
Mo, there's a comment for you.
What does it say?
Djibouti is just the Panama Canal of the East. The Western powers control the commerce.
No, they don't control. They don't control anything. Because again, if they control, they told Djibouti to bomb Ethiopia because they wanted to destabilize it. We refused. If they controlled it, we would have done it.
Well, you bomb Ethiopia, Ethiopia will wipe you out.
No, they wouldn't. Again, you act like Ethiopia is in so much turmoil that they don't have time to fight other people. Do you not understand that Tigray? Do you not understand that TPLF have taken over major cities in Ethiopia? They can't afford to focus on us.
I don't know that. Why are the Tigrayans so mad?
Because Tigrayans controlled. So Tigray controlled Ethiopia for 30 years, and when a new president Abiy Ahmed stepped up, they didn't like that their power basically has went away. They don't have that power anymore. So what happened is they want that power back, and America's funding them, giving them all the weapons and everything they need to destabilize Ethiopia, because they want to take over the Horn of Africa. You control the Horn of Africa, you control all of the oil and resource production. They want to destabilize it.
Okay. I wish them bad luck. I don't know, whatever.
Bad luck.
Why would you wish them good luck?
I said good or bad luck, you know. Anything that want to destabilize Africa, I'm not part of it. You know, I think we should just try to make that continent.
Tribal Africa in Djibouti, now in Ethiopia, there's so many different tribes and different people live there, and everybody wants to have their own country. Like the Oromos fighting for their own, and Tigray are now want to be their own. Then we have the Afar Triangle. They want to be their own. The Somalis want to have their own land back. It's crazy. I don't know how long.
Have you got Somalis in Ethiopia?
Actually. Yeah. There's a lot. Ogaden belongs to Somalia. You know, when the colonizer went, before they went, they made Somalia to 5 parts, and they give Somalia to 5. But one part they gave to Ethiopia, another part they gave to Kenya, and Djibouti became their own. And so that's how they did. And the Somalis who live in Kenya and Ethiopia want to be part of Somalia. So Ethiopia is like everybody wants to be their own. You understand? So I don't know how long Ethiopia can stand like this, to be honest.
So what about Eritrea? I think Eritrea is just Ethiopia. I think that should
Eritrea is sovereign
Eritrea
country.
is Tigrinya. Tigrinya is basically the main,
sovereign country.
Yeah, it's a sovereign country, but Tigrinya is the main clan. Tigrinya, there's Saho, there's so many. But again, it's not as much as Ethiopia.
Yeah, Ethiopia is massive.
Ethiopia has. They have a lot.
I think after Ethiopia, the next is Somalia. Somalia is big.
Tribal.
No. Somalia is only 18 million people, while Ethiopia, all of the ethnic tribes are 110 million.
If she can, what's your sister? If you can show a map of the Greater Somalia, just write Greater Somalia. Show that map. Actually, how Somalia would look like if the all ethnic Somalis would belong to one country.
So do you want that
African
back? You sound like Putin. I want back
Somalis can go to Minnesota. I actually have a friend coming.
You sound like Putin. I want the Soviet Union back.
I would love
split it.
Not Soviet Union. No. Look, brother, he was colonizing people. Soviet Union, what other people, they were colonizing other people. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the same ethnic people who want to be together. You understand what I'm saying? Soviet Union, they were just going and colonizing other people, you see. We don't want to colonize Kenyans or Ethiopians, but we want our ethnic people who are outside our border to be included to our border. That's all there is to it. Because that's what the colonizer did to every other country, you know, African countries. They just draw lines, straight
They
lines
literally,
without,
sorry to
they
interrupt,
didn't
Ola.
care for it.
They literally wrote a book. If you look at the East African Protectorate, it was one of the earliest British military men that went to East Africa, and he wrote down in his book that we cannot let the Somalis expand or they'll become a problem for us in the future. He literally wrote down in his book. It's called the East African Protectorate, if you want to read this. He talked about the Somalis. He talked about the mentality of the Somalis. He talked about Somalis don't see themselves as equal to you. They see themselves as above you. He also talked, he later described it. He said that no matter what, we cannot let the Somalis expand out or they will become a problem for us in the future. If you read the book, you'll find it. It's called the East African Protectorate. That's why they broke the lands up.
They did that to a lot of countries like that. They cut it
Yeah.
apart pieces. That's why a lot of African countries having problem, like Nigeria, for instance. Nigeria, they just give a bunch of people together in one huge land. Here you go, and they still have a problem. You know, still they have a problem.
There's no Nigeria. It's Nigeria. These docile people allowed white people to call their country nigger, and then they always defend it. And then Nigeria,
they don't come on. They don't call them the N word. It's Nigeria. There's one country that's called Niger. Come on.
No, come on, tribal African. It's not Niger. It's nigger. We know what this word means.
No. You know. Come on. No, don't do that.
Niger is just nigger in French, right?
Yeah, but
Nigeria
that area they call that area they called anyways Negro land. Anyways,
yeah, it's just nigger. It's a Latin word. It means black. And a bunch of white people call it.
Yeah, maybe they should change. I think Niger should change it, to be honest. Niger is like, hey, you really nigger.
They should change that name.
It literally says nigger, not Niger.
Yeah. Come on, you can't defend that tribal African. Come on.
Yeah, it's literally like
it's named after the river Niger.
No,
so
you think
the river nigger.
Come on.
In Germany, a series that said the river nigger.
Exactly.
Yeah, because those Germans are stupid people.
But that's how they pronounce it, though. They don't pronounce it J. They pronounce it G.
I think like most African countries need to change their names. You know,
yeah,
like
I think so too.
That's why I like Burkina Faso, because it was first the Opa Volta, and Thomas Sankara changed it to Burkina Faso. You know, like strong people. I don't know what it means in their language. Even my country, we need to change the name. My country name is a Portuguese name, means Rois dos Cameros, which means prawns, like river of prawns. You know, so how can I be in a country that you call River of Browns? That you can name my country out of Browns? Yeah.
Ghana did good. They changed it from Gold Coast to Ghana. See, I respect Ghana for that.
Yeah. I think most African countries should change their country.
I mean, the West African country I respect the most is probably the Mali Kingdom or the Mali country, especially for their history. Especially with Mansa Musa, the man was so rich. It took several European countries to team up.
But people say he was stupid for doing that.
He was stupid. He was really stupid for doing that, because that's what happened.
Europeans saw to build another man's country. He took everything. You know, he took everything from Mali and went on the pilgrimage and gave it free for all the other people. And Mali just became like poor country, like forever.
No, Mali was still rich. It took the Europeans' combined effort to destabilize it.
Not only that, the Europeans saw this guy having gold. This is the first time Europeans saw that this guy was literally throwing gold everywhere. And that's what happened. The Europeans, they start coming. If he would not have done that, maybe European would never come. This guy was, you have seen this African-American rapper now. They go with their gold chain and gold teeth. Like, I don't know why black people do that. When they get rich, they just like to have gold hanging everywhere. Stuff like that you should never do. You should be like humble, you know.
It's part of slavery. I think it's part of their trauma.
No.
No, it's not.
He was not
just
slave. He was not slave. Mansa Musa was just rich.
From Ethiopia.
I'm not talking about Mansa Musa. I'm talking about African Americans. This part of their trauma. 400 years of that.
I've seen people from Ethiopia. Ethiopia were never colonized, but they love jewelry, chains, and golds all over their body. So
I'll explain why Ethiopia was never colonized. If you guys want me to explain this. You know that in the
outside, we're not even
Ethiopia was not colonized. It happened in the 7th century when the Muslims came to Abyssinia. The Prophet of Islam, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said to all Muslim conquerors, nobody shall enter Ethiopia, nobody shall ever attack it unless Ethiopia is the aggravator. So that's why there was no Muslim conquest in Ethiopia. We were not allowed to. No Muslims were allowed to.
No, that was not correct though. Ahmed Gure was there for 17
No,
years.
Ahmed Gure attacked because they attacked first.
Yeah, no, exactly. So the Somalis literally colonized Ethiopia for 15 years.
Yeah, because they attacked first.
Destroyed the Aksumite Empire. The
Yeah,
Somalis literally
we
went in
can't
and
keep
destroyed it.
living on past
No, but
glory.
that's what I'm saying. He said it
No.
was never, but it was.
Yeah.
It's not because
Okay.
the prophet said so, it's not because the prophet said so.
No, but he also said that.
British and the Christian did not colonize because they were the only Christian nation in Africa, and they did not colonize. Of course, I would not colonize if that would be only Christian nation. Everybody else for them was anyways infidels. That's also one of the reasons they would never been colonized. Not because you know what I'm saying. There have been wars between Aksum Empire and Adel Empire. Anyways, who was that?
Yeah, but then also that my previous point, I understand about the conqueror part with the adult. Yes, adult conquered them, but I'm talking about previously. The reason why in the 7th century when the conquest was happening from the Middle East, there's a reason why they never went to Ethiopia.
The prophet said never to attack.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say.
Because they gave them safe
Yeah.
haven. Yes,
that's the
of
why
course.
he told them
That's a
specifically,
hadith.
do not enter Ethiopia.
Yes, that's a
Yeah.
hadith where the prophet said never enter Ethiopia, never attack Ethiopia because they give them safe haven. Yes. But Mansa Musa, what he did was I did not like. He literally made Egypt go into bankruptcy like for 10 years because he inflated their economy because he was giving gold like there's for nothing everywhere he came. They was giving gold. But that's what happened. Then the Europeans saw and they're like, oh, there is something there, gold, let's go there. And yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah, I think he took everything out of his country and the country became poor.
No, they burned down the libraries. They got rid of all the information that the Mali kingdoms collected up. All of the artifacts, architectures, everything. They burned it to the ground. Europeans had no mercy. They literally destroyed everything that made the Mali people.
And
they changed their whole mindset.
Not even Europeans. Lately, I don't know what year. I think some recent year we had this jihadis. They came to Timbuktu and they destroyed the remaining things that were there. They were not Europeans. I don't know where they came from. There's these people in the Sahel. Some people that were trying to create a caliphate in North Africa. I don't know. Maybe Al Qaeda. I don't know. Maybe Al Qaeda. And they came to Timbuktu and they destroyed ISIS. I don't know. They were destroying everything over there. So it's just
there's two big library they destroyed that I don't think that humanity could ever regain again. The first one is the one in Alexandria in Egypt. The ancient Egyptians, they had like a very like the biggest library for ancient Egyptians. They have all the information, everything that they ever did, like for the past 5,000 years. They burned that one down, and they burned the one in Timbuktu. So these two library, had so much, like when the scholars speak about those, especially the one on ancient Egypt, when they speak about that one, they say this was a catastrophe for humanity because ancient Egypt, they kept all the information in that big one and they just burned it down. It's disgusting what they did there. It's so sad.
No, but then you have to understand ancient Egypt. There's something about ancient Egypt has been conquered after I think it was there was a certain dynasty when the ancient Egyptians ended and the conquest of Egypt began. There have been so many people that have conquered Egypt, and they changed they got rid of they changed the old language of the ancient Egyptians. They changed many things of the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, they've people conquered them. Yeah, the Persian conquered them. There's so many people. Yeah, of course, but Egypt before also they had a lot of information there. You understand? All the even how they build the pyramids and stuff like that. So many information that just burned. They burned it to the ground, and they say still the humanity will never recover that loss. That was so much information, so much wisdom that they just burned it to the ground. And then they burned the second one in Timbuktu. It's disgusting. There's a lot of African history lost there, right there.
Also, look at the what do you think of the African millennial?
Mm-hmm.
Can you show a picture of if you write on Google Images, write Last Girl, there's gonna be a cave. I want you to show that picture to everyone.
What's it all about?
It's basically a picture of an old cave. It's in the northern parts of Somalia. And this cave.
To sleep. Sorry, boy. I'm going to sleep. I want to say good night to you guys.
No problem.
Have a nice
good night.
evening.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You should start an OnlyFans.
Wow.
And
You
how do
could
you
calm down, mate.
how do you spell that? Is kind of disrespectful. That's someone's mom. That is kind of. Anyways,
No, I mean because it only me.
how do you spell Lasgel?
You spell it with L-double-A
Yeah.
and then S and then space and then yeah, I think it's G-double-E-L.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Lasgil cave paintings.
Isn't this the cows used to worship during the what days?
Yeah. Apparently, it's that cave painting alone is as old as 10,000 years old. I looked into it.
So that's why Indians got the idea that cows should be revered, huh?
It's literally, and then because there's so many things hidden in the northern parts of Somalia, like it's insane. Yeah, click the first one. Yeah, these cave paintings are so old.
Wow.
Are people from Djibouti and Somalia the same?
Yeah.
50%.
No, we're the same. It's just Djibouti has Afars in it and other ethnic groups, but the people that are ruling it, the majority are the Somalis.
100% Somalians.
Yeah, 100% Somalis.
Because you talk so much on Somali. Okay.
Yeah, he is Somali.
I am Somali.
But his ethnic, no, his nationality is Djiboutian.
Nah,
but
it's
he's
Somali.
So do you have beef, Somali and Djibouti?
No, we're the same people. I love our Somali people.
Two different countries. What about Somaliland and Djibouti?
Somaliland, Djibouti, still we're the same people. I have no beef with them. We're the same people.
But Somaliland has got beef with Somali.
Again, that's very tribal. Yeah, that's. I wouldn't say beef, but they again, it goes back into what happened with the dictator and how he attacked the Northerners. He attacked them bad because the Northerners didn't want to stand for what he was doing. He never gave any fundings to the North. He did nothing for the North, and the North felt discriminated against. And what happened is they started rebel groups against this guy, and then he sent his because again at that time in the 80s and the 70s, Somalia was considered one of the strongest militaries in Africa. And what happened is he sent his warplanes into the north and just started bombarding the north. So yeah, that's part of it. But yeah,
right.
You should get
Okay.
a PhD in Somali cave paintings.
Yeah. All right. So it's getting kind of late, and I do want to eat my dinner. So does anyone want to say their last closing statements?
You want to eat your African gold dinner?
Yeah, so this one I'm gonna say, we Africans, we should have a lot of pride. You know, we should not allow people make us think we are like cheap. And our government officials, I don't know how you're going to do that. They should be responsible. You know, they should understand their people, and they should have a link, a connection. We can be like so disconnected, and and I think Kenya, you should try to stop your women from going to these Arab countries to work as maid, because these people these inhuman people, you know, they're half human. They don't have love for African people. So I think Dr. K, you should get into politics and try to stop that.
Dr. K is a troll.
Yeah, but these are poor people, you know. So I don't know if there's much we can do for them in Kenya. You know, they don't have skills. That's the issue.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that they're poor people? Why can't the government help the people, his own people?
It's difficult. I'll give you an example, right? I tried to hire one of these people to clean for me. Apparently, she was peeing in the bathroom. You know, these people live in houses that don't have like toilets inside. They just got certain strange behaviors. They don't have any skills. So you know what? If I'm just gonna give them work, I don't know if that's a bad thing. Yeah, they're not exactly you know, creme de la creme. These are uneducated village people that have no class. I don't know about. Yeah, I know it sounds cold, but at least
you can't be saying that stuff about your people. We are Africans in the end of the day. Well, like we live in the continent of Africa. We are African. Whether you're Bantu, whether you're Kushite, whether you're Amazigh, whether you're Coptic, whether you are whatever the hell you are, you're African in the end of the day. And that is a fact. You live in the continent of Africa, you are African. So what I was gonna say is, again, this is the reason why I say Africa can't change unless we have a massive revolution like the Chinese people, where they actually get rid of all the snakes that were selling out their country and the young people take control.
True. That would be good, actually.
If the young people take control, Africa will not be in the situation it is right now. It's the old tribalist men that are selling out the country. It is them. They're the ones that are putting Africa in this situation.
Yeah, that's true.
And Eric Boy said that he's not using the word African. He's using the word African, but not black, because not all Africans are black. That's a dumb argument, lad. And second of all, exactly, like that's a very dumb argument. And second of all, why would you go for the term that a colonial master gave you, or you're black, because he wants to downgrade you from your African history? He wants you just to remain the color black with no history, no purpose, no nothing.
Eric Boy is a bigger troll than me. Don't worry about it.
Come on, man. I think his country's run by a dictator, in it, so I think this is his mindset. He's never seen the outside world.
His country is run by a dictator, and he's a dictator.
Okay. Yeah, but Mo, did you have a last? I think you did a last statement, but did you have a last statement?
Yeah, my final word is, again, we are all Africans, and Africans should fix the damn continent up. Again, Africa is the only continent that is self-sufficient. Every other continent depends on Africa. This is the reason why Africa has no friends, whether it be China, whether it be any of the other Middle Eastern / Asian countries, whether it be European countries. There is no friend to Africa. And I have to say one other thing: the African Union has to be one of the most useless leagues I have ever seen. It is, in fact, so useless, it makes the Arab League useful. How about that? I never thought I'd say the day where I say that there's something more useless in the Arab League. Why the hell are the... See, this is what I'm saying. The African League, these leaders are a joke. They all come around and they say that, okay, how much money is the Europeans paying you? I'm getting this much from France, or I'm getting this much from England. They're cowards with no backbones. Yeah, that's my final word. That's what I was gonna say. I had to rant on these guys. I had to say my piece. I know I had to say my piece on these spineless cowards.
Right, Dr. Did you have
my final word is I shout out to all the maids. If you want a maid in heaven, come to Kenya, hit me up. That's 254-704-823-126. I can get you a nice maid. Just don't mistreat them. And shout out.
Okay. Well, thanks guys for calling in, and I'll see you guys next time. Our Freescope TV channel, he was actually playing this African quiz, like this African map quiz, and I think you guys should play it too. So hold on, I'm gonna share my screen and I'll close out with this game. Let's see how bad I do. I don't think I'll do that bad, but I mean, if I do, it's kind of embarrassing because this channel is called African Millennials, so I should know where these African countries are, but let me try. And let me actually post the link here if anyone wants to do this in their free time. So I'm going to play this real quick. Let me put some background music on here whilst I do this. Hopefully I can get like a 20%. No, I mean not 20%. I mean like 70%. That's the aim. I want to get 70%. But anyways. Okay. Are you serious? Are you serious? Okay. South Africa, this is easy. But my screen is too... Let me zoom out. Okay, South Africa is that one. Ivory Coast is right here. Mali, this is easy. Mali is like the biggest one. Madagascar is the island. Okay, Central Africa Republic is in the middle. It's on top of Congo, isn't it? Zambia. Zambia is Southern Africa. I think this is Namibia. This is Zambia, isn't it? Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. No problem. No problem. Hey, Zambians, don't come for me. Nigeria. Is this even a question? Malawi is right. It's in Southern Africa, but I think it's here. Ooh. Malawi. That's Mozambique. Guys, Malawi. Here? Okay. Hey, clap for me, clap for me. Ethiopia. Okay, Ethiopia is right beside Kenya, isn't it? This is Kenya, I think. This is Ethiopia. I got it. Got it. Okay, Niger is right on top of Nigeria. That's easy. Burkina Faso is right on top of Ghana. That's easy. Gabon. Gabon is in Central Africa, isn't it? Oh. I don't know where Gabon is. Okay. I have to guess, don't I? Okay. So Gabon, I know it's not these big countries here. Gabon is small. That was the other Congo. My bad. This is my bad. My bad. That's Cameroon. Shy. I don't know where where is Gab? Okay, let me try. Oh. Okay, Rwanda. Okay, Rwanda is a small country. Is it that one? This is hard. Guys, this is actually really, I'm used to looking at the map with the names already on there. This is hard, okay? Stop judging me. Stop judging me. Rwanda. I'm not East African, okay? Oh, shoot. Mr. Uganda's gonna kill me for that. Mr. Uganda's gonna chop my head. Okay. Algeria, this is easy. Algeria, I know it's one of these two. Or one of these three. I think this is Libya, if I'm not mistaken. This is Morocco. Okay, let me just click one. Oh. Never mind. This was Libya. I know this is Egypt. Because, you know, Egypt is Algeria. Okay, that's a fluke. Okay, that's a fluke. Anyway, because there's only like 6 North African countries. Mozambique is under Tanzania. Is Mozambique not under Tanzania? But I don't know which one is Tanzania. I can't tell. I know this is Congo. So this is Congo, Tanzania. Ooh. Wait. No, Mozambique is further down, isn't it? Oh no. This is embarrassing. What time is it? Hold on. 5 minutes. Oh, 58%. Okay, Mozambique. Yo. Mozambique. Okay, Mozambique I know is not south, but it's like North South Africa, basically. But where is it? No, this is DRC. This is Namibia, I think. Ugh. Oh. Okay, my bad. I thought Mozambique was Angola. I don't know. I don't know. Is it here? Oh, that's Zimbabwe. Ah. Oh, they highlighted. What? This is Mozambique. I'm really wow. Okay. Anyway, Mozambique. I didn't even know. I thought Mozambique was on the other side of the map. Oh my. Okay, let me. Okay. What's the next? Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Sao Tome? Oh no. This is a country for real? I thought this was a state. I don't know where is that? That has to be outside of the map because I don't remember. Because listen, I remember doing African map merchandise and I don't remember seeing that country in the. It's an island, isn't it? It has to be an island. Wow. It's right here. Okay. I'll take this L, no problem. Sierra Leone, I know where that is. It's either this one or I think, okay. No, this is Ghana. This is Ivory Coast. This is Sierra Leone. Oh. This is embarrassing. I clicked Liberia instead. Hey, that's an innocent mistake, okay? Liberia, Sierra Leone are beside each other. That's an innocent mistake, okay? Innocent mistake. Okay, Seychelles is an island. I don't know which one it is, though. I know it's on this side, isn't it? Man, which island is it? Oh no! Choose Comoros. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Okay, guys, guys, it's an island, okay? I'll be honest. Where's Seychelles? I'm not looking at the chat section because I know people are like gonna be giving me pointers, but I'm not cheating. Like, I'm doing this for real. So I know some people are gonna give hints. But is this Seychelles? Ooh, that was Cabo Verde. Okay, this is Seychelles? Are you serious? Wow. Okay. Oh! Ooh. Do you see that score? Anyway, this is really bad. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, South Sudan. I'm getting kind of confused because I think Sudan. Oh, okay, that's Egypt. So this is north. So this is south. Lesotho is inside South Africa. Angola is right here. Sudan obviously is on top of South Sudan. So this would be it, right? Western Sahara, I know, is this one. Cape Verde is this one. Libya is that's Morocco, I think. Tunisia. This is Libya. Okay, Guinea. Okay, Guinea is West Africa. So this is Gambia. This is Senegal, and Guinea. This is Guinea, right? Okay, anyway, let me continue. So Togo, right? Togo is right beside Ghana. Liberia is right beside Sierra Leone. Cameroon is right beside Nigeria. So this is Nigeria. Wait, no, this is Nigeria. Yeah, this is Nigeria. So then this is Cameroon. Hey! Ooh! That's Chad. Wow. This is Cameroon then. Okay, Gambia, this is easy. Uganda. Oh. Uganda. Hey. Wait, let me think here. East Africa. Isn't Uganda close to Rwanda and like Congo or something? So this is DRC. This I think is Kenya. Listen. Uganda. Let me think. Okay, so this is DRC. Uganda's beside DRC, no? Yeah! Yes. Okay, what country is this? Oh, Comoros? Actually, I think I got this wrong the last time, but I wasn't paying attention. So, isn't this Comoros? Okay, Botswana, this is easy. Botswana is right on top of South Africa, isn't it? Okay, Benin. Benin is beside Togo. This is easy. Equatorial Guinea. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know Equatorial Guinea is in I know Equatorial Guinea is in Central Africa, but which one? So the green are the ones I haven't done yet. Man, this is I really just want to move on. So Equatorial Guinea, is it this one? Did I get that right? I don't know. Anyways, Mauritius, isn't it this one? Oh no! Oh no! That's Mauritania. What? Mauritius? Where is that? Oh, can I just, how do you just skip this one? Because I don't know. Let me just click Mauritania again. Like, I don't. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Djibouti. Easy. Someone just said Djibouti is right beside Somalia. So, oh wait, this is Somalia. So this is Djibouti then. Wait, what? Oh, this one. Okay. I was about to say. Eritrea. Ugh, wait. This is Ethiopia, right? I think. So Eritrea. I think Eritrea is beside Djibouti, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay, Morocco, easy. Morocco's this one. Congo, easy. The biggest country. Zimbabwe, easy. It's in South Africa. Which one though? I don't know. Okay, so I have anywhere from the green to choose in Southern Africa. So I know this is, I think, one of those small countries that's in South Africa. So this is not Zimbabwe. Oh, I'll go with this one. Oh, easy. Oh, okay. Now Namibia is in South Africa. Easy. Okay, Kenya. Wow, this is 63%. This is sad. Okay, anyway, Kenya, right? Kenya is, this is Somalia. So Kenya is right beside Somalia. Chad. This is Chad. Democratic Republic of Congo. Didn't I already do that? Oh, no, DRC was the big one. So they're talking about Brazzaville, Congo. Well, Brazzaville, Congo has to be right beside the real Congo. Tanzania. Tanzania, this is easy. Tanzania is the biggest East African country, I think. Senegal, this is easy. Senegal is right. Tunisia. Isn't this Tunisia? Okay. Mauritania. Egypt, easy. Burundi. Okay, well, this is the only East African country that's not clicked. Guinea was. Okay, Guinea-Bissau is right here. Am I done yet? Yes! Okay, I know I took forever, but like, you know, it's okay, you know, slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. But what are you guys saying in the comment section? I'm about to end it right now. And maybe okay, so anyways, that was kind of fun. I'll try to do that in the future. But yeah, guys, have a wonderful evening. Have a wonderful okay, I want to see you do better than 69%. Okay. I want to see you do better than 69%. All right. But yeah, guys, thanks for being here. I think that's enough for today. This was a really like deep topic, so I don't really want to like go further into it. I think we said what we needed to say. These women should really stop going to these countries, but then how do we stop these women going to these countries is we have to make sure that they have jobs, because if they're going there for economic purposes, that can easily be stopped if more of those economic reasons are addressed in their own country, right? So thank you to MS Delta Guy. Thank you to everyone who donated. MS Delta Guy, I don't know if you were watching from the beginning, but one of your super chats is going to go towards one of these women in Uganda. I have contact with her, so I can just easily send that to her. And I know that's not really stopping the situation, but I mean, if I could try to help some of these women, then that's what I have to do. You know what I mean? So anyways, guys, thanks for being here. I will see you guys next time. Let me play just a closeout, say goodbye to each other, and have a wonderful day.